Absolutely S tier.
Boys. Yo, B, thank you for the follow. Hoofs. What up, goat? Slagger. Leon. Boys, I'm sad today. Edrex with the 10-day streak. Bitch, that streak's a little bitchy. Shit, you tried. What up? Boys, we have downtime. And I'm losing my marbles. I'm losing my sanity. But does this mean I have access to the PTR, by the way? Probably not. Probably not. But anyways, it's a blessed day. And by blessed, I mean it's fucking rainy as shit outside. It sucks. It's entirely gray outside. I just wanted to get on and play some Ashes. It's okay though. Intrepid is going to touch our back end. They're going to grace us with some new gifts. And then they're going to slither off into the night. Much like the guy that stole Henry's car. So, I'm excited. When servers do come back up, you'll see that there's this new drop down. So I'll have to go Alpha 2 Vira. We have our own launcher now. They've completely sequestered us because of the AIDS that is server politics occurring on Vira. They don't want that shit to leak out. They don't want civilizations to die because of it. So, if you're logging into Vira, when servers do come up, just make sure you drop down to Alpha 2 Vira. I would assume they're trying some of the rollback stuff. Like the rollback, roll forward, progression, save points, stuff like that. It's kind of what I'm thinking. I have 10 Willow if you need it for your Journeyman axe. Ooh, I'm actually very close to Journeyman. I'm definitely going to get that as soon as the servers go back up. Like before all of the trees are spoken for. I'm not really going to like run around and necessarily like go for high rarity. I just want to hit 20. So I'll just do like a little gathering loop. Yo, what up, B? How you doing today? We're waiting for these servers to come back up. So, I mean, like, I know it's going to be 2.5 hours. So we're not just going to sit here yapping the whole time. Don't worry. Don't worry. I chopped some last night when people were off. Oh, yeah, that time zone advantage. Like, sometimes it's an inconvenience, but there are a lot of times as well where that is a legitimate, like, W key scenario for you. You hop on, server's empty. You hit as many trees as you possibly can. Just twerking. Well, you're not missing much on this end. So we do have a little bit of a downtime. Wait, hear me out. What if instead of being like, oh cool, we're getting new updates, we riot and we convince them to give us Tuesday, Wednesday of next week as well? Yeah? Yeah? I think we can start negotiations. A couple hours here for a couple days there. I'll gladly play you Tuesday for a downtime today. I won't lie. I feel like that'd be a good proposal too. You hit us with what if we just go live service, honestly? What if we just say fuck it and go full live service? Can we do that? I think I'd be perfectly okay with that across the board. And I don't know what to play while servers are down. Ah! Get the fuck out of here. The fuck off my screen. Get the fuck out of here, Tino. We're not doing that shit today. Should be off by the time it's up. I just hope they fix the caravan commodities. I don't think it's like a bug fix patch. They've been talking about, like Margaret said in the announcement, that it was a backend thing that we wouldn't see any gameplay change because of, but it's basically adding like infrastructure on the backside. And they've been trying to test their roll back, roll forward, just in the event that they ever need it later, right? And they were going to do a 1-hour test of it in like a sequestered area recently, but they found issues on like their side of, you know, QA that delayed that coming through, which is good because they caught something. So they may have addressed what they caught, run it through their side of QA and testing without like, you know, issue. And then from there, you know, they're fine. So who knows, man? Let's see. Let us see. I don't want to like. I kind of want to go rewatch the dev stream and see if there's anything that I missed. I won't even lie. If I don't have my downtime on Tuesday, Wednesday, I won't have time to play Eve Frontier and Stellaris. I mean, Carol, that sounds like it's doing you a favor. I won't lie, like, if there's no downtime. Like, I know those games exist, but realistically, what would you rather be doing? I feel like Ash's downtime right now is more of a, like, the more I play it, the more I think it's for us and not for them. Not for them. Dude, I was thinking about checking out Dino Game for Tuesday, Wednesday downtime this upcoming week. I was legitimately thinking about it. Also, Hello Kitty Island Adventure fucks. I spent like 3 hours in Stellaris. It's a good comfort game for me at this point. One of my roommates in college played Stellaris pretty heavily for a while. And I would just go in and that shit looked confusing as a motherfucker. Confusing as a motherfucker. But he enjoyed it. I wish I had my Pokemods downloaded for TCG Sim. I would just run up some of that. The Isle? Yeah, the Isle Dino game, right? Isn't it like $60 though? It's like a year of streaming. That's fucking ridiculous. You know what's free? Oh wait, I think there are new, hold on. I think there are new Ashes Moments videos. Wait, what the fuck? Moist Critical just dropped the video 2 hours ago that says Taco Bell news is crazy. Fuck. Why'd I have to get on stream before I saw this? Ah, damn it. Oh, I love Charlie. Fuck me. That's so unfortunate. Okay. Okay, yeah, there's no Ashes.
Really the last person to find out.
I'm getting an ad block ad. I don't know how much it is, but it's good. I got it a long time ago. Fair. So, you can spawn in with, like, a lot of people, right? Like, not a lot of people, but you can spawn in with, like, 10 and be set. Because I was thinking something, one thing I always try to do for, like, downtime games, right? Is community stuff. So, I don't know, things that we can do together and kind of, like, hop in and out of casually without being, like, super punished for not sweating it, right? Because at most, I'm gonna play some 2 days a week. And that's until May. If you haven't tried out Enshrouded recently. So I did, actually. We have a little bit of a server going. So I played Enshrouded for the first time January of 2024, I think, when it first went into its early access, right around Pal World, right? Because I was a big believer that Enshrouded would have done way better had it not dropped at the same time as Pal World, which was just a fucking phenomenon. So, yeah, Enshrouded has always had a little bit of a soft spot for me. We did a community hard mode server because when the game went into EA, we actually had to take off all of our armor when we were playing with a group to make it interesting.
Farm him, reaped, dead.
Hey, yo, the professional lurker alert coming back in. What up, go? You're the idiot. Skiest to the years to thou, Drewski. Oh, for art thee. Brother, we've got downtime for a couple hours. They're touching our back end, and I kind of want to play something, but I don't know what I want to play. I need something that's a little hop in, hop out, Drewski. You know what I'm saying? Play Albion. No. The fuck? Type shiz. Yeah, it'd be something that I'm running up like 2 days a week at tops. It's peak. It's peak butt. Peak butt. Huh. Tempest Rising. I'm not a huge RTS person. New game coming out at 7 p.m. Well, servers are only down for a couple of days. Not a couple of days, a couple of hours. They're just doing a little bit of a back-end update, and then they're coming back up. So they'll be back up by like 5 at the latest unless something goes wrong, but... Playing it as we speak. Albion? Oh, so you're just like in your post-New World cope? I'm telling you, brother, just stop coping on old poo-poo games and come play Ashes. Ashes has so fucking much to give, man. And it's only continuing to get better. It's so good. It's so good. I love Ashes. You can play Kovacs? Oh, God. Oh, God, the Vax. Oh, dude, that would have my arms fucking twitching. Legitimately twitching. Wait, hear me out. Lil Bloons TD6? I got a work week in Bloons TD6. I ain't played that bitch in a minute. Banger game, BTD6? Timeless classic. Absolute timeless classic. Actually, wait. Was it called Death by Chatter? Is that what it was? Store... Death... Oh, wrong keyboard. Death by Chat? Death by Chatter? Is it this one? This kind of looks fucking lit. So you guys would be able to control the, like, turrets and shit? And, like, give commands? It looks kind of fucking lit. I'm not even gonna lie. I've been wanting to play this for a minute. For a hot minute. This shit looks so good.
Look at this cool globe. I don't know why I made this. In this game, you have to get to the top of this level that I made. But your Twitch chat can type in specific commands to sabotage you along the way. And that's pretty much it. Now check out this cool gameplay of me
Wait, this
being
kinda
an epic
fucks.
gamer at the game.
Here we go. I'm gonna go for it, guys. I'm gonna go for
What is this level of shitpost?
it. Here we go.
What the fuck is this level of advertising? This is so good. But yeah, the game kind of looks like it fucks. I'm not even gonna lie. It can just be like full levels of sabotage. It seems kind of fun. I think you just have to like connect your account or some shit, or I guess it would be me connecting my account. It looks kind of fucking lit though for a community day. I won't lie. But in the meantime, there was a new Ashes Moments that dropped. And I, for one, love Ashes Moments, boys. So we're going to take a peek over there real quick. I'm going to Sippington my coffee. Cool Math Games was clutch. Drewski, what was the best Cool Math Games game? And why was it Crazy Taxi? Good afternoon, Rusty. How are you, brother? Crazy Taxi was one of the only ones that required actual mechanical ability. And then, like, when Cool Math Games eventually got banned, I remember we started to find, like, essentially VPNs. And so people would go on hidemyass.com, I think it was. And then people would go to Cool Math Games through hidemyass.com when they banned Cool Math Games. So then they eventually had to ban hidemyass.com. So yeah, it was a whole cat and mouse for us in school trying to play Cool Math Games. No, I remember that shit. I remember that vividly. It was a brighter day with a much brighter future.
Boss about to die and the cleric still up. What could go wrong?
Just go. Yeah, okay, cool.
Oh, it's the explosion.
Oh my. Is that all the healers?
We died to
I'm your
that.
host, Illy.
We
Welcome
also
the
died to that
family.
shit.
Let's get into it.
We got full wipe by that, actually.
This zombie got absolutely juked.
Wait, is that me? Wait. Hey, that's me.
Oh, it's a surfboard! Wait, I have a skateboard! Oh shit!
I'm pissed that they
Skateboard
fixed this.
shield!
Be careful.
I'm
when you
pissed that
gank
they
out
fixed
in the
that.
Lawless zones coming this
I'm
month.
so mad that they
You might
fixed that,
just
by the
make an
way.
enemy for life.
They fixed that shit so fast.
Telling me like this, and I'm writing their name down, and I won't forget. That's what happens when you behave like that. Eventually, you pick on the wrong people, and it comes back to bite you. We will hunt them to the end of the earth, and we will camp them off this game.
No
Some of it's
shot.
gonna be tough because Zyvak's better than us. Zyvak is a no joke, damn good
That's
player.
crazy.
When we bring 5 or 10 of us all together, we'll kill him. We'll find him and we'll kill him.
Until you realize that fighters, as they scale, get more and more self-sustain. So, in my opinion, fighters, one of the classes, as you continue to scale up, that are actually best built for like 1vxing. Other than your fucking obvious sustain bots, right? But I feel like good fighters, bro, they can just hop through and like Axe, Dota, Darius League your shit. Yo, what up, Stompington? Servers down? Yes. You should hop into the Ashes Discord. They put an announcement up at 11 that said that servers were coming down in an hour for approximately 5 hours. So they're estimated to be back up. I don't check that shit. It would save you so much wondering. So yeah, basically, I don't check that unless I'm playing. Wait, why wouldn't you check it when you're not playing? What? But yeah, servers are coming down, or they are down, I should say. Until approximately 5 p.m. EST, and they're touching our back end. So on our back end, they are doing undisclosed stuff. Vira's back end, not mine. My butt's safe, but Vira's getting some back end stuff. My theory is that they are kind of like working on their rollback, roll forward, and making sure that those progression points are saved smooth and like re-implemented smooth, right? Because they were going to practice with like a rollback on Vira a couple days ago, if we remember. It was going to be like an hour downtime, and that downtime never ended up happening. So I think based on their communication, they had found a bug on that kind of like test that they were going to run on their internal testing and like their inside QA. So they probably found what was causing that bug, troubleshot it, ran through it again, got to a spot on internal QA where they're like, all right, cool, let's test it. And maybe we get an announcement as it gets closer where they're like, hey, we're going to be putting you guys in that kind of like rollbacky state for like an hour or so, just to make sure it works, and then rolling you back forward again. We're not really sure, but we know that they're doing something to Vira specifically. So important to note that when you go back in and you go to launch, there's now a drop-down menu, and there probably was before, but Alpha 2 Lotharia and Lineth are on one. Alpha 2 Vira is in its own kind of like, you know, sealed off environment. So we'll see what actually ends up coming from that. Hopefully it's something cool. Now, the announcement said in Discord that we wouldn't be noticing any like gameplay change or anything from this. It's not like a bug fix patch. It's nothing like that. It is just kind of like implementation of things. Right. Do the servers go down often? So scheduled downtime is every Tuesday, Wednesday. And typically when they have those Tuesday, Wednesday downtime days, they have a lot more time to kind of like focus their implementations. And I feel like this week where they've gone live service, like not live service, so to say, but they gave us Tuesday, Wednesday uptime this week. So they didn't really have that time to like put their implementations in. So typically Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, the game's playable. Downtimes during those days are usually very minimized. And then Tuesday, Wednesday, the game comes down. And they usually do a lot of their development, like their big implementations, during those downtime days. Last week, they had a little extended downtime, so they gave us Tuesday, Wednesday as uptime this week. And they're trying to also run some tests on the back end to kind of like figure out what happened to cause the bugs last week that they're trying to troubleshoot. So I think they're trying to kind of like do a lot without a lot of downtime right now. So again, typically it's a lot less intrusive over the course of like Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. And then like Tuesday, Wednesday, they develop the shit out of the game. And then when we go live service, like in May, on May 1st, as we get closer to the end of the alpha, we'll go phase 3 for that point. Yo, what up, Josh? This AOC waiting room? Yes, always. Always. But yeah, as we go to that live service, we will see like kind of downtimes like this, but hopefully it's more scheduled maintenances and less kind of like pop-ups. And we get kind of that maintenance schedule of, hey, this day at this time, servers will go down. You will still see some intrusive downtimes because it's alpha. And like, it's very important that they're able to implement things in the alpha as a high priority. So that's why we kind of see things as random downtimes throughout the day. It goes into the whole, like, they have to work during their peak hours, right? So that's why we see it kind of sporadically throughout the core of the day for certain regions. So I want to sue Intrepid coming in hot from the UK, huh? Happy 8 p.m. You could make some beans on toast, and then by the time you get done thinking about how bad beans on toast are, the servers would be up. So, I mean, you could always think about it that way. They affect my mental health. I'm always bad with the effect versus effect. What's the difference between effect and effect? I always fuck that one up. You'll notice I usually don't call people out on it, but I'm curious because I never see the A. Me too. They stole my heart. Listen, hear me out. Long term, it's going to be probably for the better that we have this downtime. But what if we all just act really angry and then get them to let us play Tuesday, Wednesday of next week as well? What if we grab some pitchforks and we're like, rah, we're angry? What if we start our negotiation at no more downtime the rest of phase 2, and Steven goes, that's fucking ridiculous. There's no way we can do that. And then we say, all right, how about just next week, no downtime? And Steven's like, wow, that's really reasonable. That's a very generous proposition. Bam, no downtime next week. I feel like that's fair. That's negotiation. If anyone also has any livestock, we could offer, like, I don't know, a couple of goats or something to Intrepid. I don't know what they would do with goats around the office, but be good for morale. As long as they don't eat everything. Anyways, we were watching a video and I got distracted. But yeah, downtime for like 2 more hours. The good news is we have 7.5 minutes left of this video, which, if you know this stream, it's probably going to take us a couple hours anyways. So we're fine. Everything's fine. Yeah, what up, Hazard? 1 schmeckle? Okay. That's fair. It's a good start. Schmeckles are always fair for negotiation. You save enough of those, you can get yourself some big fake boobas. There is no good news. There's always good news, especially if you like bad news. So I'm just putting that out there. There's always a spin, Chewy. And like, realistically, what's 8 p.m. for you now? It'll be 10 p.m. when the servers go up. If you were committed, you could honestly nap right now, wake up in 2 hours, grind, call out of work tomorrow, continue to grind, and then cook. Did you see the flying scorpions? I've seen a lot of mobs flying lately. I've seen flying gobbos doing their headbutt. I've seen flying scorpions. Any news on a volcano area? In terms of like from developers? No, they're focusing on the tropics next. We don't necessarily know like what the tropics is going to have in it. In terms of like its full expansion, but they're focusing on the tropics next. So I mean, maybe the tropics would have a volcano, but there is, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see a volcano in the tropics, honestly. Like, there is, if you go on one of the islands right now, it's kind of like a hill that you go up to the top of, but there are like mages up at the top that are like channeling some bullshit, and then there are fire elementals down in kind of like the bowl where they're channeling. I don't have a clip, but if you flag and chain pull someone with a tank at max distance, it can bug out the scorpion to fly. Wait, I didn't even know scorpions got removed. Which scorpions was it? Have they mentioned increasing the amount of characters that you can make? We haven't heard anything directly with that, but typically with fresh start servers, you may see expansions and stuff like that. I could see people having multiple characters across the board. I could also see them almost like sequestering off like each phase of servers. So say for instance, right now you go in and you have Alpha 2 Lotharia / Lyneth, Alpha 2 Vyra. There may be a chance that long term it's like Alpha 2 Phase 2, Alpha 2 Phase 3, and then you could have like each of your character slots, and this is just me theory crafting, but maybe each of your character slots would just be like sequestered off between Phase 2 and Phase 3. And those Phase 2 servers would still be accessible, but you'd have to like go back into the client for those old Phase 2s. I feel like that would probably be our best chance of getting like a full character slot expansion. Because I feel like if they were to expand it to, I don't know, Phase 2 and Phase 3, every base class, it's a slippery slope. I feel like it should be enough slots to try every base class, especially during alpha testing. We have to also consider how much like data storage is on their end. So that's one thing that Amazon actually talked about with New World, was basically like how much storage and server stress each character put on the game and the server itself, even just by existing. And the more things that you try to save, A, the more things that can go wrong, and B, kind of like the more just passive stress there is. Especially if you have a large amount of like players coming in and out, you have a lot of players making a ton of vaults, and then from there, before you know it, your server's under a lot of like passive load that's just not even needed. That was basically how like Amazon explained it to us, very simply put. And I can only imagine during an alpha, there's like this calculated amount of like, okay, based on the amount of, you know, keys that we have, we can allow this many characters based on this much storage, this much like server load, whatever it may be. There's always like way more on the back end than a lot of us will understand, myself included, from just a point of like, oh, we want more characters. And I think especially during an alpha, nothing carries over to launch anyways, and everything's going to be deleted anyways. So my kind of counter to that would be like test classes. I don't think realistically with leveling at 1 to 25 being over 100 hours, if you're able to get group smooth, that you're necessarily going to pump up every base class very, very quickly. And I think if you were trying to, you would also be in a spot where, you know, with alpha, kind of like progress through, play the base class to your point of completion, and then from there almost, I don't know, be okay with the class being deleted once you hit that point of completion, and then just delete it and remake. But I don't think they should like force people to delete their characters, but I also think a large amount of people will not play all of those characters to completion, and at a certain point those characters will just be like dead slots that could be rotated out because they'll be deleted anyways. But making 5 rogues, bis. Would it be stupid to just want a slime mount that holds you inside itself and jumps around for movement? Like just a bowl of jello with legs? Bowl of jello with legs would fuck. How do I join the Discord? I think our Discord link actually got borked because we need boosts in the Discord for the custom link. I don't know if Exclamation Socials got updated with a working one, but... Are you a developer? No. Not even a little bit. They should have 3 slots per account and voting in similar activities should be account based to make rerolling matter. Yeah, I 100% agree that like voting should be account based. I think like alts being able to vote at level 10 is fucking wacky in my opinion, but that's something they're aware of too. This is one thing that I talk to people like frequently about is just most community and player pain points. It seems like Intrepid's really well in tune with everything. They in their dev interviews very frequently talk about like what's going on within the actual community. They've got a good understanding of like what causes the pain point, what the, you know, the actual community sentiment is about it, because they actually play the game within the community. They're not just these outside devs that are watching everything from above and being like, oh, look at all the peasants rolling around, right? So the alts voting is not supposed to be in the live game, but they're fine with it now. Yeah, I mean, there'll be, like, I wouldn't necessarily say they're fine with it now. It's something that they have addressed publicly. It's just with the development state being in an alpha, there's a certain like triage list of things, right? With development in anything, right? Like a large progression throughout development. And certain things will be higher priority and certain things will be lower priority in terms of fixes. But that doesn't mean that they have, you know, less attention on it, right? Steven said he's okay with it because the live games mayoral system is not going to be vote-based. There still will be vote-based mayoral systems. Not everything is going to be vote-based, but there will be voting-based. And I don't think Steven's gone on record saying that it's okay and that he's okay with it. I'm pretty sure the actual recent update that we had was that it's being looked at and it will probably be account-based long-term. Feel free to wiki that, but we currently have scientific nodes only, which is the issue here. The biggest thing is, in my opinion, it's just node scarcity too. Like, there's so much impact on the map because there are so few nodes. For instance, the big Vira thing with like the destruction of fucking armor smithing or something like that. Boosted you. I think you can get the link now. I did it twice and it gave you the 14. I think you need. I love you, Chudy. Thank you. Try it. But like, so with that, the destruction of anything in one node will eventually not have a large impact because there will be other options for that. They said it's not an issue due to it not being a factor in the live game. When was that? And do you have a screenshot for that? Or like a source? Because we, like, our latest indicator as an entire community was that voting was intended to be account-based long-term. So, I mean, if you have something that's actually like a viable source other than trust me, bro, it was in the Discord, then sure. But voting is going to be a long-term thing that will be like in the game. Yeah, so according to the wiki, keep in mind, only node citizens may be elected mayor, and only one citizenship may be declared per account per server realm. So there are sources, and again, 10 is very old. That could have changed. But according to our, like, all of our resources and everything that has been given to us, it is entirely intended to be a per account basis. And that's all the communication that we've got. It wasn't in Discord. It was in a dev talk we had with them as a guild. Correct, it's just not implemented yet. It's something we asked them in a dev talk as a guild. So which guild is receiving private dev talks from Intrepid and one-on-ones? Because I'd like to confirm that. Because I don't necessarily think that's something we do. Or not we, but they do. Like, I think everything they do is very, like, open. I don't, like, I've actually talked to people that are high up in guilds and said that they, like, don't join VCs. Like, the devs don't, because that interaction is supposed to be, like, in an open space. So, I don't really know, like, informally if it was something, but you also just said it's just not implemented yet. When your original thing that you were saying, keep in mind, and I don't mean to be rude here. I don't mean to be rude, but I just want to clarify. because you said originally, like, Steven said he's okay with it because the mayoral system isn't going to be vote based. And your source was, trust me, bro. Right? And then you said, we asked him in our guild chat with devs, and they said it's not an issue due to it not being a factor. And then I pulled up a source that said, hey, you're still like contradicting the wiki. And then you said, correct, it's just not implemented yet, after originally saying Steven said he's okay with it because it's not an issue because the mayoral system isn't there. So, like, just in terms of, like, what you've already said, you've kind of, like, contradicted yourself. So I guess I'm just a little lost on the whole thing. Maybe I'm just missing something, but I don't mean to be rude, but you've already said, like, two different things. You've said, first, that Steven doesn't care about alt voting, and he said that directly to your guild in a dev chat that you had with your guild. And then, secondarily, you said, oh, yeah, Steven said that it wasn't a problem because they're planning on fixing it already. So I don't really know. Either way, we'll move on. I gotta get caught up on chat. Other people had questions. Hold on. Someone asked about pain points. On that note, pain point mentality only goes so far. I don't want to feel like I'm being abused when I log on a video game. Oh, I have to burp. I mean, yeah, but like pain points are two different things. So I think pain points are not something that's an inconvenience worked into like a game system. And a lot of people think a pain point is something that's like traveling a long distance. A pain point is not traveling a long distance. A pain point is a genuine, like, outside of your system, not intended community impact point that could cause quitting, player retention loss, like stuff like that. So there are built-in inconveniences, which are like, I don't really consider those. And again, I'm not a dev, so my terminology could always be different. But from a consumer standpoint, I don't consider those pain points. I consider those the game's risk-reward structure. Pain points are, for example, if you come from New World, like I do. A community pain point could be the fact that something's always broken for an extremely long period of time that significantly impacts the meta. So the meta never changes because of build updates. It changes because Amazon Games breaks something and then it's disabled for 3 months while they try to fix it. So I think like unintended pain points are the prio there, not things like, oh, I'm upset about traveling, so add a bunch of fast travels. And then they like bend the knee. But I mean like, oh, this, you know, system is being abused in a way that is creating an unintended advantage in this way. Or this system's broken and improperly working this way. And I consider those to be like the pain points that they're very in tune with. I think that their calculated inconvenience, which is built within the game's systems, is something that they're also aware of and they don't intend to change. But I think if a system is truly working in a way that is unintended, that's the big pain point that they tend to be like more in touch with than most developers, I think, in my opinion. Okay, sorry. That was a good question, so I wanted to go back in on that. Gonna Kickstarter, gonna check out everyone, count my backer level and force them to make it. Wait, force them to make what? Oh, the mount? That's fire. Okay, servers are down? Yes. Servers were taken down so they can implement a little bit of a backend change to Vira. I think it's probably related to their like rollback, roll forward features that they're trying out. The last time they wanted to run a test on this was a couple of days ago. And so they went to get ready for the test, went to pull the servers down. They were going to put it in like a 1 hour kind of like dog kennel, and they were going to run it on Vira. They found an issue with their like internal testing on it that made them delay it. So I think they're probably working on backend infrastructure to run that test again, since they've kind of like sequestered Vira off into its little like dog kennel again. So we'll see. Let's see. Travel distance has many positive side effects by deliberate choice. Distance is defense. Distance creates opportunity for commerce, writing, gameplay, and view. Oh yeah, distance is great. I like travel distance a lot. It actually like requires cognizant thought in what you're doing. It also creates different like micro pockets of like gameplay within the server. It honestly impacts a lot of things. Travel is extremely reasonable. Many must go to exchange try to find their extra exploiting. So also the Glen farming exploit and the other or some go try to justify exploiting by saying it's just why I do open PvP risk. Moments later, Intrepid comes out saying, obviously this wasn't intended. I mean, in all fairness to that, if a loot table gets broken and people go out to complete the new content, just as an unbiased source, I went out to the desert that same day. I hit mobs that were both broken and not broken. Once we figured out mobs were broken, we went into testing mode. So we hit humanoids in Squall's End. We hit beasts in Squall's End. We determined only humanoids were dropping it. So then we moved up to Jinnah, where we also hit the same humanoids. Ruled out Jinnah humanoids. We went over to another node, hit the same humanoids, ruled out there. There we determined it was only humanoids in Squall's End that were dropping it. So, with that being said, there is, in any part of the game, with bugs, with things like that, there's a round of people that will discover it. I myself have discovered exploits and things like that before that get passed up the ladder. And then there's a certain level of confirming it, right? So, for instance, one big one that I found was in Forge. You were able to grapple as a tank, Forge Lord Zammer, if another raid group had it, and in certain spots, you could force a reset to the boss 100% of the time. So it would basically just like compete with the tags. So basically, I did it once, and then I did it again. And I did it again. And I did it again. And I kept moving, and I kept seeing where it would work and where it wouldn't. And as a result, Intrepid got the data that they needed from that quantitative testing because, again, this is an alpha. Nothing here has a lasting kind of like impact on the game, which is nice. And that doesn't make like maliciously taking advantage of game systems okay, but you do have to have that level of somebody finds the exploit, somebody finds how to recreate the exploit, and from outside perspectives, that's open to a lot of personal bias. If you see me farming those mobs because I'm on stream and because you may like me, you'll be a lot more likely to say, oh, Dusty's testing. If you see the guild that you hate, whether it be Barcode, Polar, Envious, Nova, whatever, right? You may not give them the same benefit of the doubt and say, oh, they're testing and passing it up the ladder. You may say, wow, look at these guys out here with the raid group exploiting. But just because I'm on a camera, people seem to just give the benefit of the doubt differently. So with that being said, there are bad eggs in both levels of that. There are people in competitive guilds that truly want the health of the game to be good, so they facilitate more competition within their game. There are people in competitive guilds that are just grimy, weird ego fucks. There are also grimy, weird ego fucks in RP guilds. There are a lot of slimy people just everywhere. So I think there's a lot of like personal bias that goes into like, you know, some guild was exploiting this, these people were exploiting that. That's kind of like important to keep in mind. Okay, sorry, that was a rant. Let's see. Yo, what up, Major Swift? Finally gonna play today. Please tell me they fixed commodity return. No van fix that we know of yet. It's more of a back end thing. Hi, John G. How are you, my friend? Brings back to Vanilla WoW with the old mounts and no flyers. No, that was a good time. So honestly, it's important to remember that flyers are not going to be very common at all on launch when the game does start. So, with flyers, if you're a mayor, you're going to have to get your node to Metropolis, which is the highest tier node. That is a fully upgraded node. That's going to take a lot of time, a lot of investment, and not getting sieged out of Metropolis state. In addition to that, on the entire map, there are going to be five metropoli, 5 metropolises, 5 metropolises. So there will be 5 mayoral flyers. There will be 5, I believe 5 is the latest figure we have from castles. So there'll be 5 castle nodes. So then from there, you have your drop mounts. Those are going to be extremely rare, and they're going to have a finite lifespan. So those are not going to populate the server like crazy. I think that it is very reasonable to think that on launch, there will be very few flyers. 0 for a long time. That was a hiccup. And then I also think flyers are going to be way lower impact then on launch than they are now. Like, they'll still be a huge power scale, but you're not going to be able to cover the entire map on a flyer just like that. There aren't going to be flyers hovering every territory at peak, so every single caravan gets spotted from above and pulled up on. That's not going to happen. So, really important to remember that. Guilds won't have multiple flyers. They may have a couple. They may have a castle for the guild. They may have a node. Shit, I don't think really anybody will probably have 2 Metropoli. I don't think so. But yeah, I think that's important to keep in mind. Fresh start server for the win. Oh yeah, I'm excited for fresh start servers. I wonder how they'll do flyers on that stuff. I discovered how to sail through the world border in Alpha 1. Wait, you mean the Flat Vero world border? The greatest world border of all? Conflicted if I want to heal again or go pure rogue. For phase 3? Have you used a chain as an intercept? Have you used chain and intercept in PvP? Chain a cleric, then hit intercept on a further away teammate in your backline. You can pull whoever's chained it a long way. Wait, Major Swift, is that like the fountain hook meta? I've been trying so many things to hit fountain hooks on people and like pull them off of shit. That's interesting. I'll try it when servers come back up. Speaking of slimy people, yesterday my guild made a guild for our alts and called it Belly Button Glint. Jesus fucking Christ. Belly Button Glint's insane. Testing exploits is a reasonable way and helpful way to test, but you're acknowledging there's something strange and reporting it. Oh yeah, 100%. And I mean, like, I think, just again, there's definitely a level of, you need to find the exploit, replicate the exploit, get the proper data. And in an alpha, that's the best thing that you can do, honestly. Like, I think in an alpha, we should want people to find as many bugs, as many exploits, as many everything as they physically possibly can, and point those out for the longevity of the game, so that way they don't get into the game. Like, this is the best, like, echo chamber that we could possibly have. So, yeah, I'm pretty excited about that. Reading the Viber chat on the official Discord today has just been exhausting. I haven't been reading that shit. What's going on there? Is there just a bunch of, like, only Metropolis will get mayor flying? Yes. Flying mounts. So I have the wiki pulled up, so I'll pull that up real quick. So flying mounts, also referred to as royal mounts, are a tier 3 class of mount that are capable of true flight when utilized by mayors of metropolis nodes or kings and queens of guild castles. So it's important to keep in mind that if you have a mount capable of flight, but you don't have like the flight perms, your mount becomes a glider. So gliding mounts are an entire tier of mount that exist within it. So like those, yeah. So here, royal mounts are 3 to 4 times larger than gliding mounts, which are tier 2 mounts. Certain tier 2 mounts can be upgraded to tier 3 skins to accommodate the size difference and stuff like that. So there will be, those flying mounts, but a lot of them will be grounded. So only metropolis nodes or kings and queens of guild castles will have those flyers. Each server realm may have between 10 to 20 based on legendary world boss timers. That's it on the entire server. So, for the purposes of Alpha 2 testing, flying mounts will be provided to mayors of village nodes and higher. So that's why they're so plentiful right now. Thorwilge is based on the volume of their guild. Thor will own more than one metropolis. Ash, thank you for the follow. I don't know. I mean, it's been said, like, that you'll need, obviously, a lot of guilds to get up to a metropolis state. And if you try to own more than one metropolis, you're going to have to split your population to the point where, keep in mind, it's not like pirates are untouchable. Fed's already shown that. Like pirates lost to Fed in terms of the actual like PvP aspect of it. And it's important to note that Thor is the only mega streamer that has a community. There are not only going to be large stream communities that come in, but there are also going to be very large competitive sandbox PvP communities that come in And a lot of them will roll on this one monster server. I don't think anyone's going to own more than one Metropolis. I really don't. I also think a lot of people that you currently think will own a Metropolis probably will not own a Metropolis. I'd be willing to wager, just across the board. I think that just because somebody has a lot of guilds does not mean that in the siege state, in all of the progression of everything, like, I don't know. I definitely don't think he'll own more than one. And you have to remember node sieges. Like, if he does, even if he owns one, he's going to get perma siege. The second you're a streamer with that massive presence, people will just want to fight you. Like, it is what it is. It comes with the territory. So I really think that even if he hits Metropolis, he's going to be the first one on the server to get hit. Especially if Fed follows there. Toxic guilds will have a hard time getting to mega guild size just because of the toxicity. Yeah, but you don't need mega guilds to push to Metropolis. That's the thing. You need well-placed alliances that generate a lot for your territory. But that's going to be a lot of the game, right? And even if you're a super large guild, those toxic guilds that have super high power curve, super high everything, and enough numbers, they're still going to be able to roll through you the entire way up to that Metropolis point. So I don't know, man. We've already seen from what happened on Lilith that numbers aren't enough. Like, numbers only get you so far. And as more and more of that, like, siege comes into play, in that actual, like, tactical sieging, there's only so much that numbers can do, man. At a certain point, you can't just get bailed out by that. And I think it's already showing. Even this stage of the game, which favors...
Is absolutely S
Yo,
tier.
question mark, thank you for the follow. Like, this stage of the game, which favors pure raw Zerg, is even already showing that it's not enough.
Absolutely S tier.
Pugsy Bogues, what up, go? Appreciate the follow, Welkman. So yeah, I don't know. I think numbers only get you so far in this game. I think there's a lot of coordination. I think there's a lot of power scaling. I think there's a lot of alliance building, and one like mega company may very well be less strong than a lot of smaller companies that come together. And if you only work within your guild as well, like one super massive community that only works within itself, you're not going to have those outside relations. And eventually, if you try to just be that individual powerhouse, people will band together against it. So yeah. Are you going to talk with you about an alliance with significant impact? I chill with everybody. Like, I don't really do a lot of the politicky stuff. And as a result, shit, I had a raid the other day that had Barcode, it had Envious, it had Polar, it had RP people in it. And the whole hood was chilling. We were all getting drops, nobody was fighting. We're all tying our bandanas together and holding them up in the sky, one time for the one time. So, I mean, I'm just kind of like chill with everybody. I'm not necessarily trying to like work with one person or the other. My goal is to have the entire server in a spot where, and this will never happen, but at least the majority of the server in a spot where they're like, yeah, server progression is the most important thing because it allows everybody to play the game in a more fun way, including competitive players that want better competition. Because even if you're a competitive player, farming people that are less geared than you doesn't really accomplish anything and doesn't really make you feel good unless you're just a sociopath. And if that's the kind of player that's farming people, then they're just going to get pooped on when the game actually drops and more people come in. But true competitive players will want to foster a more competitive environment within their game. So my goal is to find the true competitive players, not the people who are just fluffing a very delicate ego right now, because there will be a mix. And basically be like, yo, server health, server progression, this for everybody. RP players, server health, server progression. Like, that's the same thing across the board. So I also think that being a mayor right now would be lame as fuck. I don't want to be a mayor from like a democratic election. That shit seems lame. I was talking about this yesterday, but I think that's like the least fun form of getting mayor of a node. And I know that's all there is right now, but even on launch, I wouldn't personally, especially as a streamer, just run for like node office or anything like that if there were other nodes available. I've said a lot. I'll try to get a religious node. I think that should be funny as fuck. Not only if you got it to Metropolis, would you get a procedurally generated Dungy 1G with exclusive loot tables and bosses and everything, right? But I think it'd be funny as shit. What up, Chili? To go get a raid together and just pump quests the entire election period. Just fucking like have multiple raids, getting quest kills ready for me. I bounce back and forth to complete the quests, and we have this network of questers. I think that would be fucking hilarious. So yeah, religious nodes seem cool. That's just my personal take on it. Like, different people will want different stuff, but stream 14 hours, sadly, the servers went down. Oh no. That's actually horrendous. The good news is, well, I didn't stream 14 hours. I streamed 10, and then today we got all the pieces over to Drewski to start putting together our little video at the Carfin event. So that's going to be up very soon for your viewing pleasure. Do you think, yeah, what up, Pugsy? Do you think there's a chance for guild versus guild or server versus server battles across continents in the future? Or would that be too complicated to pull off? Like guilds across continents kind of like competing for just like, you know, either intercontinental stuff like resources and shit. Yeah, so especially with sieging and stuff, you will legitimately be able to siege a node, pillage what's in banks, what's in storages, like player inventories, like not necessarily their gear, but like resources and shit like that. You will be able to pillage people's holdings. So I definitely think we'll see invasions. I think we'll see, in addition to that, like just the land guild versus guild stuff, the entire ocean is going to be a lawless zone. So when you're out on like the open seas, you're going to be in that force flag PvP state where you're in your boat. Say you're on a merchant boat, just basically a big ass caravan, just passively transporting goods. You see a smaller boat with a few people on it and you're like, oh, fuck, we're in Somalia. So then pirates hop on, they steal your shit. And if you don't have a SEAL Team 6 there, they're the captains now. And you're fucked. You lose your entire boat. So what I think we'll actually see is this type of emergent gameplay come out where the most prosperous harbor nodes actually organize navies. And we see like navy agreements where on the water itself, where's my map? Do I have my map pulled up? I don't have my map pulled up. Hold on. Let me pull up the map. Map should be somewhere. Map of Vera. There it is. All right. So anywhere like on these seas, keep in mind you can't sail off this way and pop out this way because Vera's fucking flat. We'll get on that later. But say you're trying to go just right across here over to, I don't know, Sand Squall. And you're trying to pop in over here, right? So over here, it may be worth for 8th to have an agreement. Actually, this wouldn't be 8th. 8th would be tucked into here, right? Either way, this would be like Jinnah. So say you're coming into Jinnah. Jinnah could have a navy agreement with whatever the fuck nodes over here. And they'd be like, hey, we will have 10 people out to meet you halfway. And then we will take the transport and we'll escort it from there into our node. Same way with like a caravan agreement. There's so much kind of like emergent gameplay that will happen. Would be awesome to have a mode where the top US guild could battle the top EU server guild in a dedicated battleground. Any chance something like that could happen down the road? I don't think they plan on anything cross server like that. As well as like instancing, they're planning to go very light in the form of instancing and like taking you off of your active server map, because like server map wise, a lot of the lore of the servers and a lot of the micro metas within the server come from that actual server progression itself. So between like the dynamic seasonal cycle, which is different on every server, opening up different POIs, cutting off access to POIs, potentially changing, you know, what is in different areas of the map as well, between gatherables, between potentially certain mob spawns or something like that, between story arcs, changing each server dynamically. You'll see a lot of situations where no two servers are really on the same state. And then in terms of kind of like an intercontinental like NA versus EU clash, while Ash's ping is very, very, very good for international players, across the board. I think that, especially coming from New World, we had a lot of international clashes in New World to be like which region was the best. So NA would send companies to EU, EU would send companies to NA, SA send companies to NA. And basically, no matter how good the wars were, no matter what happened, ping was always a problem. Anytime you're fighting and my army is on an average of 10 ping and your army's on an average of 45 ping, my army has an advantage. So that's always something that's really important to remember with like kind of like the esports style approach to things where it's, you know, the more regional competitive stuff like that. What I could eventually see someday. Honestly, I'm gonna keep it a buck. I don't really think there's a lot of esport validity in this game without adding a ton of instancing. And I think a ton of instancing would be very apart from what they're looking for. I don't really see this game going into like an esports viable state. I could see large guilds and stuff coming over and like playing it as, you know, a guild and from a competitive standpoint. But I don't necessarily see the esports standpoint of like, you know, here's our minor where no Diddy. We'll actually just say, here's our major tournament. Well, here's our major tournament. And at this major tournament, we're going to start up a server and then there'll be progression for, you know, 6 weeks, right? So that could be tough. There's been mentions of arenas being a thing. Arenas are always potentially differently structured though. And while arenas will be a thing, we've talked about those a lot and we don't really know specifics. But one thing for arenas that would line up extremely well with a lot of the tenets of Ashes, between committing to what you want to do, staying on the open world, community lore, server stories being established, right? And really fit into the core development principles of the game. What I think and what some people in the community think would be very cool is in each kind of biome, you have a Coliseum in one of the nodes, legitimately just like a gladiator arena. And in those different biomes, you'll naturally have different pockets of communities. You'll have more competitive biomes, which say, you know, all of your big sweaty guilds are over in the Riverlands, or this continent is known for the sweaty guilds, and this continent's known for like the RP guilds, or even down on the island, you could have a less populated, you know, Coliseum or a less populated arena. Over here, these could be less populated. So what we've kind of talked about a little bit here is with these different like gladiator arenas, essentially, you could either have them be different sizes or the same sizes all throughout in terms of like, you know, team size. You could do 2v2s, 3v3s, 5v5s. You keep it all 3v3. You could basically do different time openings throughout different times of the day. So like different time slots that the arenas are open for dueling or something like that. But time gating gets really weird in that realm. But in my opinion, what would be very cool with this is a standalone, non-instanced arena. So with this, you'd go in and this arena would just kind of be there. There's seating around the outsides. Literally think of a big ass Coliseum. But within that, instead of going in and around the outsides, you go down into the inner ring where there's viewing of the pit, but then you go into the queue area. You and your group will then enter the queue and you will wait for that arena match to conclude to a point where you can get in and fight. Winner stays until they die. Losing team, you're out, you're into the back of the queue. So you have that level of server lore. You have that level of, we have to commit, we have to run over to this arena. Our team goes into the queue. We see that somebody's fighting that we have never beat before in 6 weeks. And we're like, fuck. Well, we got to go to a different arena now. You see somebody fighting that you constantly shit on. You're like, all right, bet. Let's hop in. This is free. We get our arena. I think that would be a very cool system. You have spectators. You would have emergent gameplay where people legitimately bet on these fights. It's insane. I think something where it is an interactive open world arena would be great. Then throughout that, you would also have, again, more populated arenas. You'd have your big like show arenas. And then you would have your arenas around the edge of the map. It's like, hey, you want to go watch the big arena fights in the Riverlands? A bunch of the best players on the server are going over there at 8 p.m. tonight. They're all going to hop in queue and they're going to run it up. Cool. We go over to Riverlands. We bring some money with us and we're betting on those fights. So we could also say, hey, you guys want to get some scrims in? You want to fight against each other a little bit? Let's go to Pelagora. Let's go off to the arena, off to the edge of the map, and hope that nobody else is there so we can just run and we can just fight each other. Fuck around in the arena, hang out. Pretty excited. Now, we have no idea how arenas are actually going to work.
Together.
Pugsy, thank you for the T1 go. I appreciate that. We have no idea how the arenas are actually going to work across the board. I think that they could go a lot of different routes with it, but one of my fears with Ashes long term is just like compromising that open world level of inconvenience and everything there, right? So pretty excited about that. Okay, let me catch up real quick. I really like the concept of arenas. I'm a big numbers match fan in terms of PvP. I like Zerg is cool, but dedicated like X versus X game modes are always so fun in my mind. So with that being said, let me catch up. Don't you think PvPers are going to attempt to conquest across the continents? Think Alexander the Great. So cross continent kind of like alliances, bases, think like a military base type shit as well. That is all possible. So with scientific nodes, when they're fully upgraded, will have the only form of fast travel in the game. So if there are multiple scientific nodes on the server that are tier 6 metropolis, those nodes will have airships that run between them for transport. If you have a standalone scientific metropolis, you will have fast travel to your vassaled nodes. Vassaled nodes will be the one that support your node as well. So smaller nodes that kind of like work for you. You'll be able to fast travel to those vassal nodes. The wiki says that this will be intercontinental. So say we post up in the Dunes and Kill Mountains and we have like a military base in the Frostgrave Fells, literally just a smaller vassaled node that farms up Frostgrave mats, Frostgrave everything, right? We could pop over there, grab stuff, run it back. So that's going to be the big advantage with scientific nodes. Economic nodes will have a linked player market. So I don't know if they'll just be able to like universally pull or what the details of that player market are. I know the least about that. Actually, I know the least about military. I don't even know what the fuck military nodes give, but religious nodes give a procedurally generated dungeon underneath them, which will be very, very nice. Total control will be hard as fuck, doesn't say impossible, it would take a long time. Oh, yeah, 100%. And you have to also remember that like node death is a thing and node sieges. So think kind of like, Ignite, think over the 15-day streak. Think with almost like a Risk, right? The board game. If I have 100 troops in the Riverlands, but I go to expand into the mountains and I have 70 troops in the Riverlands and 30 troops in the mountains, they can't simultaneously defend both of those areas. So with a finite amount of, player force, the larger you spread your base, the fewer areas you can have all of your citizens focused. So say we're going like to build our Dustropolis, right? And we're starting the Way of the Snorse, the Cult of the Snorse, and we're pushing our religious node. And then I get greedy and I'm like, well, I want more power. And so I'm like, Cats 2, you guys break off across the ocean and go to Frostgrave. And you start developing somewhere in Frostgrave. Server gets wind of that. And they're like, Dusty's fully upgraded religious node, complete with orgy room, is half defended. So we're going to mass declare his node with a node siege. We're going to pillage that shit, have an orgy in the orgy room, invite him, because if you don't, you're rude. And then we're going to de-level his node. His fully upgraded religious node, mine, is now fucked in and fucked on. And it's downgraded because I got greedy and I split my forces. So that's where vassaling comes in. That's where alliances come in. If you have a massive node that's a hub, you've got to have security to protect that accordingly. You're going to have server alliances that want to de-level that. You're going to have server alliances that want to pillage your node and steal player banks during the siege. You bank your shit, your node gets pillaged, your bank might be gone. You might lose a lot. You may lose a ton with these sieges. So I'm fucking pumped. Personally. You got hoard out for trying to get too big. Exactly. You really have to focus. It's that risk reward, man. Everything in Ashes is built around risk reward to a certain extent. And every single system has that trade-off. And that's something that I really like. Builds will have risk reward. Like builds will have trade-offs in the dice game of, build versus build matchups. But there's also potential to outplay. So it's kind of crazy. Well-executed Vision of Ashes will be the most revolutionary game in the history of gaming. I mean, I personally think Ashes is something that really takes a lot of systems that were present in a lot of different games. And this is how advancement happens. Different things walk, so different things can take those, implement them better, and run, right? And it takes inspiration from a lot of different systems that have been present, iterates them in a more modern and well thought out way, while implementing original systems of their own and dynamic systems of their own and back end of their own to make it stand apart. And it really does that extremely well. I think that's something that New World tried to do. And with kind of taking systems from other games and trying to iterate them while combining them with systems that were at the time kind of more unique to New World, they kind of mashed it all together in the worst possible way. So, do you play vanilla WoW? Yeah, I started playing WoW on launch day. So first game I ever played was Diablo 2 starting when I was 8 years old. And then I played WoW on launch through Kata. And then I quit WoW and started playing Dota 2. And then I played Fortnite. And then I played New World. And I went back for Classic WoW as well. But yeah, I played vanilla through Kata as a child. I was main tanking and raid leading before I was 11. I was 10ish when I started doing that. I'm a 30-year-old across the world. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I was raid leading grown ass men, and I've told chat this before, and they were like, "Oh, so you were a squeaker raid leading," and I was like, "No, you don't understand. I was not even squeaking at that point. My voice was just high." One day when I was playing WoW, my house phone rang. I picked it up, and I was like, "Hello," and somebody goes, "Hey," my mom's name. "How are you today?" Thinking that I was my mom because my voice was so high. And I was like, all right, man. Well, fuck me. So I was really excited when puberty hit. I got taller. 20 years later, I can grow a beard, kind of. So this is cool. It's nothing too lumberjacky, but it's up there a bit. So we're up tremendous. But yeah, man, people always talk about how I yap so much while I game. And it's because I'm used to just fucking yapping all the time while I game anyways. I'm used to raid leading. I'm used to tanking. I'm used to telling people where the fuck to go in gaming. And I'm used to playing with a lot of idiots as well. So I think this game is particularly special for our generation in history of MMOs. I think the next MMO that has a large chance of having staying power will be the MMO that actually breaks into the next generation instead of recapturing the older generation. The older generation will only sustain a genre of games for so long. And I feel like there are many things that weigh into this. People grow up, they get jobs, they get families, they literally fucking die. And some of those things kind of prevent people from playing games long term, right? So for any game to have staying power, you need to have that appeal to the next generation. And with MMOs, you're essentially trying to take the youngest generation that you currently appeal to and go slightly younger than that. No Drake, no Diddy, no Dr. Disrespect, allegedly. But you're trying to break into that new generation of people who you can bring into your title, your genre. And when that starts to hit, you have staying power. When you're able to combine those things with very diverse systems, you have staying power. When you have the old heads playing with the WL generation, and everybody's having fun, and everybody has their own gameplay loop that contributes to the entirety of the game, you have staying power. And I think that Ashes really has a large combination of the Poggies generation and the WL generation. And I really think the systems, the combat, and what's offered can be a good combination of that for people. New World had a good start to it. It really did. But I think New World lost a lot of its steam pretty quickly. Did I log into the right? Oh, I logged into fucking Lotharia. Alpha 2 Vira. Make sure when you guys are launching, you log into the right server. The realms are still down, but are you interested in the Riot MMO? I think the Riot MMO is basically like as existent as Jesus Christ showing up on Easter and hiding the eggs himself when he reincarnates, supposedly, allegedly. I don't necessarily think that shit's ever gonna happen. I think the odds of Bigfoot fucking aliens in a Bugatti spaceship that Barack Obama built are about as high as us seeing the Riot MMO in our life. They announced that they went dark for several years regarding development while they completely reimagined the entire game, and then most of the important members of their team left. That, I don't even know what that development team has, but it's a small portion of what it had. So. Good morning, Kanko. How are you, my friend? New World was fun until I hit max and got bored. Well, yeah, because that's New World. So, with games, you kind of have this, like, progression of your player base. So, let's see. You go from, we'll go this so you guys can actually read it. You go from casual player. Actually, we'll say first time. You go first time player. Servers are up. Are they? It says realms are down still. I got the update, but so you go first time player. Then you become a casual player. After you become a casual player, you hope to become, at least from a retention standpoint, an everyday player. From there, and we're going to keep this going this way a little bit because I didn't know that I was getting this close to my camera. Oh, we're good. We got clearance. So, some of your everyday players turn in to your core community. Your core community, I don't know why that moved down. Your core community are essentially your like people who are completing your content at a reasonable pace after it comes out. From your core community, you then go in to your comp community. And essentially, you have this bell curve of like small percentage, less small percentage, largest percentage, slightly smaller percentage, tiny, tiny, tiny percentage of your player base, right? But if a game provides a smooth progression and opportunity for players to go to each of these stages if they want to, while also staying in these 3 stages if they'd like to, then you have a very healthy bell curve, giving players the opportunity to advance through the game and feel as though they are progressing and growing as a player is imperative. And where New World tended to have a massive wall was right here. So essentially, first time player experience. New World hits the ground running. Very pretty game. Very fun combat system. Very new player friendly because the game's easy to level through. Casual standpoint, you start to unlock some abilities. It's a 3-button MMO. You get 3 abilities for your weapon and you're absolutely vibing. Okay? Casual is very fun. You become an everyday player. And as an everyday player, you try to gather a little bit. You maybe play a couple hours a day. And this isn't like the 10-hour every day. This is like the hour or 2. You maybe run a dungeon. You maybe do a little gathering. You maybe do an outpost rush, which is 20 versus 20 PvP and get shit on, but you're like, that's fine. I don't mind. And then you try to become a core player. That core community, that 10 hours a day, this is when you're trying to, if you're PvE based, get into raids and stuff like that. Granted, New World raids are kind of shit. If you're PvP, you're trying to get into wars. And wars are extremely gatekept. Roughly 2% of players had ever participated in a war. I have achievements on my Steam account that are so rare just from winning wars that they are 0.0% achievements in a 1 million concurrent peak game that sold 8 million plus copies on launch. Just from winning wars. So you have this massive wall where you want to go from outpost rush and dungeons and being max level to playing the true endgame modes. So when people hit this wall, they just leave because they hit a point where they're like, okay, I can see the gameplay loop from the outside looking in, but I can't actually get into that core gameplay loop with retention. And as a result, I'm gonna go do something else where I see that next step of progression, or I comfortably sit in my area. The problem with New World is that in any of these first three, which is where most people will sit, their leveling process is like 15 hours now. 1-5. It's fucking awful. It is so fast to max level, and it is a completely linear main story quest progression that you don't even have to do a side quest for. You just 1 to 65 the main story quest. There's no retention. There's no like incentivization for what's next. And there's nothing to look forward to after the first 15 hours. And people realize that. If you go on the New World subreddit, no matter what no matter what time of day it is or anything like that, you will see posts that are like, new player checking out New World. And then 2 weeks later, you'll see the same person post, and they'll be like, hey, I hit max level. What the fuck do I do now? And people are just like, now you quit and go play something else. And that's New World's problem. New World 101 in a fucking nutshell. But yeah, I really think Ash just has so many gameplay loops. So many gameplay loops. That it'll really present a lot of things to a lot of different players. Boys, we're in. Did they? Oh, my hip just popped. Oh, fuck, I'm so old. Ow. Oh. Oh, my God. Oh, holy shit. I feel like I just got my hips adjusted. Oh, do you guys hear that? That shit was... Oh, fuck. I think I'm dead. Oh, I'm scared. That was so loud. There were gunshots outside of my window one day, and it was quieter than my left hip just was. Jesus fucking Christ. Whoo! That was scary. I'm gonna go to stand up and my leg's gonna fall off like a fucking skeleton. Lordy, lordy, lordy. Okay. Let us see. Realms are online again. This extended testing period is scheduled to go through Tuesday, March 11th, 1 a.m. During this test, Realms may come down for fixes, bloody, bloody, bloody. Let's see. Alpha 2 notes. Why are launcher Alpha 2 dropdowns different? While this update doesn't have a lot of changes in the update notes, we've deployed some new backend changes to Vyra. As a tester, the only difference is how you log in. In the launcher, in environment, there will be a dropdown for Lilith and Lotharia, and a separate one for Vyra. This isn't a wipe or a rollback, and your character will be on your realm like normal. I heard they're wiping and rolling back Vyra. Testers will need to select the dropdown for their realm when choosing environment in the launcher. Cool, I did that. We're correct. Alpha 2 update notes for today. Commodities will now sell for their intended value when sold at nodes they were not purchased from. After paying citizenship dues, the message will now correctly display as paid instead of due soon. Guards will now properly attack combatants. Ember Spring respawn shrines now have Phoenix Sentinel NPCs that will attack combatant and corrupted players. Oh, really? Wait. So where are these? Ember Springs, like, way out here, right? There will eventually be a player that hits GM on every profession, a dedicated gameplay in my future. Wouldn't you need multiple subs for that? The more camping the Ember Springs? I mean, weren't Ember Springs already introduced to like, whatchamacallit? Like a respawn protection timer? Like 100k HP or something. Town guards have like half a milli. Oh, I have to go check. I shall pop out. They're locked to 2 GM. Exclamation crafting. I have a graphic. Not mine. I stole a graphic. 15-second timer on Ember Spring spawns. Yeah. I noticed that relatively recently. It was the last time I did a node war. I was like, oh, this is pleasant. I'm just like spawning beside everyone, and we're all just chilling. Because eventually you'll only be able to do 2 GM crafts per account and not per character. Oh, really? So a lot of it's going to be account bound. Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's nice. I'm not seeing these guards. This seems like it's a little low in the ground, though. I won't lie. That seems like it should be higher up. Invisible guards? Rogues! Rogue guards. It said they would attack combatants. Alt F. I'm gonna kick the shit out of this. Yeah, fuck your Ember Spring. Hawk Tua. Man, I'm really disrespecting this Ember Spring. It'd be a shame if guard showed up and kicked my ass. Hawk Tua. Maybe I'd teabag it. I don't think the guards are here. I need to run away or they're gonna take servers down again. It said combatant or corrupted. So an Alt Teferuni should do it for me. Maybe they forgot to send the entire update. Well, don't fucking tell them that or they're gonna pull servers down again. Everybody just shut up and stay calm. We all just shut the fuck up. I'm gonna run over here. I'm gonna go over to Highwayman Hills. We're gonna see what's going on there. Now, what's interesting is if they did add the guards, there would not only be a guard spawn on Carf and Ember Spring, but there would also be mob spawns on Carf and Ember Spring. Yo, drive safe, B. Someone get out there and let Dusty go corrupted for science. Man, what the fuck? Why do I have to go corrupted? Why does it gotta be me? Why don't you go corrupted? Nice. This isn't a bug, by the way. This is just what happens when you're an expert rider. Some say the dwarves invented Snorse riding. Some say the culture vultures stole our mounts, stole our swag, our drip, and our riding techniques. Some of you may say, this shit's bugged. Nah. I'm just fucking goated. I'm just built different. You, however, simple non-floating peasant on your stupid basic mount. Normies. The power of the Snorse is incomprehensible. And today you'll comprehend it. Leave me the fuck alone, I'm role-playing. Looking for server. Did you log into the wrong one? You'll have to select Vyra on the drop-down. There's one for Lotharia and Lyneth. Guards! Security! Securita! There are indeed no Phoenix guards at the Ember Springs. Maybe it was like a situational where it's like during wars or something. I don't know. I left it on Lyneth, so we're just leveling some alts. Too lazy to reset the launcher. You're fucking ridiculous. Absolutely absurd. Well, So it appears that I cannot grab those. Those look cool though. It appears that the Ember Springs are not safe, which is fine. I'm not too worried about it. Me personally, I'm gonna go grab my refining haul, and then I should probably do my gathering for the day before people get on. Report it? Well, I already ran away from the Ember Spring. Everyone will report it. Hold on. I'll send a long distance one. I feel like some things are like a report, like, hey, I found this. And then some things are almost so obvious that they like don't need a report. I know that might sound weird, but like this is probably something that they'll get like 500 reports on, and then in an hour they'll be like, hey, we're aware of this, please stop fucking reporting it. Wait, there's already another ping. Oh, never mind, it's the same ping. It did say this patch, right? Ember Spring respawn shrines now have Phoenix Sentinel NPCs. No Phoenix Sentinel NPC population. Patch said guard at Ember Spring, but no guard at Ember Spring. Please Tuesday plus Wednesday uptime next week and give Maelstrom's crown. Thank you. Twitch Prime. Twitch Prime. Just something for you all to keep in mind. Never forget, chat. Never forget that if your Amazon account is linked up to your Twitch account, you get a free sub once a month to your favorite content creator or myself. It's very exciting. Very PogChamp. Very Sugoi. Don't let the opportunity slip through your fingers. Mass report it? Man. Yeah, tell everyone to Twitch Prime to me, like all the devs. I think that'd be reasonable. Mass report that the devs are not using their Twitch Primes. I think that's fair. I think that's actually really solid across the board. Master Chief, you're onto something. The fuck? This kind of feels weird. Wait, what feels weird? Dusty, how would one find out if they have their Twitch Prime? They can click on the purple sub button, and if the use Prime sub box is checkable, then that means you save $6. Hold all hairs, chat. Do you know what you could do with the $6 that you saved by using your Prime? Well, you could gift another sub, because you don't have to sub. And then bam, $6 well spent. Shit, while you're at it, give 2 subs. So it's like a buy 2 get 1 free. It's a very good sale. I think that's really solid. Do you receive the same amount from a tier 1 sub as a Prime sub? Yes, the only difference between Prime and paid subs are that underneath the player near like the bit skull, if you're on PC, you'll be able to see that there is like the bit skull and then there is a partner plus goal. So with Prime subs or gifted subs, the compensation is still the same, right? But they don't count towards Partner Plus. Partner Plus only counts tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 paid recurring subs from the people themselves, right? So if you Prime, 0 points. If you T1 sub, 1 point. If you T2 sub, it's like 2 points, and a T3 sub's 5 points or something like that. So basically, if you get 100 of those points for 3 or more months consecutively, 3 or more months, then you get a 60-40 split. I've already got that. If you get 300 or more of those, so like a lot of tier 3 subs, tier 2 subs, tier 1 subs, for 3 or more months, then you get a 70-30 sub split. So that's how they're giving like accessibility to increase sub splits for streamers now. So as you grow, as you get a more consistent like community and you get more and more of those like, you know, oh, I want to support Dusty long term, tier 1 sub, tier 2 tier 2 sub, tier 3 sub. Like those are the ones that like continue to add up for that partner plus. But gifts and primes still pay the same as those T1s, T2, T3s would. They just don't count towards that partner plus. So like gifts and primes and stuff are still absolutely massive for every channel. It's just that like they incentivize those recurring subs, that extra level for growing streamers with that partner plus. So, or give us your PayPal and we donate $200. You realize I have an exclamation donate button, right? Tier 2 tub is wild. Wait till you figure out the benefits of the tier T tub. I'm fucking breaking down. I'm losing my marbles, chat. It's all over for me. We're fucking done. We're cooked. I'm gonna start stroking out before I can get my fucking refining done. Words are hard. Yeah, no, I can't even talk. I'm a yapper, not a worder. It's because I've been cutting back on the ganja. I actually reported the bug and suggested the devs use their subs on you. Huge. I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Master Chief. Yeah, Twitch priming to DustyWhy is honestly one of the best things you could probably do with your Twitch Prime. And remortgaging your house, refinancing, just to give subs. It's reasonable. Reasonable as fuck. Yeah, what up, Wobbington? Tree Slayer Y. I'm about to get rich, brother. I'm about to get rich. We're up tremendous. A few gold at a time, but we are working our way on up. Right now, I'm at 19 and almost a half on my lumberjacking. I'm so close to journeyman. And then I can start harvesting the expensive trees. And we're up. You're doing great, Wob. I believe in you, man. I hope you also let them know that he only reported it because I told him to. Well, see, it's like the first person to yell fire isn't the firefighter. The person that shows up with the hose and puts out the fire is the firefighter that saved the day, Nelly. So, I mean, maybe next time, just gatekeep a little bit more, man. Maybe put the fire out yourself and you'll get cool mounts. Me, I'm going to be riding around on my Maelstrom's crown in a minute. Listen, you ran you ran. You said fire and ran away with your hands in the air. I kicked the door down with my bushel of chest hair out, my massive David Hasselhoff-like pecs. And I put that shit out with a fire blanket like a man. I didn't even need a fire extinguisher. I just cuddled it to death. No one cares about the 911 operator. They care about the firefighter. I had a really chill 911 operator the last time I had a seizure. I kind of like was in the stream room and I went to like stand up and walk it out, which was always a bad idea when you were about to pass out. But I was feeling woozy. And so I go to like sit back down and I was like, I'm about to fucking drop. So I called 911 and I was like talking to I wasn't talking to the operator, but I called them. And then when I passed out, I like fell on the floor, like actually right here. I was like vertical here. And I was just chilling, hitting the Harlem Shake and shit. And when I came to, I had somehow like called 911 and put the phone on speaker. And the operator was actually like chill as fuck. He was like, you know, doing his thing. He was like, hey, are you good? And I was like, hey, I think I'm good now. Cause usually when I like come out of them, I'm relatively chill. Like it just lasts a few seconds and I'm like, all right, we're balling. So I came out of it. And I was like, hey, my bad. I mean to like cause any concern. I think I just had a little seizure, but we're good now. We're good now. And he went through the whole like, oh, do you know what day it is? Blah, 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 what your name is, shit like that, right? And at a certain point, I was like just coming out of it. And I went through all that. And he goes, it seems like you're doing okay now. And he's like, do you want me to send an ambulance so somebody will look at you? And I go, fuck no, that shit's expensive. And he laughs and he goes, yeah, I get that. I get that. And I was like, all right, we're up tremendous. This guy's chill. So I did not have an ambulance dispatched to me, but we're fine. Usually this happens often. It's happened more than once, less than 100 times. More than once, less than 1,000, but we ball. Not enough to be a major concern. They charge you for the ambulance too? Oh, dude. When I broke both my wrists my senior year of high school in that basketball game, they had to bring an ambulance over like to the gym, right? I got charged for that. Yeah, like that shit costs money. Yeah, an ambulance ride is like thousands of dollars. Yeah. Yeah, that shit's expensive as fuck. Like, my Honda Civic costs less than my wrists, and I don't wear a watch. I'm not like flexing a fucking AP or anything like that on my wrist. I quite literally have a bunch of titanium screws in my wrists, and that shit was like 30 G's worth of titanium apparently. I need my farmers. Let's get Ralos if Yappy Yap Dusty doesn't want to go. Yo, if Ralos wants to tank Steel Bloom, I never want to step into Steel Bloom in my fucking life. Steel Bloom is an awful fuckfest of a place. Fuck Steel Bloom. Yeah, fuck Steel Bloom. I took the ambo when I got stabbed to make my buddy feel bad. I had them hit the sirens, then take them off 2 seconds later. Are you in the UK? Why are you talking about getting stabbed like it's a common thing? Why do you hate it? The mob set in Steel Bloom is the equivalent of just like a torture chamber. It's fucked. If they slapped just like 2 or 3 oculars at random choke points throughout the map, I would never go there. Granted, I don't want to go there anyways. That shit fucking sucks. And every caster's like, well, I need my Steel Bloom gear. Fuck you. Go get other gear. That's what I have to say about it. Same here, Kenko. I'm in New York and we have volunteers who run the fire department. Imagine dying and getting ripped off at the same time. Well, your debt dies with you. So yeah, if you die, it's like the Intrepid 90-day, no hours limit, money back guarantee. Yeah, you're fine. At least if you die, you don't get charged. There is that level of insurance. I was in Wisconsin and he's an idiot that stabbed me trying to do knife tricks. Bruh. I've drank with a lot of my friends and none of them have ever tried to do knife tricks and stabbed me. I would get a new friend. I'm gonna keep it a buck. Your debt does not go away with your death. Your family could very well be liable for it. You're not liable for any debt. Just delete your credit card app and then go to a new bank and then you're fine. Yeah, you literally never have to pay anything back. And then you die and then you RNG respawn and you do it again. That's a myth. Sometimes when I'm really close to my $150,000 credit limit, I like to see if I can overmax it just for fun. Kidding, by the way. No one would ever give me that much of a credit limit. Are you gonna rip your credit card up if you're dead? I have mods for that. Yeah, I got people. I got goons. And you don't rip the credit card up, you just delete the app. Yeah, you can still have the credit card. As long as you don't check the app, then, like, they can't charge you. Yeah, you just don't check the app and then you don't open your mail, and then they can't charge you because you just say you never saw the charges and you didn't know you had to pay it back. This Raven is gang stalking me. And, like, I really want to just let nature be nature. See if that Raven fucks with me again. Bitch ass motherfucker. Just hit level 60 on lumberjacking. What are you doing at this point? Just making money? Yo, what up, Claire? I appreciate you. I hope you're having a good day. Oh my god, loophole? Yeah. The next game from It Takes Two creators is out. I saw that. I actually saw that last night, weirdly enough. Bird had it coming. Yeah, that bird was a fucking asshole. There's a scary at low level and like 3 of them on your ass. Gonna play it? I'll probably check it out at some point, but it's 60 bucks, isn't it? Games that are $60 scare me. Especially if it's like a linear game. Like 60 hours for... Or sorry, $60 for 10 hours of content? That's more than I make hourly on stream. Like, we're down horrendous, boys. Is it actually, like, very good? I mean, I have no doubt that it's very good. What's the playtime? Same one for 2 that It Takes Two S? Yeah, with, like, the friend pass and everything. It's $30 per person. Or $6 per person if 10 people in chat will give $6. Seeing another COD scares me, knowing I'll buy it. I would personally rather give $60 to some random person to twist my nipples and slap me across the face in the street than give it to Call of Duty. I think that would be money better spent. I'll do it. You'd do it for free. You'd probably pay me 60 for that. Tier 4 sub coming soon. TwitchCon meetup. Dan Clancy's confused as fuck. Everybody in the community just out here twisting nips and slapping faces. How much wood do I have at this point? Oh, I almost have enough to start a 250 chat. We're up tremendous. I just want to like stay plugging away at this throughout the day a little bit. Like a little bit of chop chop here, a little bit of chop chop there. I don't really need to do like anything crazy, but it's just so good visually, and it's like 2 times the mechanics It Takes Two had. Probably a really good downtime day game for Carla and I then. Maybe like Tuesday, Wednesday. What's the estimated playtime on it? It Takes Two was so fun. 10 to 12? That's not bad. We could 1 stream it, or we could probably 2-day that pretty easy. Not as weird as talking to an Ashley as a creation player. Talk about Blizzard like they owned it. Games. Wait, what? What are you on about? What are you talking about? Octopus, hentai, OPR, whatever you called it yesterday. Are you talking about Hentai Tentacle Fuckfest 2 and 3? The trilogy? Was a weird convoy I had and stuff. Well, I don't even know what you're saying. That's why I said what. The game idea is really cool since you're back and forth from fantasy to science fiction. Yeah, I mean, It Takes Two was just like really fun in general. Like a lot of their mini games, a lot of the small things that they had throughout the map for you to do were really solid. I enjoyed it a lot. How close are we? 63% laddies. And once this is at Journeyman, I never have to do it again. But I still probably will because the money's just too fucking good from this. It's legitimately just too good. Takes Two is peak, and this one's gonna get Game of the Year 2 if not close. I mean, if people already played through it, didn't it like just launch today? Yeah, I mean, still probably a bit early to say that, but I feel bad cutting down these trees with the fucking birds chirping in the trees. Like, I'm actually just deforesting this shit. And like, I know that's literally what IRL cutting down trees is. But I'm not a lumberjack IRL. Personally, I don't know. This is sad. Although, I'm making money. So I guess something has to die so I can have slightly more jingle in my pocket when I step. So I think after this is done... Wait, what's happening? Wait. Journeyman armor smithing back up in Jova. Did Intrepid roll back them taking down the armor smithing? What happened? Wait, that's actually kind of funny. So, how do we tell, like, where was it? Jova? So, like, how do we tell what the tier of something is? Is it, like, the colored in state of it that shows, like, what tier it is on the map? It's back. And was there an upgrade to it? Or did it just pop back up after the downtime? Did they add more map? What available? They did. The peninsula's in. So we're up tremendous. I mean, obviously, the peninsula, there are no nodes out there yet, but there is a start of one over here.
Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao, ni hao.
What up, Lothar? Ni hao, brother. So there's a starter one out there. Both of these will be nodes, like with towns in them. Then at the end of March, this month, we're going to be getting the Tropics and the Turquoise Sea. So we'll be absolutely vibing. Damn, Timalope coming in with the hate speech. Good God. Holy shit. Man, coming in odd early, huh? But yeah, so the map is going to start to expand very, very, very rapidly, which I'm super excited for. I'm actually like quite pumped for more things to be going on around the map. And everything game-wise, I think just continues to improve as space is added. I think space allows people to play the game how they want with less interference from like outside forces. I think it allows people to kind of like settle into their own areas, really where they want to group up and settle down. And I think more space is just great for Ashes. When you put a lot of people in a room together that don't like each other, then that room's gonna have some tension. But, yo, Mace Man, thank you for the follow. A lot of people can be in the same building that don't like each other, as long as they have their own place to go. And that building can still be good. So, I'm just putting that out there. I feel like once there are different biomes, once there is like this level of separation, everyone kind of just settles in. Everyone just kind of chills. And all of this sorts itself out in a sense. Pretty excited. He's got big feelings. Yeah. Fences make for good neighbors. Yeah. And it'll be nice to see like different, not like, I don't know, just different regions unofficially shape up. And I was talking about this earlier, right? But you'll have more competitive regions of the map. You'll have more casual players of the map and everything like that. When do you think the next wipe will be? In terms of like a full character wipe, there aren't slated to be character wipes. So their goal is to not erase character data throughout. Alpha 2 Phase 2 is going to remain like a concurrent server. Phase 3 is going to include fresh start servers. Maybe going into beta, but the last we heard from Steven and the team was that they don't want to wipe unless something absolutely like facilitates it. And so across the board, it's just, you know, it's one of those things where we may see wipes to the characters as a whole. I think we're more likely to see wipes to certain systems. Steven has said enchanting will probably be wiped at some point when they do like the enchanting squish, the enchanting rescale. That's acceptable being wiped. Freeholds will certainly be wiped with with the estate system coming in. The estate system allows you to place your freehold freely throughout the map. So that's going to be like a wipe that comes in. But overall, I think we're more likely to see like fresh servers and adjacent kind of like timelines shoot off than we are to see a full wipe come about. But again, that is always subject to change. Something could happen where they're just like, ah, fuck. But now that they even have like the preventative aspect of having like their rollbacks hopefully in a good spot, then we'll be up tremendous. I don't mind if there's a wipe. With that being said, like I'm already planning on going and playing Phase 3 fresh start servers when those launch with the community, because like I enjoy the leveling and stuff. Gives me more motivation. I was feeling a bit late to the party. Yeah, so with like Phase 2 servers, those will still continue, but on Phase 3 launch, you have to remember a lot of people are going to be going to those fresh servers across the board just because that's going to be another level of like, you know, the leveling process will have optimized and changed a lot. And I say optimized in different like, you know, different ways, not necessarily in terms of like fast optimizing, but like the leveling process will have changed, become more fluid. You'll have more areas to level, more map to explore, maybe different starting areas at that point. You'll have just a ton of different routes of progression. People will have a lot more knowledge leveling through the second time. So I think fresh start servers will definitely be the way to go if you want like a populated place to be. And in the meantime, for people that are like coming in, you know, now, I always recommend just kind of like chilling out, getting a feel for everything. And if you do want to go fresh start, like use this as the kind of like the information gathering stage and then go from there for fresh. Does Phase 3 have a date? May 1st. Knowing what we know gives us a huge advantage over new players too. Oh yeah. But at the same time, any new players that are coming in speculatively could come into a chat and they could ask any questions that any of us, you know the answer to, and they could instantly gain that knowledge. Now, with that being said, they'll have less hands-on familiarity, but I really do think it's cool how open this entire like testing process has been. What up, Zine? How you doing today? I love they just fixed static nodes, limited enchanting by item level, and then to wipe when Rogue was released. It'd be my ideal choice. Why a wipe when Rogue's released? I think wiping on Rogue release would be eh. And like forcing people to re-level would be meh. I don't think like forced wipes are a good thing. I think fresh starts are good for like organic input, but Blaric at level 4. I love that. I love that. Absolutely pumping. How's it going? It's going really well, man. I have some refining up that I've got to get grabbed out of Winstead. I'm doing a little bit of gathering today to keep things facilitating across the board, which seems like I have enough now. Just trying to get all topped off at some point on the lumberjacking, so. Everyone will be re-rolling anyway, so a wipe would get all the non-rogues to re-roll and carry my rogue. Alright, alright. I see the motivation. I see the motivation. I fuck with it. At least we know it's coming from the right place. A selfish place. I like that. I was like on board and then I was like, what the fuck do you mean a wipe for rogues? It makes sense now. I see where you're going. I'll have you know, I'm playing a rogue too. I'm just putting that out there. You're fucked. I'm not gonna tank. You're completely cooked. Split Fiction is like It Takes Two on steroids. More varied, larger, and more spectacular. That sounds like my... Never mind. It doesn't reinvent the wheel, but it makes it more perfect. It's packed with memorable moments with a story that goes from less to more and touches on very real issues. I'll touch your very real issues. 2 rogues, 1 cleric? Well, why don't you just step it up and have 1 cleric heal 1,000 different rogues in 24 hours instead of record? What guild changed their name to Exploiter? Also suck my balls. Jesus Christ. Exploiter is envious. Nice. Are they calling themselves Exploiter or somebody else? Lumbermiller, Lumbermiller. Oh wait, fuck. Promote my lumber milling. I'm a master miller. Oakwood 250, add ash. Level 31. Ain't no death fishing derby, please. No, I like envious. I was just making yokes. I always say that, dude, I played with Envious. I know, like, Dot and DA and, like, the fucking Envious leaders. Like, I know all those guys. And they know how I am. Envious and I are chill. Actually, we're surprisingly chill with Barcode as well, since everything's gone down. Which is odd. Because I got into this yap thing with Strix one day, not knowing that Strix was like the GM of Barcode, so we were just kind of yapping back and forth in Carfin one day, and I feel like we became friends because of that in a sense. I don't really know, but I'll take it. Seems like everything's good over on this side of things. My money is up! I still have to go get my last, like, my last batch. Why do the NPCs not let you rank up your professions at the beginning? You have to fill out the, like, XP. So right now, I would have to get my lumberjacking, the other 21%, and then I would have to come over and rank up to journeyman. So you can't, like, pre-rank. It's gotta be that... Wait, what? Backpack full. No, it's not. Oh, that's because fucking timber. Oh, fuck me. I never blame all gold for one idiot, but that's one heck of an idiot. Silly goobers exist everywhere, in all fairness. There are always goofy goobers among us. I hate when the right click bugs. It makes me sad. Okay. Everything's fine here. What do I have here? Do I have enough for another 250? 60, 120. I have enough for another 100 at least. What? So you just have to go gather enough? Yeah. Yeah, it's just that experience-based progression. How powerful is having multiple mini-guilds under the same main one, trading among each other in the same node? I mean, there's going to be an entire vassalling system that's meant for alliances. So the thing with like mini guilds under the larger one is typically a lot less about like mini guilds in a main one. It's more so like your competitive players, your mains, and then kind of like your offshoots from there, right? So with that, like that's kind of like an intended gameplay system, right? So it's pretty strong. It's how you're supposed to, in my opinion, actually run your node, is having like multiple alliances, whether those are like in-house communities or anything like that. Oh no, you're good. I know what you're saying. But yeah, so like from my POV, I think that's something that's like heavily incentivized within the systems of the game and is almost like what the developers want to happen with that level of progression, with multiple communities coming together for that node, whether that's all communities from, one parent community, or whether that's like outstanding alliances that have been made and stuff like that. So are there any super fast leveling options, or is it pretty free roam? Not sure if it's a waste of time still to do professions. Nothing's a waste of time in Ashes, honestly. I think like the term waste of time in video games is always like a really weird term anyways, because we're just sitting here on our ass playing video games when we could be working more hours or going for a run or eating healthy or volunteering or doing anything. So like for me, waste of time is always very relative. And it's kind of like a fallacy within video games. You can't really waste time. For me, I think Ashes is extremely conducive to you playing like what you want to play, whether you want to run around, work on professions, whether you want to focus on certain leveling loops or anything like that. Just across the board, I think how you spend your time in Ashes is how you want to spend it. So you could go to more efficient leveling spots. You could go around and you could kind of like float and find where you actually want to level. And you don't really need to force anything, but there are like optimal spots that have higher possible XP per hour. But one thing that I talk about with this as well is it's like optimal is relative. So if I'm farming a spot that is regarded as like the peak XP per hour, and that is 100% potential output, right? That is the most output that you can get. So maximum output is 100%. That spot is 100%. You have a group and you're on the most efficient loop. You're at that 100%. Another group shows up, starts contesting your loop. You're immediately under 100% efficiency, and that area is no longer the most optimal. So you'd be better off at that point going to a 70% output and having that solo and uncontested than you would at that 100% output with contest. Same thing with gathering, same thing with everything. So there's a certain level of like, you can go to that super contested main spot, or you can go the route of like less contested areas. Carfin event's still fucked. We're still at Lion, but we're looking to explore as soon as it's viable. I think a lot of exploration will probably open up safely around like level 10-ish. You'll start to kind of like branch off into different areas and find more mobs to hit. One of the spots that I like to start out at is southwest of Lionhold, down in this area. So this is like Bridge, I call it, but you can go down here and there's a little camp of like humanoids that you can hit. These are typically, I think they're like level 4 to 5-ish. And then if you want a good duo spot after that, you can do this till like probably 7, 8. Yeah, the highwayman. And then from there at like 7, 8, you could come over here with a duo. And down here on this lake, you have a lot of froggers. And so you can kill them. So yeah, there are definitely some like good grinds that are out there. But again, if those are contested, I always have backups. So say Frogs is contested. I like coming all the way down here. I like Mirrorleth a bit for leveling because there's so much, right? So down here, outside of Baineswood, you go to this riverbank and there's a nice little pack of like 10 to 11s there. What do you mean contested? So another person being there. So like, say you go over and there are 2 other groups that are like competing for the same mobs, so you don't get all of the mob spawns. So then instead of having the potential of 100% XP, if half of your mobs are contested, then you get like, you get 50% XP because you get half the potential mobs. So little things like that can impact anything spawn-wise, which is why, like, as leveling guides come out, leveling guides can kind of fuck leveling progression. If I dropped a leveling guide and say, you know, the community watched it and everybody started leveling in those spots, those leveling spots then suck. Once it gets established, you go here, then you go church, then you go Ceph, then you go here, then you go here, then you go here. All of those spots begin to become overpopulated. Like to not do church, where's the second spot? You go Miraleth and basically Baineswood Cemetery down here, and then right on the riverbank, kind of like along this west side of the riverbank. What are those subnodes, like the blue ones? So you have like NPC areas, you have blues, which are POIs, and then you have these, which are elite areas, which have kind of like the extra layer to them. And then you have your dungeon build-outs, which are like Tower of Carfin, Befallen Forge, stuff like that. So I think these might technically be raids for the portal, but let's see. Okay, so technically it's a dungeon. So you have minor POIs, you have major POIs, and then you have dungeons. So I guess they don't consider Steel Bloom like a full dungeon build out, maybe like a pocket dungeon or just like a large POI. But yeah, so as of right now, you've got 2 dungeon indicators. Pop's quite low right now, so goblins, frogs, etc. may not be that contested. Oh, 100%, 100%. Yeah, you'd probably be likely to find things uncontested at this point, also because progression's a bell curve, right? You have people who are outliers both ahead and behind the curve, but for the most part, your bell curve is going to be probably like level 20 to 23-ish right now for most people. And then you have your kind of like your outliers power-wise that are in that 400 to 500 power range. And then you have your kind of like top 10%, which is level 25, and then like getting geared out. And then you probably have like, you go up into your bell curve, which is like the pre-25 push, that 20 to 23. And then from there, it kind of like goes to the less distribution. Pretty pointless to level up in one specific node for 2 sensor capture something. Yeah, you don't really have to like stick to any specific node right now. Node progression will be a lot more like on launch or early on. So even phase 3, we'll probably be trying to level up the nodes. And if we find an area that we want to help out, or, you know, a node that we want to focus on, then that'll be a lot more indicative of what we're doing then. But for right now, it's more just convenience. How can a citizen or non-citizen mess up a guild or a node town? What do you mean by that? Kind of like sabotaging it? Can you explain why enemies have different colored names? Relative progression. So basically, like, if an enemy is a dark blue name, it means they're going to be way outside of your level range. They'll be way lower. Light blue means they're pretty outside of your level range, and it'll be an easy fight. You'll get reduced rewards. And then as you get into, like, what is it, yellow for, like, appropriate names, and you get to that, like, more level appropriate area with the names, and then I think it's, like, red is above your level. So, yeah. Yeah. The scarier the name color is, basically, it's like a level scaling indicator and, like, a relative difficulty indicator based on your level. What are the most in-demand professions right now? Everything, in my opinion. I think across the board, everything kind of, like, feeds itself into each other. I would say like enchanting and alch and stuff like that are probably less in demand. Like weaponsmithing's been really popular, but like everything is needed across the board in my opinion, especially gathering wise. Level 10, what should my main focus be as a cleric on my day off? I mean, whatever you want it to be, honestly. If you want to work, if you want to work towards 25, then you can work towards 25. If you want to work on some professions on the way up, you can do that as well. I think there's just a ton to do. Someone asked how Desert Pocket Dungeons were last night, by the way. Desert Pocket Dungeons, as of last night, still had bugged loot tables. I kind of want to go down and check them out again today and see if we can, like, figure out what's going on with their loot tables. But as of yesterday, they still had bugged loot tables. Maybe we get on there and start with that. Could be fun. Desert biome doesn't really impact starter area locations, though, since there's no option to start in that biome currently. Yeah, hopefully with Phase 3, we get alternate starts. Do you get reduced XP for defeating higher level enemies? Yeah, there are thresholds for optimal XP and loot. +/-3 is going to be like the optimal. Then you have a +/-5 bracket by the seams of it. And then outside of that, like outside of 5, you get really reduced drops in XP. But it seems like +/-3 is the most optimal bracket. 4 to 5 is like a suboptimal bracket where you still get soft rewards. And then from there, like past ±5, you get really like less than optimal. Then in terms of the, like XP split in a group, if you have players in your group who are 6 levels apart, your XP is split by like reduced by like 10% for the split. And then if you have 7 or more levels, everybody's reduced by like 50%. So yeah, there are definitely like anti-level disparity mechanics worked into the game already. But with that being said, as the Mensa Scholar genius that I am, I've already developed power leveling workarounds for these things, including tanking outside of a group for 8 level appropriate people. So I, as a 25 tank, could go 1 to 25 and just follow a group of that level appropriate people, round up a bunch of mobs and hold aggro on them, but not do enough damage on them to get the kill credit. They do the damage on it to get the kill credit, and then they get the full XP split. So there are ways that you can power level. Those are always subject to being changed, but I think I've also presented a conundrum in terms of actually fixing that, because that's just based on how their mob tagging system works. To fix that, they would basically have to like completely reinvent their mob tagging system. So I don't think that'll get changed. Are we gonna have players ghost inside of other guilds to sabotage before and after node wars like Rust? I didn't really play Rust too much, but there will almost certainly be people who like spy on other guilds and shit like that to get internal workings. Yeah, 100%. How engaging is power leveling? Is it fun? I mean, power leveling's power leveling. Like, if you like going around and just shit stomping a lot of low level mobs, then you'll have fun with it. But like, power leveling's not necessarily meant to be fun. It's meant to be efficient. So I think with a lot of things in games, you tend to trade just like raw fun for raw efficiency in certain instances. Like leveling normally for me in the most efficient areas was very fun because the mobs were appropriate level. Power leveling for me isn't fun in the sense of like, oh, look at me grab 20 mobs and tank them. It's fun for me in the sense of I'm helping people level that are in my community. So like power leveling is more of like a long-term thing, in my opinion, that kind of has that fun. So for me, I went back and spent a lot of time actually power leveling people and kind of like helping people within the community and within the guild get all set up. And so while that wasn't something that was directly benefiting my progression, that was something that now has stimulated the community a lot. And game development is referred to as optimizing the fun out of the game player psychology. Yeah. I mean, like, power leveling is one of those instances where it's definitely trading the fun of the game for the optimization of the game. I 100% agree. And I think definitely very self-aware of that. But, in a world where it's like, hey, we're coming over, we have experience with the game, we want to level in the most optimal way because our goal is to, get that end game power curve going and be ahead of the curve. And then from there, we start to do more of the sandboxy fun modes. Like, everyone will have their own kind of like means of fun. So for me on launch, I'm going to be pumping physically as fast as I can to max level, so that way we can not only get into the endgame loop, but we'll also be trying to like help others play their gameplay loop the way that they want to and facilitating that through gathering, crafting, like whatever it is, right? So I think like Ash is really well set up for that. And it's also a situation with Ashes where if you play the game the most and you input like the most effort and stuff like that, most effort, the most well thought out, most time, you're going to have that direct like power to like output ratio. Is it possible to sabotage a node? If so, can the mayor boot anyone from citizenship? So I haven't been a mayor, so in terms of like what the mayor could directly abuse in terms of things, that's always ever flowing. But I mean, it's definitely possible to like halt progress on a node. Like you can hold a node hostage, but you're not necessarily like, you're not from a single person perspective being in the guild going to like de-level a node yourself, if that's what you're asking. Like you're not going to be a solo saboteur from Barcode that joins Envious as a regular member and then burns the node to the ground with a wildfire, if that's what you're asking. Like you'd basically get information about what they're doing and then maybe use that to pass it along, but there's not like a regular citizen, like I'm a citizen of Sunhaven, I can't run down there while the mayor's not home and then like bash a building. So there's nothing like that, but there's a lot of like actual node de-leveling systems that don't require like in-house sabotage and play in the means of the game, right? So node sieges, for example. if a node is fully upgraded to tier 6 to Metropolis state, a node siege will allow people to attack that node and then de-level the node on a successful siege. So you can actually destroy the node. You can have node death, stuff like that. Force that node to rebuild, re-level. So there are systems that are in the game for that, but there's not really that, like, I'm one person that's a member in this community, I'll burn it down. Mayor sabotage NA, quit during an election, overfarming a node will have negative effects in the future. Yeah, you're also gonna have a land management score, which is intriguing too, because regarding like overfarming and shit like that, and do we have like wikis for what the overfarming will do? Because I haven't seen any like actual mention of anything of those systems other than chat saying, oh, overfarming will have some ramification. But basically what we do know confirmed is that there's a land management score. And so with a land management score, you push that up through gathering, through completing quests, through like node activity and stuff like that, right? So the land management score will be related to your static spawns and like what those static spawns can be. So a lot of people misinterpreted this from Steven as well when Steven said he wanted static spawns recently. Steven wants static spawns to have dynamic elements to them. So if I hit this tree will be a tree spawn that spawns here, but it won't be the same tree, the same rarity on the same timer. It'll be a different tree within like a dice roll of trees, like a loot table. It'll be a rarity loot table roll, and then it'll probably, if I had to guess, end up being a dynamic respawn timer as well, where it can spawn anywhere from this time to this time after harvesting. And so those will be your static spawns. The dynamic spawns that Steven has talked about, which will be randomly placed throughout the world, are going to be those unidentifiable spawns. So you have the rock that doesn't have the identifying characteristics like of which rock it is, right? There are a lot of things that I think will make all of those systems very cool, but I also don't know specifically like what they've talked about for, I guess, punishment for over harvesting a node or anything. But what we've gathered is that potentially with that land management score, it would be, in theory, possible to like juice the land management score of another node by completing stuff in it and push it up to a point where nodes like gatherables are spawning that aren't harvestable yet. So it's kind of intriguing. The very soon is if you cut all the trees down, it'll take a long time before we see another tree. Interesting. Yeah, we'll have to do a little wiki dive for that and see what the ramifications will be, if anything's like cited on it. Definitely seems interesting. Past just the level of land management score can create lockouts, but even on just a baseline level, if you overfarm to the point where like a land management score gets juiced too much, and then you have like a land management score that's higher than tier 1, so to say, and you're very early in that node progression where people still need tier 1s, then you may not have access to the gathering for those higher tiers, you know, those higher tier gatherables. So you could potentially like economically sabotage like another node through land management. I really like a visual difference in the rocks like they currently are. I'll be pissed if I had 10,000 rocks and all I get is basalt. Well, so that's the thing. The static nodes, based on what Steven said, will be the identifiable ones. So like this larch, when I chop it down, it may not instantly respawn as a larch, but it could respawn as a larch or an oak or, you know, this or that with a different rarity at a different time. The ones that will be like unidentifiable are like the ones that are outside of those, like, you know, this is a tree spawn here. We'll see what the tree spawn has. We'll be like running around and it'll be like, oh, this random rock is here that doesn't normally spawn here. I'm going to hit this. And then down here, there'll still be like the node gatherable spawn, right? So this may not always be a ruby. It could spawn as basalt, could spawn as something else within the tiers dictated by that node, that land management system. So I think that's a really cool system with it. I think a lot of Ash's systems are really, really well done, man. So how long is this journeyman armor smithing staying up? How do we think the journeyman armor smithing got up? Do you think Intrepid actually like rolled it back and they were like, yo, don't do this, please? I just want them visually different, but randomly spawning, time and location. Well, you're gonna have both, based on what Steven said. That's kind of the joy of it. You'll have that dynamic spawn window, dynamic spawn rarity, and dynamic like spawn of what it is in itself within the land management system, dictating the tiers of possible spawns, right? So you'll know what it is, but that's going to be your dynamic gathering. And then on top of that, like I was mentioning, this would stay a tree. Like a tree is a tree is a tree, but there are different trees that tree can spawn as at a different time, and you'll know what tree that is. And then with the random rocks that spawn, again, the static rocks that spawn will still be visually identifiable. You could still have a copper node, or you could still have an iron node, or you could still have like rubies that spawn. But what spawns in that rock node, like here a mining node spawns. The land management system dictates which mining nodes can spawn in that area, right? So those will be static in the sense that the location and the type of gatherable overall will be static. But the rarity, the actual like subtype of gatherable from like ruby to anything like that would end up being like dynamic. Rarity would be dynamic every spawn. And then in an ideal world, in my opinion, the time is along the spawn window and not just on the timer. And I feel like that's kind of where it'll go as well. Then you'll just have those dynamics that pop up like, you know, say I'm running around and like there's a rock right here that's just like mineable rock. There's not a rock spawn here, but this rock just happened to pop up here as a dynamic spawn. So that's going to be one of the one-offs, like not identifiable spawns where you crack it open and it could be a geode, could be poop, could be whatever. So I think that's something to keep in mind with that. Well, the streamer asked for feedback on it. It didn't make me very comment. Was hesitant with the static part. It's a misinterpretation, man. If you go back and watch it after what I just like talked about, basically, you'll understand that he's saying static nodes will still have dynamic effects, but he wants the static node spawns to play off land management, and then dynamic nodes are the guess not identifiable nodes. I promise, if you go back and watch it after I explained it for you, it'll make so much more sense. The way that he worded it was a little bit confusing, but static nodes play off land management score. Dynamic node spawns just spawn randomly outside of the dictated a node spawns here. That's basically it. That's what people are confused about. Static spawns are location. A tree spawns here. That does not mean the same tree spawns, the same rarity tree spawns, or it spawns at the same time. It can be a different tree, a different rarity at a different time, but this is a static node because a node spawns here. This is tree. It could be different tree, different rarity, different time, but this is always tree here. Over at a ruby spawn, this is always rock here. This is always mineable here, but it is different rarity, different time, different type of mineable. Then you have dynamic spawns. This does not always spawn here, but this rock happened to pop up here as a one-off. I mine it, it goes away, it does not come back, and that's the mystery rock that you don't know. That is what Steven seems to be trying to say with that. And after watching it a lot and doing a lot of looking into what they want their systems to be, that is what lines up the most from what we've got on the wiki, what we got from Steven himself, and everything else there. But people just hear static from Steven and they jump to the conclusion that he's not going to change anything. I'll believe it when I see it. I mean, that's literally not even like a hard thing to accomplish. And that's entirely, keep in mind, you even brought up like land management score. That is the entire point of land management score, Sim. The land management score would not exist if not for those systems. The entire point of the land management score is to determine which tier of gatherables can spawn. So you could eventually have a higher land management score in the Riverlands, and you could just see Willow and Braidwood and higher there, and you wouldn't see Oak and Ash. Like, that's the entire point of the land management score, like, as a whole. It simply impacts which gatherables can spawn in those static nodes. So Yo, what up, Merc? How you doing, brother? It is say you wanted people over fighting over rare materials like an event or something on the map. Well, a lot of that'll also be based on like not necessarily rare materials, but keep in mind, you have POIs where there are mobs around the rest of the map, but the most condensed mobs are your POIs. So in a world where everything is based on odds, right now, I could go to an area on the edge of the map that spawns 3 trees, but if those trees are high rarity, then it's worth it. If I go with dynamic rarity to the edge of the map where there are 3 trees, it's not worth it because I'm taking the odds that those 3 trees would RNG. So the competition will not be just based off of like, yo, Keen Tots, thank you for the follow. But basically, like, the competition wouldn't be based off of the, I know this is legendary. The competition would be based off, I know this is the closest pocket with 100 tree spawns where I can put one of my survey beacons out. I can survey those trees and I can get the most efficient gathering as a whole because this is the most densely populated area for gathering, right? So that's where the competition will lie. Just like with mobs, you're likely to see more competition on Carfin or in a heavily populated POI, a church or something like that, than you would be over here if you're hitting a mob. So competition comes through at that level with the gathering system being the way it is, in those static spawns presenting the best odds to RNG, the material and the rarity that you're looking for to profit. Right? So it's just an odds game at that point. Competition will come from, I'm at this batch of 30 trees. It's more competitive than a batch of 5 trees, right? That's the big level of comp. And when we're able to see that, you realize, okay, yeah, that's how it should function. That's a very baseline level. I don't think it's too complicated. You put more things in one place that allow more opportunities to get what you want, and with their systems that naturally leads to competition and friction. Every one of their systems just naturally plays into that as they continue to develop. And their gathering system, they don't have to do anything special to promote competition. As soon as they add dynamic to it, you have people sitting on spawns, you have people sitting on the most populated spawns, and you have people playing those odds in that RNG and that dice game and that slot machine, right? And that's where your competition lies. Very happy with the progress they made and their vision for the future. Said a lot of stuff that hasn't happened. Can you cite like a lot of stuff that hasn't happened? Because in development, things always change and things also always get prioed differently. Like everything can kind of get flip-flopped back and forth. But I feel like as someone who's gone through a lot of their roadmaps, like recently and, you know, current and future roadmaps, it seems like a lot of what they're adding is actually not that far delayed or anything. And the things that have been delayed, they're very communicative of like, this is why it's delayed. This is what's missing. I feel like there aren't that many things that have just been like fucking hard scrapped. And they're just like, ah, fuck it. We're not doing this anymore. With that being said, certain to be some things, but I feel like with development, it's just things can be prioed differently. So take, I don't know, take Rogue, for example. People are very quick to be like, oh, Rogue got pushed back. There could have been so many other issues that team got pulled back to that were more vital for the health of the game long term than adding additional content when something else is in a broken state. And a lot of people that are playing the game don't think about that. If Rogue gets pushed back, why did Rogue get pushed back? What are the accessory things that push Rogue back? Well, a lot of people don't know that there's a massive dual wield bug on the private test realm that they're trying to fix. So everybody's like, give us Rogue. Well, how mad are you going to be when they give you Rogue and you can only swing with one weapon because dual wield's bugged and they can't put dual wield in the game yet? So it's easier for Steven to be like, hey, Rogue's bugged, we're going to push it back, than saying, hey, Rogue's pretty much ready, it's in a spot where we could drop it, but dual wield has an architectural bug where you're getting both of your weapon trees, and that's not how we want that to work. So basically, Steven has to present it in a way that the population as a whole will understand it, because I'm going to keep it a buck. Most gamers, and I don't want to say most, too many gamers think that they know development simply because they play video games, and most of us are fucking idiots, and we just don't want to admit that. I played 10 hours of games a day. I'm not a developer. I don't know how development of video games works simply because I play the game a lot. That's not it. So from our perspective, we need to realize that if something hasn't happened yet, absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. Just because we haven't seen it yet doesn't mean it's not there. It could just be slightly pushed off. If you haven't pooped yet, that doesn't mean you're never going to poop again. That just means that poop has been postponed till later in the day, right? So I think it's very important. Like, that shit is still coming. It's just sometimes you don't have to poop until a couple hours later than normal, right? So, love the game, but things do change. That's why I sell blue when I see it. Server meshing seems to be giving them a lot of trouble, for instance. And a lot of mechanics depend on that being implemented first. So, ad break. I'm gonna take a smoke break then. Hold on. Hi, Quinn. Smoke break during the ad break. I'll be right back. 1 sec. And coffee. Okay, hello and good day, my host. Are we out? Oi. All right. Is everybody out of their ad? I want to go take a smoke break real quick. I think we're back. Okay, so yeah. I think overall, like, so many things can just kind of like triage and like pop up and, you know, prioritize different things, right? And one thing that I have noticed, I will say, if we go back, oh wait, no. Did you just do exclamation HelloFresh? Which allows you to click on that link, whether you're in the United States, Canada, or Europe, and get 10 free meals. And if you're in the US, you can get free dessert, or sorry, free breakfast for life? Wait, what? That's insane. That's Insano style. Chat, if you want to support the stream and keep me here for longer, whether you're in the US, Canada, or EU, Do exclamation HelloFresh. Click on that link. Check it out. And if it does work for you, there are 10 days remaining on this partnership. So if it does work for you, you have 10 days to place your order. Get that beautiful, beautiful box dropped off right at your door, like so many of you would love to. Let's do pocket dungeons. Who wants to do pocket dungeons? Cook yourself some delicious meals and support the stream, boys. Keep it in mind. I want to check pocket dungeons. What the fuck? What do you mean you rejected me? Jesus Christ. It's like my entire life all over again. Who wants to do pocket dungeons in the desert, bozos? /GX pocket dungeroos. No steel bloom. Fuck you. Okay, hold on. Somebody asked me, like, before we started this whole rant. I have to catch up on it. There was another question, because we were into this conversation, so I didn't want to, like, deviate. Because that was a banger. Yo, Nerdizen, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. How are you gonna do steel bloom if I have both your tanks? Dusty, what would you do if your game launches but black screens? Like it launches and then black screens? You restart your PC yet? I would restart my PC probably. I'll just keep chopping gold. Jesus Christ. We need to do pocket dungeons for research. What if you get something better from the pocket dungeons that you simply just don't know exists yet? Update drivers. Yeah, that's intriguing. Did you full uninstall, reinstall? You might have like a corrupted file or something. Maybe the delta merge fucked your deltas. Contact support. Yeah, I would probably just post in the Discord or something. Better than what's in Steel Bloom? Well, we don't know. Because as of right now, the loot tables are fucking borked. So if you go on Ash's Codex, the API poll, or however Ash's Codex works, it's fucking magic to me. Essentially has everything in the loot table. Like, legitimately everything. So it's really OP. But they're not dropping anything. So that's where the problem lies. And I want to do more quantitative research to get some results. Because if we keep killing stuff and no items drop, then we can definitively say that the loot tables are borked. We can pass a bug up the ladder and get it fixed. That's what I said for Disciplinarian too. No, Disciplinarian was dropping loot. Oh, you said for Codex. Oh. Disciplinarian had everything in the loot table on Codex. See, I didn't even check Disciplinarian on Codex. Interesting. Yeah, so, I mean, that definitely is weird because Disciplinarian in like real world application was dropping Carfin exclusive stuff, right? So it was just a Carfin loot table. And then as you go up, the other boss that you pull on the higher floor gives those gloves. As it's like exclusive drop right now. So it's either gloves or recipe or crafting mat. So that did seem a little strange. I almost think the one upstairs is borked too. But the weirdest thing about Disciplinarian wasn't that things like weren't dropping, but that the things that were dropping, which all were Carfin exclusive drops, were minimum roll drops, which is really fucking weird. Like, really weird. That was the strange thing. I didn't check completely, but it had like 26 pages of shit. Yeah, I can confirm that Disciplinarian does not have a 26-page loot table. Just from like IRL application. Unless it's just like a fucking omega low chance to actually drop anything viable, but I think they're working on dynamic loot tables or something for March. What would dynamic loot tables include? What would that be? Really pisses me off you can't bring up the escape screen while you're sitting. Yeah, some of their escape key inputs are wacky. I still, to this day, hate that if you have, like, the chat window started and it's blinking, you can't hit escape to get out of it. You either have to click or hit enter again or something. It's really weird. Finally arrived to work, the grind begins. What's Disciplinarian? Disciplinarian is one of the bosses that is in the Carf event. So again, the Carf event today is down. We have no indication that it's back up, that it will be back up, or what. But we got good testing on it, at least while it was up. Did you not see? I can show you the Carf event while we wait for people. We legitimately need like a cleric and a bard. Waiting for cleric plus bard, desert, pocket, dungeon, research / farm. Weird they haven't said anything about it. The event? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, things like that can just like pop up and, you know, disappear pretty sporadically, but it's peculiar to say the least. It was up for 2.5 days, I think. Oh wait, Lockthar. / invite Lockthar. I don't even think they announced it. 2. Yeah, I don't think they didn't announce anything. It legitimately just like popped up. Locktar's in a group. I think the event got leaked into the live servers. Do you? What event? The Carfin event, you fucking goofball. Stay with me for 30 seconds, Kenko. So, because we figured it out and shit. Oh, we have a video going right now. Like, Drewski is full cooking a video that we're going to drop on YouTube. Because I don't think anybody else that was streaming ran over to get enough of it, like, for any good footage. Maybe they did, but I don't think so, because I'm here all the time. So, basically, the first day that we went over, we got wiped. And so I went back over the next day, and I'll give you guys a little timeline on the video. We figure out what we need. We end up getting all of the pieces. Activate the event. We're doing the event. We get wiped first time. I go back the next day with like a raid group of fucking 25 soldiers. I guide them through the mechanics, and we farm that shit. We farm that shit. So, event's gone right now. No one else is going to drop that video, I don't think. So. Alright. So if we get people over here, honestly, it's not difficult to farm this pocket dungeon regardless. I don't even think we need a full group for it, but for cleric plus cleric / bard, desert, pocket, dungeon, farm, PM. I can't guarantee that anything is going to drop from these. That's the peculiar thing. One other strange thing about this part of the pocket dungeon as well. There are mobs as well as a named mob that spawn on this top level at a certain point. They're not right now. On the bottom level, you have a named mob that spawns over here. It's like almost dead prisoner or some bullshit. Then you have the regular mobs that spawn throughout. You've got casters, you've got sword guys, and then you've got skellies. These mobs up top only spawn sometimes. The obsidian merchants, you would think, would have an interact with them. They also have quest giver state. No interact, no quest, no anything. So probably like 22 plus. Over here, it looks like there would be something event related, but no dice. The mobs that spawn up here are not the obsidian merchants. The obsidian merchants are just their own mob. They don't hit anything, they don't do anything, they simply just exist. So I'm not convinced that this is finished, and I think that's probably why loot tables are borked here too. And that's the weird thing. Because these guys have absolutely, like, Travis Scott sicko mode levels of things in their loot table on codex. Basically, the entire fucking game is in these guys' loot tables. So, be interesting. Any journeyman miners in chat? Surely. We've got multiple, I think. They exist menacingly. Yeah, I don't really know their purpose. I don't really understand what's borked about the loot tables here. But I want to get to the bottom of it. And they didn't put out this guy, nearly dead prisoner. So they didn't put out anything that was like just outright, hey, this loot table was borked and we fixed it. Very fun, very cool, very Kanye. What if you guys leave me the fuck alone right now? So I don't necessarily know that it's something where they're like, I don't know, ready to fix it or prioing it, but it'll be interesting. Whoops. All right, good to know they can't swim. We can wait for the group to get over here. Probably just do this one. They were dropping Skulker emblems. It was emblems and glint, right? That was it? Wondering if people have more success selling the raw materials or turning into molds, etc. than selling. Common, probably refining and then selling just vendor-wise. Because commons are so like overpopulated at this point from everybody leveling and progressing past that. And then I think high rarity raw material probably. Who dis? Hey. The fuck's going on here? Do you think I can scare the shit out of him? Could I just like flag up, grapple, and ball? Why does every pocket dungeon inside the desert look pretty much the same? I mean, a lot of them are in caves, right? I feel like there's only so much that you can do kind of like in caves, but I think it's also important to remember that, you know, even a lot of areas that are more visually developed right now came in with their like base implementation, and then they do a lot of the polish after. So they kind of like build the house and then they like trim the house after the fact, right? So a lot of places in the Riverlands got small polish after the fact. Steel Bloom, for example, Carfin's got a lot of passes after the fact. And so if you go back and look at even like the original Steel Bloom video, it looks a lot different than it did now. When it originally dropped, it didn't have the extra textures on like the pointy parts of the wall. Desert Mama got a retexture shortly after dropping as well. So yeah, I would lean more towards it probably just being like the early implementation of things and not an emphasis on like finish, polish, aesthetic things. If you look later around Mira and look around 8th, it's a 1-for-1 copy paste with different mobs. Are you talking the node cork itself, like the node itself? Because with node corks and stuff, there are only 2 types of node corks right now, which are the ones that kind of like contain the towns. So yeah, that would make sense. More node corks will like be added, be developed across the board and shit. But yeah, for the time being, like node cork simply exists to be like one of 2 visual placeholders. And a lot of what's coming to both like node and freehold customization is very, very, very much yet to come. I feel like loot table problems are more important than how caves look, IMO. I mean, hear me out. Some cool looking caves can be sick though. /global, looking for cleric, desert, dungeon, farm, PM. Please. Yeah, like towns and structures around it, the rocks, etc. are identical. Yeah, I mean, again, that's like the node cork itself. Like this entire square is just the same like generated thing. Like they have two layouts for the node cork, and those are just placeholders. Yeah. They have a river cork and then a non-river cork at the moment. So if you find 2 non-river towns, then those will be similar or identical with very minor tweaks. And then if you find like 2 river towns, those will also be extremely similar. And that's going to be in the entire square around the town on the map called the node cork, because the town will eventually expand at Metropolis State Tier 6 to take up this entire square. So those are just like the two basics that they had. Steven went over that in a developer stream a while ago, and they will be changing that. That's just like a later on thing. Just wondering, since it's only in the desert, where I get that feeling. Yeah, I mean, so the thing with the desert that's going to make a lot of things feel at first kind of similar, and keep in mind, the desert as a whole isn't supposed to feel like two entirely different implementations. Like, we've got to remember that they're adding in not two different parts of it, but this entire thing is a Sand Squall desert. Like, this isn't like specifically the separate peninsula. The peninsula contributes to the whole of the desert. So with that being said, you do want that level of like fluidity throughout your areas. There will almost definitely be like characteristics given to different nodes and shit like that, and small pieces, tidbits of lore and shit that continue to be added. And it's also important to remember that we currently haven't even hit any of the like full dungeon build-outs that exist in the desert or don't exist in the desert. So we've only done pocket dungeons over here. We haven't hit any of the story arcs to activate like the dungeon under Desert Mama. Like, we don't really know just anything there. So I think there's still a ton that will change across the board, and you know, visually especially. But yeah, when they add biomes, they talked about before, I think it was 2 dev streams ago at this point, how they have this new process where they're able to basically like procedurally like roughly generate an area that gives them a template that they want to base things off of, and then from there they take that procedurally generated area and they're able to like edit and sculpt it to what they want it to be. And so it essentially like is a character creator in a sense for biomes. So that increases like how quickly they're able to get biomes out and how much they're able to like do those biomes. So I'm pretty excited for that. They June Dark though now. Do you think they go June Dark, or do you think they go Dunes and Kill after Tropics? And how large do we think the Tropics is gonna be? Do we think it wraps all the way into here? Like, do you consider this all the Tropics? Cause that'd kind of be fire. But I think the Tropics will just be this. I think that's gonna be the biggest thing we see there. Yeah, the whole map is going to be crazy though, and I think we'll probably continue to see like more and more built out areas coming really quickly. Okay.
Wish I would have been hitting rocks when I was leveling up for sure.
Oh yeah, no, I've been saying for launch, everyone should probably have like not only mining, just like progressing and shit. This guy just fishing. But they should also have like just lumberjacking and lumber milling progressing constantly. Heard something about Frosty Mountains from Steven. What's that? The Frosty Mountains would be Frostgrave Fells. At least I think. That seems to be the Frosty area. I mean, June Dark. Yeah, June Dark doesn't look frosty. I won't lie. But I kind of have this sleeper theory. I think it's a little bit off across the board. And I think it's a reach. But I think it's entirely possible that with the Tropics update, we get the first implementation of boats, maybe. I don't really know for sure, but they hinted towards piracy and a lot of island hopping. And with that, I think they may also give us pirate stuff because they hinted towards pirates. And while they talked about like aquatic mounts receiving a rework, I don't necessarily think that pirates were riding around on aquatic mounts. I think the pirates were on boats. And I have this theory that we might get boats in a very base sense, like primitive iteration of boats, this, that, the other, before we know it. And I think that would be very cool. I'd be very happy about that. Possible fishing update. So I think they said hunting update for this one. I don't think they've talked about the fishing update being like put in March. It's something that they're like monitoring and kind of like gauging where they want fishing to go. They have talked about though how like they have kind of like the hunting update that's going to be more of the minigame type thing. I do also have a video that we're going to post after the Carfin video. So Carfin video is going to be coming over to my YouTube very, very soon. That's being edited now. And then from there, we'll be going into a March patch preview. That's going to drop probably in about a week, hopefully. So that way it drops a couple weeks before the patch. And that's going to go over a lot of what was said in the dev stream itself and a lot of the things that we should be expecting towards the end of March, providing things don't go wrong over there. So hopefully, if they're able to deliver on that, we will end up getting a good amount of things. My theory is that they'll skip the June Dark and the rest of the continent to make the Frosty Mountains and the other continent to unlock part of the ocean to test Navy combat and water-based combat. Yeah, 100%. I think we would also at that point get a small portion of the, not at that point, but like subsequent to that, a small portion of the underworld becomes accessible probably. But yeah, it would make sense that they want to test those core systems before they expand. And that would also be supported by Steven answering the question where someone was like, do you expect the other continent to be like ready for launch? And he got like the most, what the fuck do you mean? Yeah, of course. Looks on his faces. And he was like, yeah, why wouldn't it be? So yeah, I definitely think they'll start testing those things sooner than later. My conspiracy theory, like if I took a 12-leg parlay on the March patch, I personally would just take the full send conspiracy theory that we're looking at boats and they haven't told us yet. I'm just guessing. I'm just a man with a tinfoil hat on that really likes video gaming. But by golly, I don't picture pirates riding around on a fucking water mount. I picture them yardy har har in the 7 seas on good old wood, canvas, and testosterone. So, we'll see. We'll see. Grumpy, sleep well, brother. Pirates on dolphins would be nuts. That could be an entire, like, cats with abs, like, sub-guild. Here's my tinfoil hat, two-handed spear in the update. Nah, spear's not ready. I died to it twice already. It's essentially just a stick. It doesn't have any visuals or, like, weapon trail or anything. It's just, like, a glorified stick with a weapon animation. I think spear... When is spear? Is spear phase 2? Let me pull up the roadmap. Phase 2. I always forget which weapons are which. I'm a one-hand axe, like, sympathizer. Yeah, spear. Daggers, spear, two-hand mace, two-hand axe are all supposedly within phase 2. Supposedly. So, like, those additional two-hand weapons will also add a lot of cool things to the game. Where are you guys at, by the way? Where Tima? Mira. Okay. Come as for Dungees. I wanna try one in Lawless to check loot. I don't think we need like a full 8 for it. I mean, I guess we could get a full 8, but anyone for Pocket Dungees? On true dual wield, let me choose which 2 weapons. Yes, that'll be in the game. So, not only will it be that, or you can mix and match weapons. Steven confirmed that last dev stream as well. But I've been talking about this for 3 months since Steven's last stream, and I still have it timestamped to this day. Hold on, I'll show you. The reason that I knew this was coming was because if we go to Steven's VOD, and we look in the dev console, Steven showed us this 3 months ago in his last stream. Sure. /invite Ranger Ran. Fuck it. So basically what we see here is the dev console for the daggers. And the theory originated this stream, and it was confirmed actually recently through invites with the PTR. Or sorry, not invites, my fault. With interviews with the PTR players. I'm trying to do an invite in game and I said invite instead of interviews. So what you see here is weapon melee, dual wield daggers, main hand light, offhand light. These are the two that Steven had to spawn in to have a respective main hand and offhand dagger. Otherwise it was just spawning in one or the other. Then underneath that, you have one hand denominations. So main hand only, slowest, hardest hitting per hit. Offhand only, fastest, least damage per hit. One hand in the middle of that can be swapped back and forth between your hands, much like never mind. Anyways, so the dagger that currently exists on the PTR is the copper dagger. Right here. Weapon dagger, one hand copper. It has a one hand denomination here. It is the only dagger that exists on the PTR currently that is being tested. So with that, you can put it in your main hand. You can put it in your offhand. You can switch it back and forth. You can use two of them. You can use one or the other. So with that being said, you'll have weapons that are main hand specific, one hand specific, offhand specific within every type of weapon. The way that it is going to balance that is whenever you have a weapon equipped in your main hand and either a focus, a shield, or nothing in your offhand, you retain the main hand weapon tree. The second you have a weapon in your offhand, it overrides your main hand weapon tree and says, we're now dual wielding to the game, and gives you a dual wield weapon tree. Okay? So, dagger in main hand, dagger tree. Dagger in offhand, dual wield tree. Dagger in both hands, dual wield tree. Pretty simple. The problem is, right now, if you have a dagger in your offhand and a sword in your main hand, you have dual wield tree and sword tree. It's not going away. So that was the bug as of about a week ago on the PTR. Why wouldn't you dual wield for stats? Dual wield scaling already exists within the game. So essentially what we can expect to see with those weapons is scaling either being reduced when it's present in your offhand or just lower rolls. Because as of right now, I take an energy focus and ready? Watch this. This is a green that has 220 fizz and 55 fizz attack speed. This is a green and a blue. Combined, this green and blue have 254 fizz and 64 attack speed. Almost like a blue version of this would. On top of that, 1 strength, 3 strength, 4 strength. A blue version of this could roll up to 4 strength. Whether you have 2 one-handers, a one-hander and an energy focus, or a two-hander, it's all the same scaling. The output total is the same. It's really well thought out. Really well thought out. So within that, every weapon has a different alignment on the total scale of, does this hit slower and more damage per hit, like a mace or like a longbow, or does it hit faster? Wait, so slower and more damage per hit, right? Like a mace or like a longbow, or faster and less damage per hit like a dagger will. But all in all, that total cumulative number scaling is very, very similar regardless of dual wield, fast weapons, slow weapons, because it's all just a redistribution among the total scale of like slow hard hit versus fast soft hit, if that makes sense. No matter what you use, those cumulative stats, whether it's two-handed, one-handed and offhand, one-handed and other weapon, they all end up the same. It's all the same cumulatively. It's such a well thought out system, because then you just have small systems within your weapon trees, like small passive differences. We're going to the one that has the merchants up top. So like right over here, east of Az. Oh, east of Az. So how fast are the daggers stat-wise? I haven't seen the daggers' actual like attribute distribution. I'm not on the PTR itself. I just learned all this like confirmation stuff through PTR players, just from like interviewing them while they're in stream. I just ask people questions when they come. All the weapons need to get buffed up to the spear level. Man, Steven hitting me for 11k with the spear was not intended. I'm putting that out there. That man was fucking cheating. He was fucking cheating. Just putting that one out there. Yo, what up, Ragnar? How you doing, brother? But yeah, so the biggest things in terms of your weapon distribution is whether you want to hit slower and more damage per hit or faster and less damage per hit. That can be impacted by your builder spender system, whether it's based on damage done or the amount of hits that you do. It could be impacted by how heavily your abilities scale your percent fizz damage. This could be conducive to you wanting something slower but harder hitting, so your abilities hit harder. You can have that along that distribution play into the aesthetic that you want. There will be small differences. Actually, you want to know what? There won't be differences in the weapon tree, because the second you dual wield, you have a dual wield tree, no matter what two weapons you have on. But if you want the main hand tree instead of the dual wield tree, in the main hand attack animation, instead of the dual wield attack animation, you can use an energy focus, just like I have on now. You can do more damage, but you can still have on the energy focus. And you can still have that one-handed mace tree. But if I had this one-handed mace on, and I had this dagger on, or a dagger on in my offhand, right, instead of the energy focus, I would have a dual wield tree. I'd have the same damage output, very similar everything, but I'd have the dual wield tree. Weird. I think it's a really good system that is conducive to like sandboxy type gearing, because all of Ashes is about people being able to gear their character and play their character the way they want, from like the cross class system to the armor system to just them not wanting any race class combos to actually impact, or sorry, any racial bonuses to impact race class combos. So like they don't want to force a race class combo just because, like, you know, this has more strength, so you need to play this if you're a fizz damage dealer, right? So yeah. I like it a lot because it allows players to find the balance of like, okay, this is where I want to align meta-wise, right? Like I want to be super slow and hard hitting. So here are my slow hard hitting options. Now, which of the, you know, weapon trees do I want to play into? Okay, cool. Do I value the weapon tree as much as I value the aesthetic? Do I want to use a mace or do I want to use an axe? Because those are probably going to be pretty closely aligned. I would assume maces will continue to be the slowest in terms of like two-handers or one-handers. Maces are typically your slowest. Then you have axes, and then you have swords, and then you have like daggers. And they'll have a lot more like weapons that are worked in along that. But from your like hardest hitting slowest to your least hard hitting fastest, that's typically where those will line up. So it's just gonna give players so much like customizability and like so much control over their characters, like a level of ownership to the character that I don't know, I think a lot of games don't give you anymore. The streak wasn't broken. Huge. Yeah, last night was a shit show, man. 3 power outages. Legitimately 3 power outages. That was wacky and wild to me, but we made it back up every time. That's what matters, I think. Pay your bills. It wasn't my bills. The entire block lost power, dude. It was like, it was storming last night, and it was legitimately like somebody just drove into a fucking power line, like one of the telephone poles, reversed, it turned back on, and then they're like, oh fuck. And then they drove into it again. And then they reversed, and they were like, oh, power's back on? Fuck this guy. And then they drove into it again. It was not cool. Not fun, not Kanye. Of course, I missed the trip. I ate everything. My hit rating is fucking horrendous. Buy a hamster wheel, hook it up to the PC, free energy. What do you think the TwitchCon community meetup is for? Yeah, I'm just gonna have a treadmill that's on like a big battery, and you guys will hop onto it. You'll ride the treadmill for a little bit. I say ride the treadmill, you'll run on the treadmill, you'll sprint, you'll work up a sweat, and then that'll power my PC. My B-hops are fucking silky today. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm just like, dude, I'm like sliding across the ground. Don't miss. Pew. Don't worry, guys. 1 hour later, we'll have this down. Oh, hey. What up, brother? Does B-hopping have an advantage in this game? Oh, fuck yes. So this game has very good momentum-based movement. So essentially, like, your character momentum is translated to, like, all of your movement. I'm a huge movement freak in games. And so essentially with Ashes, the thing that facilitates B-hopping is when you are in contact with the ground, so like from a jump to hitting the ground, you have a character deceleration rate. And I don't know if this is actually how it works like in the coding or anything, but this is essentially how like it physically works. Like it's actual like applicability. So your character basically decelerates when you come in contact with the ground. So if you're able to, like, I'll show it here, a regular dodge just kind of like brings you along the ground there, right? So if I channel a dodge into a jump, you'll see that it carries that momentum. If I'm just regularly jumping, it does not carry that momentum. So I'm not just out here Superman jumping regardless. So with that, if the terrain is right for it and you like hit it right, you can carry that momentum through B-hops. And with that, you're able to continue actions while B-hopping. Say I was fighting Slacker and I hit a B-hop past him. I could like dodge, jump, trip him, B-hop and create distance while he's on the ground. And then I would be able to like keep pumping damage. I could re-gap close. But this game in particular, its combat systems are kind of insane in my opinion for like what a tab target base traditionally offers in terms of like fast-paced, high skill like mechanical input. I typically picture tab targets, especially with the amount of abilities that, you know, Ashes offers, being on that like WoW end of things, right? With the ability inputs. I picture those as more of like the chess match, right? And a lot less of the just the fast-paced raw mechanics, like I input things better than you, so I am a better player than you. And Ashes really provides a good mix of both within just its native combat systems. I think everything really has answers to everything else if you're kind of like planning properly, holding abilities for the right scenarios. I think that there is a ton that you can do as a player to where like even if you are in a like a matchup that's a negative matchup for you, right? You're fighting a class that you don't necessarily have the largest advantage over, or you may even be at a disadvantage. If you play incredibly properly, you know which abilities to bait out, you know which abilities to use to like get your combo off in a better way. Like there's always that element of like you can be better to outplay more. Ash also has skill-based combat. I mean, everything, so like every game has skill-based combat. Like even fucking Minecraft, right? Like if you are better at Minecraft combat, you shit on people. Every game is skill-based combat. It's just the skill set is different. And a lot of games have a very focused skill set in their combat. It's either game knowledge or it's raw mechs. And like, there'll sometimes be like a sliding scale of this mixture of both. And I feel like it's very rarely like near down the middle or even like well distributed through that. But I feel like Ashes has this good mixture of like, you could be fighting somebody who's schmoving around, gap closing, they're always in your ass, and they're like, you know, you're just like, oh, this is a nuts player. But they jump on you, they're not using any of their ability combos, they're not like playing the game properly, and you're just like, oh, they're good, but they're a fucking idiot. Like, it makes sense. So with that, you can also fight people who they're mechanically pee-pee poo-poo. Like you're fighting a fucking 80-year-old geriatric. But that 80-year-old geriatric may have all of the build knowledge in the world, so they hold every single ability until the proper moment. They hold every single gap close until you've exhausted your movement escape. And then out of nowhere, they're not doing anything crazy mechanically, but you're in a spot where you're like, oh shit, I can't get away from this guy. What do I do? He's playing like a fucking 80-year-old plays golf, but I'm dying to him. And that's where that game knowledge gap comes in. Running away is a legitimate strategy. Yeah, if you want to die. You simply cannot win a fight if you are running away and somebody's hitting you in the back, but you're not hitting them. That is a guaranteed way to lose a fight. Desert Pocket Dungeons. east of Az at the moment. Are you happy with the burst meta at the moment? Every PvP game in history is burst meta in like the most efficient way. The fastest way and the most efficient way to kill people in any PvP based game is, especially when healers are involved, is to coordinate bursts and coordinate status effects to kill them in a manner that heals can't impact it. Otherwise they just get healed up. I think like burst meta is always going to be the meta. But I think that time to kill is something that is a little bit of a concern. But like TTK is also relative right now. You have a lot of things where people aren't in, you know, across the board entirely optimal gear. You have a lot of things where people are scaling up level 10 enchanted gear, which will sacrifice a little bit of tankiness for a lot of damage output instead of wearing like level 20 unenchanted gear. So there are many things that are like temporary factors on TTK, but overall, I think we'll see like no matter how much they change enchanting, no matter how much they change like TTK, we'll still see people enchanting the tier underneath for gear. So if our level cap is 50, people will enchant 40 simply because that's going to be cheaper. That's going to be a higher like power scaling output for less of a monetary input until the 50 enchanting is cheaper. Every good guild will always try to coordinate burst on targets to kill them instead of splitting on 20 different targets and watching those targets get healed. And with that, even when they change gear, when they change enchanting, if you're a physical damage dealer, you're still going to want strength and dexterity on your gear. If you're a tank or a fighter, you may want a little bit more constitution, but you'll want strength as a fizz damage dealer because strength gives you fizz power. If you are a caster, you'll want int and probably mentality. And across the board, like, I think those kind of like archetypes are just things that are established, and that's not like an Ashes thing. It's not like Ashes has no build diversity because damage dealers stack the main stat that increases their damage. That's just something that's gonna happen. But where we'll see it become less of a like solved game is when there's so much variance in regions, in micro metas, in server progression being varied across the board in terms of having access to different dungeons, different loot tables, different bosses, different progression states, right? As well as right now, the loot table is extremely small. So think of it as like, okay, I need strength and constitution on a hammer because I want a really slow hitting weapon that's a one-hander that I can use a shield or a focus with. And a hammer is the slowest hitting current weapon. Swords are significantly faster than hammers. So while there's not really like a one-handed axe or another slow weapon competitor, I'm limited to looking for hammers. Then, since the actual map is limited, the amount of content is limited in the grand scheme of things, the loot table is severely limited. So I look up hammers that have strength and con on higher rolls, and I'm limited to 3 choices, one of them being level 10. So as the map continues to expand, having that I want strength con hammer won't be a bad thing because you'll also have 45 different strength con hammers, probably even more. And instead of the game being solved, it'll be like, oh, you're gearing with this. Well, that's a cool set from Frostgrave Fells. It looks all mountainy. What's the set bonus on that? Oh, your set bonus gives you 1% max health. Wow, mine gives me 2% mitigation. What a cool trade. Small bonus, big visual difference, but effectively they serve the same archetype. And so that's where we'll see like a lot less kind of like similarity in gearing and everything. And I also think that at that point, once that's established, once they kind of also get to a point where, you know, an end game is established and server progression becomes a bit more normative, right? So say every server and every player on the server just had the same gear, about like 400 to 500 power, right? PvP would feel a lot more even than me at 275 power in my tank set going up to somebody that is 500 power and just getting absolutely 3-shotted off the face of the earth. So power scaling is all going to be relative as well regarding many things, including like server progression, like availability of mats, and so many different things. What do you think about things like wisdom slash dex? I'm not seeing anyone prio-weighing those stats, simply taking them as a consolation. I mean, you'll always have those primary and secondary stats, but yeah, I do almost wish that like certain classes had a little bit of a flip-flop. So maybe like if you were a ranger, then your attack power scaling came from strength dex instead of strength, and your strength was like the accessory. It feels like having everything a little cookie cutter across the board in terms of gearing could be, you know, archetype wise rough, but also keep in mind when you get into like heroic plus and high rarity gear, I have con, strength, mentality, and an empty roll. So eventually you could have pieces of gear that are giving strength, dex, con, men, strength, dex, con, whiz, like so many things. And again, that's also going to be diversified a lot as like loot tables and things like that come out, right? And like continue to diversify through more areas of gameplay being available and like more dungeons, just more options. So I definitely think like you'll always have stats that are more important than others. And I especially think when you have main stats prioritized in the way that you do, with like enchanting giving a direct scaling to those main stats and not to those waterfall stats, like you definitely can find like one archetype across the board for gearing. But again, I think things continue to diversify. What up, Nin? You on your way? Bis. Let me know when you're on, I'll invite you. Be nice to see Ranger on Dex, maybe Rogue as well, then Fighter and Tank can be strength based. Yeah. I completely agree. And I think just base class being deterministic of that, and legitimately all they would need to do is like, oh, you're a Ranger, we flip flop these. So like your Dex gives you strength bonuses and your strength gives you Dex bonuses. Like I feel like different classes having a little bit of main stat variation could also make a lot more gear good. But that really breaks down to like where they want things to break, you know, really break into. But I do think that would be good for the gearing kind of like health as a whole. Not having every single fizz dealer strength prio, not having every single magic dealer or healer in prio. Like as a mage, it would feel better if our gear felt distinct from healers. I agree. And even right now, tank gear is the same as fighter gear, which is the same as ranger gear, which will be the same as rogue gear. Even tanks are just stacking attack power scaling at the moment. Yeah. Every fizz dealer has the same best in slot gear right now. And best in slot's relative as, again, more stats come out. But like their stat archetype distribution is the same. And every magic person is the same, like, yeah. You get what I'm saying. It's very non-distinct in those ways, and that is a system that I would like to see changed. I don't exactly know how they would want to implement it, but I definitely think adding something other than just everything pops up in the same way would probably be good. Saying the last spot for Nin. If you're on, you ask first. You got prio if you're on. And then we'll just get Nin in. We could also go over to Forge if we actually have a good rate of people. I would be down to go to Forge. Especially since Carf event's not up right now. Slash, I can't invite you. Also, if anybody's in second guild that's active, like EOS or anybody else, if you guys want invites to first, let me know. I should message EOS. Let's just EOS. Do you want to join first guild? And he's gone. But yeah, anyone that's in second that's like been active consistently, we do have a few slots left in first for active people, and then we're gonna be doing another inactivity pass quite soon. If I kick Carla, that'll start World War III. Ram. Hypno, he'll be back. Tuna will be back. Smiley will be back. Okay. That looks fine for right now. Byron not showing up for you? Make sure in your launcher on while people run over. /P BRB. Let's see. I think I have to. But Intrepid launcher. Launcher's already running. Fuck me. There we go. All right. So with today's update, if you're trying to log into Vyra, or you're trying to log into Lotharia or Lyneth, they're testing new backend infrastructure on Vyra. We don't know what it's related to. My theory is rollbacks and like rerolls and stuff like that. But you'll want to go into your environment tab. You'll want to click on this drop down arrow. It by default has Lotharia and Lyneth on it. Change that to Alpha 2 Vyra, click login, and then you're good to go. Now, this is just like to select your server. It's because Vyra is in like an echo chamber for that actual like tech test. So we'll get more information on what that is as it continues. But yeah, across the board, that's all you have to do. Verify you're human. This. And we're loading back in, boys. I was gonna wait till next down days to leave second to get rid of the day thing. I think it resets like every day the servers go. I don't know. Maybe not, but. Yeah, day thing's not that bad though. And usually by the time I log on the next day, I've had people leave the night before and then I invited them the next day when I got on and everything was fine. Could be subject to change, but. All right, in we go. I'll be right back while I load in. I'm definitely not going to get a soda and take a bong rip. That wasn't me. Your payments are overdue. Suck my cock. I'll pay him in fucking 3.5 days then. Jesus fucking Christ. Look, my entire gooch. I'm not fucking paying that shit until I have to. Wait. Dual wield confirm, chat? Don't pay them, just wait and become a citizen again. Honestly, why don't I just try that IRL? Like, Ashes is teaching me a lot. It's truly the IRL simulator. A social sandbox. The social sandbox, if you will. They haven't made the IRS update yet? Is that patch live IRL? Sadly, yeah, that's fucking tragic. Hopefully it bugs this year. It would be cool if they made the percentage of citizens paying taxes like something that impacted your node itself. So if a certain percentage of your citizens didn't pay taxes, other than just like getting less money from taxes, you got like penalties as a node for not like incentivizing or enforcing tax. And then you could also have a level of economic warfare from people like declaring citizenship in your node and then not paying their taxes. Carfin and Forge has a gear for Ranger. Blood Runner from Carfin and Torin from Forge. Yeah, Forge fucks. Forge named loops, and then in between the name mobs, you just sit there on pickups. And then you kill dwarves. If we have enough people, we could definitely go to Forge. If we get another group, wanna kick it up to Forge by chance. Have a few interested. I can use a few Forge items, then we're not going to Forge. Steel Bloom, probably better. Probably better if you gifted 100 subs. I'll go to Steel Bloom if you gift 100. I'll bring a raid to Steel Bloom. That's your choice, Boo Boo. That's on you. How can you hear with all that cap on? Yesterday it was 25, that's inflation. Yesterday's price is not today's price. If more people want it, that means demand goes up, which means that the price goes up. Higher demand means higher price of good. You guys inflated it, not me. Welcome to my 100 level economics class that I took in community college. Bitches. I'd do it for 50. That's the lowest I'm going though. Fuck Steel Bloom. I get nothing from Steel Bloom except sadness and XP debt. Two things. Chat, someone like earlier, I don't even remember who it was, but when I was like in that massive Yappington earlier, somebody was asking my thoughts on leveling. I don't know if you're still here or not, but if you are, I'll elaborate. Why are we finding so many enchanting runes, but nothing else? I think loot table's still borked. That's supposed to be a guaranteed crit, I thought. Weird. Forsaken fragments are good for tank. I'm not really leaning too much into farming up anything level 10 with a looming enchanting rework. Like, I know, like, cost versus power output, it's so fucking cheap that it's relatively free 99 to do anyways, right? But, I don't know. I'd rather get that like base 20 gear set up and then try to be ready when that enchanting comes out and becomes relevant. Cause I'm not out here making like money bags anyways. I gotta be kind of cognizant with like the in-game budget. So if I be spending too much on like, like grills and shit early on, then I'm not gonna be able to get the shit that I need when it's time. You can enchant level 20? I know, but it's expensive as a motherfucker. Yeah, I know you can enchant Journeyman, but it's like, the cost to like power output of enchanting like 20 versus enchanting 10 is part of why people are still rocking like 10 for the most part, unless you have god gear at 20. But like if you have god gear and god income, then you're chilling. But most of us normies here don't have all of that. I mean, honestly, a lot of things sell for a ton. There's a very good opportunity to make a lot of money. I just haven't like been very good about making myself money. I think with all of the gold faucets in the game currently, as well as like high rarity goods already selling for a lot, it's important to remember that like high rarity on launch will also be worth a lot more across the board because it's not going to be as camped. It's going to be a lot more spread out in terms of like where the supply actually is. I don't know if that'll make total less or more, but in theory, it's going to be a very large like economic shift from that kind of like gold distribution to the people who have the timers to kind of like the people who are just out there strip farming going for odds. Am I hallucinating? Is our Desolate not 100% critting? Because it's supposed to against snared or recently tripped enemies. Ralos, keep an eye on your Desolate, or if you're using Pulverize, whichever purple crystally ability you're using. Keep an eye on the guaranteed crit from that post-trip. You're supposed to like get your guaranteed crit after you trip combo. Do I need food? I have 4 burgers left. I'm also hungry IRL, but I don't want to stop streaming to get food because we're pumping. Finally, we got a mirror for the cloak. Do you know the CD timer for changing nodes? 24, I think. Why can't I heal Ralos? Flag up, you Goomba. I'm a cook, I can set you up. Oh, goated. I appreciate that. Thank you. He is not force flagged, no. Well, Galen probably did, but... I also have a very easy solution for this double force flag redundancy shenaniganism. I think when you're in a lawless, it should override your anti-PvP settings. It should just turn those off, and it should make it so any action automatically flags you as a combatant in that zone. You're already opted in. Just make it put you in the combatant state, so it overrides those settings. It's a very weird redundancy that most players won't even consider the first time they go into a lawless zone. And if you go into a lawless zone without also simultaneously flagging, then you can get killed without being able to hit anybody back, and they don't corrupt because you're in the lawless zone. So as of right now, you've got to go to the lawless zone, and then once you're in the lawless zone, you have to flag up again to be able to do anything with your party. And the devs actually ran into this, like, during their dev update, and I kind of hope that brings attention to how much of a redundancy and an inconvenience it is, because it is quite strange. I don't think they're dropping any loot. Oh, wait, we got loot. Oh, shit, we're getting loot. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Steel spellbook and a steel great spellsword. That's not a bad setup for a new 20 caster. Holy shit. Loving for Intrepid to add more lawless zones throughout the continent rather than exclusively putting them in the oceans. Yeah, I think like small pockets of lawlessness could also be cool, like POIs potentially, where it's like a forced lawless area. You go in and maybe like daily events there. If you played WoW, maybe like those that are familiar, maybe like a Gurubashi Arena type WoW, or type event, where basically there's like a big chest that spawns in the middle at a certain time, and there's this big announcement that goes out, and people run over to the arena, and in that arena you're force flagged, right? That big pit, you're force flagged. You hop down, you vie for that chest. If you're able to get that chest, you clear out enough people, you secure it, then you get that shit, right? So swap that sword for a sub. Do you need the sword? You can just have it. Oh wait, I got the spellbook, but that's just a regular greatsword. I just give away all my fucking gear anyways. I don't sell anything. It's an alpha. if anybody needs stuff, I literally have an entire alt that's just filled with gear that I don't sell and I just give away. I'll usually just hop on the alt, I give away recipes, I give away gear. It's fucking alpha. I'd rather just help people play the game the way that like the way that they'll have fun the most. Pretty much solo self-found all of my gear except for someone bought my boots for me and I paid them back. And then the chest was a gift recently that I just couldn't say no to. So that shit kind of fucks. Take any cooking recipes? Next time I hop back over, they're mostly on my fighter, but I will hop over at some point today. It's parked in Mirrorleth. But yeah, I have so much shit that I just give away. Because, I mean, that's what I'm going to do for the guild on launch anyways. I'm just going to basically, if we don't have... I mean, we'll have guild vaults on launch and shit, so it'll be a lot easier. But within the guild, I just kind of tell people, if you want to sell shit, feel free to sell shit. I can just make money through tanking shit and completing content. And, like, my goal is to just hold a bunch of shit, hook people up. And then from there... everybody completes content easier and we all get better drops and shit through there. So the whole like this game in particular is perfect for how I like running my communities and my guilds, my companies in New World, like everything, where it's like our community supports not only our community but also ideally other communities around us that could use the support, and through there it's like this symbiotic relationship where it's like, oh hey, like Cats included us on their caravans. They're having a big war right now. Let's go help them out in their war. Or let's go help Dusty get this new raid content done, and you know, stuff like that. And just for me, it's a game. Like, I don't have a lot of money IRL, so it's not like I can just go around giving out fucking thousands of dollars IRL. Some people, even on the level of like watching Twitch streams, I don't have the money to be gifting a lot of subs to the people I like to watch. I just kind of lurk quietly, say what's up sometimes, and chill. So, like, as much as I would like to do that, giving people stuff in-game is my version of, like, how the community takes care of me and allows me to do this with, like, gifting subs and allowing me to stream full-time and play games 10 hours a day. Like, so for me, it's like, I can't give back by just giving you guys fucking money and shit because I'm not that rich. But I can give back by using my 10 hours a day to play the game very unselfishly and facilitating growth for not just me, but my entire community. And I think that comes back in like a more holistic way anyways. Like me getting a lot of people in the guild leveled means that we can do endgame content a lot easier. We can experiment a lot easier. It's easier for me to find groups because now I just go, hey, who's on in the guild? And then between the guild and people that know of the guild and have good relations with us, we fill groups super easy. And we pull people from Polar, from Barcode, from Envious, from Dunehold, from the Mushroom people, from the Merc Guild, to people who aren't even in guilds. And I think overall, that's just a really nice vibe to have in a game like this, where everything at a certain point is going to be incredibly cutthroat. And a lot of things can turn cutthroat whenever, but overall, I like the spot that we're in right now. Oh. So that's actually, by the way, the first time that I've ever seen anything like item-wise drop from here. But it's just enough for me to cope it the fuck out and be like, what if these drops have the potential to be gnarly? They do! They might be gnarly after all, chat. Oh, we might be cooking. Oh, this is just enough to tickle my fucking fancy. Okay. This is the first day that items have dropped here. Ow. 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 I'm on fire. Where are the respawns? Okay. I mean, if stuff's dropping that regularly, I mean, it took us a little bit to charge up, but it seems like we're kind of getting there. Where are my respawns? Are there spawns upstairs yet? Yep. Interesting. And Sharpclaw Talrith is another named mob. I'll pull them to the top of the stairs here, and we'll just fight them right. No, we won't. Jesus. Ah! Through the fire in the floors. Jesus Christ. Flame circle, no! Talrith pats around the room. We'll grab him. Everybody's looking good. Talrith is another named mob that currently has 0 loot table. Or at least has shown us so far he has 0 loot table. I mean, we did start running hot there, though. 3 items is 3 more than I've legitimately ever found here. Did anybody get an upgrade from those?
I miss the good days.
Yo, what up, King?
Back when a bruiser was a bruiser. Clumps were clumps. Everything was simple.
How you doing today, my boy? Yo, we got a couple new soundboards coming soon, laddies. I bet you're fucking excited for those. I don't know what that does. All the sound redeems. The sound redeems are beautiful. The sound, that one in particular is a mental break that I was having one day on New World. Yeah, no loot. Name mobs are a scam. Faded treasure map. I still can't do maps. Haha, quirky. Why didn't anyone tell me we had new sounds coming? Well, it's not today. They'll be here soon, TM. Yeah, no, they're being worked on right now. One of them was in yesterday's stream. It slipped under the radar. But upon further review, we've determined we gotta yoink that shit. Boop. Boop. Yo, thank you for the hydrate, brother. I appreciate you. What you getting up to today, dude? Yoink! Alright. Let's pull these guys. And then I think I can get this one as well. Respawns are up, down there. Ah! Stop. I'm being gang stalked. I just almost killed my backline. What weapon should I use as a cleric? Whatever you want, as long as it's spell scaling. You want to make sure you got things on that magic scaling side, just because all of your abilities will scale off of that. But throughout that, that's one of the nice things about Ashes is a lot of the weapon choices break down just like a different distribution of attack speed versus attack power. So certain things will be a little bit slower. Certain things will hit a little bit more consistently. And it breaks down to kind of like which one of the ability trees that you like, and which, not ability trees, but which one of the weapon trees with like the status effects you put out that you like. And on top of that, where you like the kind of aesthetic, where you want to take your character. And there are like small differences, small advantages, disadvantages, but for the most part, it's really like, starting out especially, I would recommend just trying them all out, getting a feel for them, and seeing which ones you enjoy the most. Bonk.
Super casual, working like a human. Why don't I play video games for a living? Loss. Loki might actually try streaming. Do it up, man. I will say, if you wanna get a good community streaming, it's definitely a lot more than just sitting there playing video games all day. But I encourage anybody to try streaming, man. I think there are a lot of opportunities for a lot of different types of content creators out there. But go into it definitely knowing that there is a lot more to it than just playing video games, man. If you're not sitting there engaging and everything like that, then there's a bit. Sitting in a room just chilling after work, a lot less exhausting than hopping on after work and then also having to interact. Believe me, I have been streaming now primarily full-time for about a year. And before that, my other 7 years of streaming experience came while I was working 40+ hour a week jobs, so. I definitely feel it though. I definitely feel it. If you're committed to it, man, you can definitely make a good name for yourself out there. And I think streaming can provide a lot of opportunities to people, honestly. But have you ever had Scrapple? What is that? I don't think I have. Is it food? Sounds like it'd be yummy. I don't know why. I picture something crispy. It's a visual radio show? Oh yeah, 100%. 100%. I mean, it's got to be like, and there are different like types of streams, right? But for me across the board, I don't know. I very much like being able to yap constantly with my community and stuff, and that's how I've always been as a streamer. But at this point as well, I've streamed. I just passed over 10,500 hours, like all time streamed, and for me, even watching my streams a year ago, I had a lot more downtime where I wasn't talking that much, I wasn't as engaging, I wasn't as interactive. And so for me, I put in a lot of work with like, you know, the 10,000 hour method. Just like, you look at what you're doing, you see what you would change about it and what you think you could do better. And if you do that over the course of 10,000 hours and consistently eliminate the things that you're doing poorly or that you'd like to improve, eventually you're in a spot where, you know, you have fewer and fewer things left to improve and you are good at what you do. So for me, I've come a long way, not only as a streamer, but also as just like, honestly, streaming has helped my like outward communication and stuff like that with other people a lot. I did. So I don't know. I think like the streaming is definitely a lot different than just gaming and being able to like not say anything for a few minutes, just kind of chill, mouth breathe, take a minute to yourself, no coherent thoughts. You can go take a shit, you can maybe go make yourself a snack, go outside, walk the dog, go, you know, do whatever. But when people start streaming, they'll be like, wait, why is streaming for 10 hours so much harder than gaming for 10 hours? And also, why is nobody watching? And then they go back and they'll look in their VOD. And if you click through my VOD throughout the day, and then you click through a lot of other streamers' VODs throughout the day, you'll notice one of our VODs has a lot of yapping. Most people's VODs, especially smaller streamers, simply have a lot of empty time. And if you just go click through any small streamer and you watch, and you see a lot of periods where you click and it's 30 seconds to a minute of empty space, you have to keep in mind at any given point, that could be somebody's first 30 seconds to a minute in your stream. And if they come in and you're just not saying anything, you're sitting there, you're staring at your monitor, you're not being engaging, it's not really on the viewers to reach out to you. It's on you as a streamer to make the viewers feel compelled to engage in the conversation that you're having. And so a lot of people, when they start streaming, they're just like, I will put my stream up and people will come in and watch because I am streaming. And then, much like me, you can go years and years and years under 20 viewers. I went 5+ years without sniffing 10+ viewers. And then I started to slowly grow. I worked very heavily on the things that I was doing poorly. And I also found like I found my niche. Like I found where I like to be
and the type of content that I like to make. And so I figured out that I was very community-based, like MMO gamer, right? That's the community that I wanted to foster. That's the community that I wanted to like bring up and stuff like that, right? And so a lot of streamers, I also think there are streamers that are very talented that are good content creators, but they're simply in the wrong game or the wrong type of game that's not playing their strengths. So, yo, what a brave on.
Good days.
What's up with that one right now?
Back when Bruiser was
Two
a
in a
bruiser.
row for that.
Clumps were clumps. Everything was simple.
2 in a row. I thought about streaming as well. However, your stream is great in the meantime. Another time commitment that you do at the moment. I mean, you don't need to have 10 hours a day to make content. Keep in mind, I wasn't streaming full time from the second I started streaming. Like, I always say this, I streamed around my work schedule very heavily. Now, with that being said, a lot of people have kids and relationships and social lives and shit. And honestly, I've sacrificed a lot of those outside things to like follow through on the dream of potentially streaming full time. And like, that's one of the sacrifices that I was willing to make in the hope that long term I'm able to do all that while living this dream out, right? But for the longest time, I was fitting in streams around my work schedule. And you know, as a content creator, you can stream as little or as much as you want to, but there are a couple different ways to look at it. For me, the longer that I'm on stream, the more time that I am here, the more chance people have to come in, see the channel live, click on the directory, and pop in. If I'm not live, that can't happen. I don't exist if I'm not live. That's where YouTube comes in. If you're someone who's very limited on your time, but you think I have what it takes to be a content creator, I think I could do this. I don't think Dusty's talented. I think he just sits there and yaps all day about nothing, and I could do that. Make a few YouTube videos. If your content is good and you don't have a lot of time, put that effort into something that's controllable and manageable in small bursts. You record your gameplay and something happens and you plan around that, or you script out videos ahead of time based on what you want to work around. And YouTube's a lot more flexible in terms of like the time commitment. But with that being said, there are a lot of streamers who streamed a few hours a day and had a very large audience growth while streaming a few hours. And I think like if you are actually an entertaining content creator, and if you are, you know, putting in some sort of effort, people will come and people will stay. But with that being said, click through directories sometime. Like, click on large content creators and then click on small content creators and like look at the difference of how much people talk, how engaging the conversations are. Some people will just babble on about nothing that doesn't really make sense, and it's not really engaging. It's not really a conversation that anyone would feel comfortable hopping into or anything like that, or that offers anything to hop into. And then you hop into another streamer's channel and clicking through any point in their VOD and listening to that conversation for 30 seconds, you should be able to be in a point where you're like, oh, I could hop into that. I have a tip, which is kind of not entirely a tip for streamers who don't have a chat to chat with too much. A lot of overlap of Twitch users browse the front page of Reddit. So being a bit familiar with the topics of the day on Reddit gives you something to talk about, as long as fine for you. Some people want to avoid politics entirely. Me. Yeah, no, that's also like a very valid thing. You have to have like a kind of a focus, right? So me, I actually threatened to Thanos snap people out of chat yesterday for talking about politics. I'm very like, I don't like politics in general. So I have a very strict like anti-politic or anything like that rule, and we focus just on like gaming stuff, like gaming politics and shit like that. That's perfectly fine, but I don't really care about IRL at all. Honestly, I'd care more about, and this might sound insensitive, but I'd care more about many things happening in a game than I would about many things happening IRL that don't directly impact me. If it's something I'm hearing on the news, then it probably doesn't impact me more than a downtime in the game that I play with. So for me, I very much enjoy gaming talk, and that's something that I use as kind of like a baseline as well. But as a, I mean, even if you don't have a chat to interact with, you've still got to be like going on about something. I mean, even when I was a small streamer and started to get like my, I mean, I still consider myself an incredibly fucking small streamer. I don't consider myself big or successful or anything. I'm not
I'm not Summit. I'm not the goated streamer. I'm very small. I'm not the world's greatest content creator, and I don't pretend to be. I also don't have all the answers to like instantly growing a channel or anything, right? But what I do know is my content has improved a ton since I started making content. And as a result, my viewership has increased a ton since I have started making content. And there can be a lot of different things that impact like viewership growth over time. Some people get a very lucky break with a bit of content, like a clip or something like that. Some people brute force their way in. Some people run into like a content creator mentor that's established that puts them on, and from there they catapult off of it. Like there are so many things that can lead to a content creator growing. But for me, it's been a very simple scale of I stream games that I want to stream. I focus on making content that I want to make, and I focus on making that content better and more engaging for me. So, you know, I might not be out there streaming the most popular titles. I might not be hopping game to game, and sometimes I might not even be yapping about much. But one thing that I can do is turn anything into a yap. I can turn it into an engaging conversation where other people also weigh in. And I think that's one of the things that makes me prefer live streaming versus YouTube. I could easily take the 10 hours a day I have on content, and I could record 4 YouTube videos a day, dump those YouTube videos out in mass, and then just not interact with the chat. And I also think that's something that, again, is kind of like content creator specific. There are some content creators that are better off like working a chat, so to say, and like managing that chat and the flow of conversations, getting like different people and new people involved in those conversations, and, you know, working that in. Some people aren't as good with that, like that live chat, that live conversation. And again, that's where the different avenues of content creation come in across the board. And that's where so many different like creators can make a path for themselves doing so many different things. And I think like as a content creator, a lot of people just instantly are like, I want to be a content creator. I'm going to stream. I don't have a lot of time or anything. I'll go live without a schedule whenever I get a couple hours, and I'll grow from there. And like, unfortunately, you won't. So if you're in that situation, I would highly recommend YouTube over streaming. I'm about to full wipe my PC. Have you reached out to anyone in the Discord to see if it's like a known issue? I'm always listening while playing, and I hear some crazy changes, but I'm laughing in Discord too usually. Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I mean, like, I really just enjoy talking to people and stuff like that. Yo, what up, Ty? What's the problem? He is loading in and black screening. So like, I don't think he's actually loading in. He goes to launch and then it just black screens. He's full uninstalled, like reinstalled, reset the PC, like updated drivers. Delete the app data folder. Wish I knew that. That would have been an easy fix. I see the load bar for like 3 seconds, and I've deleted everything like 3 times. Not the whole folder, just the app data. Just like the app data ashes folder. Interesting. So what within that folder would be causing him to black screen? Weird Downy healer. Basically resets all the settings. Okay, so he could just have like a Bort setting or something like that within it. If I full wiped everything, why would that matter? I don't know. I'm not an expert. That's why I haven't been able to fix it. I'm just listening to what the people are saying. I'm just a middleman here. I might go to Forge soon. No, I think he like full uninstalled, reinstalled and everything. Okay, yeah. If we're losing B and a healer, let's form up for a Forge group. Because a couple of Forge loops would probably be better than this. We go Forge. All right, let's sneak out of here. Come this way. I don't think I pulled anything. I think you can just get out through here. Yo, B, thank you for coming through. Did they fix the loot or the regen? Forge, like, named mob loops have been fine. I haven't been... Excuse me, I haven't been doing bosses. Unless you have, like, a massive raid, but... Slash global, looking for cleric plus bards, forge, farm, PM, 22 plus. All right, we're up. What levels, everyone? Ron's 20. Da, 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 da. Yeah, Forge XP is unfortunately kind of ass cheeks. GG's, brother. If you can't find anything, you're welcome to come up. But yeah, the XP overall is just pretty underwhelming. This is another pocket dungeon down here. This is Prismarium, yeah? Prismarium's not a bad one to farm. I actually think that's where you can get the geode, right? I haven't really seen any of the geodes. I don't think I've seen any, actually. I thought they were added to the loot table. They were added to animal husbandry. Have those been not dropping either? It's a little peculiar. Slacker, where the fuck are you going? Brother out here driving shitty. Just delete it. The app data one? Yeah, Crow. Alright, so we go up to Forge. We'll do a couple of named mob loops there. See if we can snag a couple of good drops. During the named mob loops, we'll stop along the way and do a little bit of dwarf farming. Not for me, but... Oh, see a Forge Lord's there? Honestly, I'm not even worried about Zammer. I'm more so leaning towards the Master Forge guy. Wait, clear this AoE real quick. Group all these up and then turn and dismount, and then we'll just burst it. Slacker, come back. Nice. Some of them were low level, but that was satisfying. Okay, cool. We weren't getting anything crazy. I just wanted to do that because it was fun. If these all spawn level appropriate at 26, this would be a crazy solo farm. Boop. Sand bugs, sand lobster even. I feel like it's pretty much the same thing. Lobsters just have a less pointy tail, right? Who do we have on in guild that I can force to come through? Kai's level 17.
Valketh. Abducted. Nobody cuts you. Yeah, it'll be quiet for a couple of days. Probably a couple weeks until the rogue patch gets closer. Gotta walk the dog, maybe like 40 minutes, all the way down in Az too. Well, walk the dog all the way up to Forge. Is your regular storage linked through towns and it's just mats that are separated? Yes. So like item storage is linked through towns, and then every individual town has material storage as well as cargo storage. I wonder how guild vaults will work. Because if you can put materials and shit in them, and then you can access the guild vault in different towns, that would be kind of fucky. Because that would be a way to get around like material transfers. So I feel like they need to think about that, but not being able to put materials in them also would be weird. They got a complex situation with guild vaults. I wonder what the answer to that is. Because no mats in a guild vault. I mean, maybe just no mats in a guild vault, but I feel like the biggest thing is material storage, but... It's intriguing. Chat, where are we leaning with that? Maybe a guild has to, like, declare a home or something like that. Like, a guild has to be, like, based in an area, and they can have a guild vault in only that area? I don't really know. Given the massive amount of mats you can have on one tune, they need to figure something out. Yeah, I don't really know, because like even a guild vault's gonna get highly populated with materials, but I think like guild vaults themselves, I feel like shouldn't have like mass material storage, but more like focused material storage. Has to be an area. If they don't, people could also trade, sell items of vendors. Plus guild freeholds, fair. End up with 5 alts, all holding mats and bags for people. Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, but if you're holding like mass low rarity mats, then that's probably gonna be a thing. I think that's part of specializing it though, right? Plus, we did also find tech recently. Crates. If you crack open a crate, you can put a bunch of your materials in it from your materials tab. You seal that crate. It goes into your cargo. Your cargo is not movable, but you can store stuff in the same node with that. And then when you're ready for it, you crack open your crate. It takes time to unload, and then it puts the stuff in your storage. So in terms of materials, you could just buy a fat crate, stuff that crate full, seal it, put it in your cargo tab, and then empty out your material inventory or your material storage. Can you actually open them now? I think mine were opening. I don't think I got scammed at all. Were you not able to open them for a while? I heard that you couldn't get stuff out of them. Well, shit, maybe I should triple check. I'm pretty sure I got my stuff out of it. But I mean, now that you bring it up, I might as well check. No reason not to, right? Boop. Are people not running Forge anymore? Surely people are running Forge. I don't want to go to Steel Bloom. I want to avoid Steel Bloom like my life fucking depends on it, chat. Mistake of a mob population. Fucking plague of an area. That shit is rough. Alright, clear across to Forge. Something to keep in mind with Ashes as well. while I can currently just be like, yo, I'm gonna run all the way across the map to go do this instead, that's gonna get a lot harder as the map continues to expand. Like, exponentially harder as the map continues to expand. So I'm definitely gonna have to ADHD a little less and focus up a little more. But with that being said, I feel like every area of the map is also gonna have its unique kind of like forge equivalents and stuff. So on our way. They add movement speed to the roads. They had it in for like an hour, and then it got taken out pretty quickly. With that though, I feel like a lot of the roads just aren't really the optimal path. Because if I'm running over to Forge, I can either just like line myself up and just pew, or I can follow along all of the networks of roads and stuff. And I also feel like if they add, I always say this, but quality of life I think is a slippery slope. Because first it's like, oh, we want speed on roads. And then it's like, oh, well, you should make caravans auto follow roads because they're slow. And then it's like, oh, why don't you make mounts auto follow roads? Haha. And then it's like, oh, why don't you give us an autopilot to quests? And then before you know it, your entire game is quality of life to shit. It's over quality of life, right? So I don't know. I do feel like a lot of the systems in Ashes are the way they are for a reason. That's fine though. Auto move for mounts I think is fine. I think that's just antithetical to kind of like where Ashes is going. So Ashes is about a lot of like you actually as a player, decision making, risk rewarding, and not just that AFK, I autopilot here, have no actual like input as a player on the way. It's about the player engaging with the game and engaging with the world. And I feel like that level of quality of life starts to impede on that. And everyone will have their own takes on this, right? In terms of like what quality of life they like, what quality of life they don't. But I think in Ashes as a whole, there's no difference at that point between fast traveling somewhere, just checking out, and then autopiloting somewhere. So at that point, it's like, well, why not just add a teleport? Why not just take the arbitrary autopilot out of it? So there are the road, it's slow. If they auto run, it's easy for people to gank them, etc. People aren't going to just randomly gank someone that's on a road auto running to a quest, though. I think that's cope to try to justify a take. People aren't just getting run up on and murked completely randomly. There's a difference with teleport and having to auto run. Not in terms of the player input. Player input is actually higher teleporting somewhere than it is auto running somewhere and not paying attention to the screen. So in terms of like actual Ashes philosophy, a teleport would be more in line with the player like actually interacting with the game and the world than autopiloting and not looking at their screen. You could set an autopilot, you could go take a shit, and then you could come back. Whereas if you're teleporting, you actually have to like be here, you teleport, you facilitate that. Oh, what up, Fang? How you doing tonight? What they do to Vyra? Some back-end stuff that they said. We don't specifically know what it is yet, but we're kind of like sequestered in our own area. But yeah, I mean, so I think a lot of systems that reduce actual player input. Auto runs, a lot of teleports, group finders, teleporting to instanced content. Those aren't gonna be here. Like summon stones to dungeons and stuff like that. I think people would 100% gank people on roads. And corrupt? No, you're on Fent, respectfully. If you think people are just gonna corrupt and kill people that are running on roads, you're absolutely crazy. There's too much risk and loss for just corrupting to kill some random... Chewy. Hi. Just to kill some random person. I think that's a crazy take. Corrupt, guild wars, faction wars, PvP zones. So you're saying it would be good for the game for people to be auto running through PvP zones? You're kind of losing me on this take. No one's gonna corrupt and just randomly gank somebody. The odds of a guild versus guild war happening and you randomly being stumbled upon if you're auto running on the road, you're gonna die anywhere during a guild war, whether you're auto running or not. I'm assuming by faction wars you mean node wars. Node wars, you're gonna get ganked whether you're running on a road or not auto running. You auto running or being on a road doesn't impact the odds of like you getting hit or not. Corrupting for free? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like what you're trying to use to justify auto running on roads isn't really tied into any of like auto running on roads actual implications. And it removes a lot of like player input and world interactiveness and like I guess world interaction. I can't word very well, but like a lot of player input, a lot of world interaction, and a lot of that actual just like core tenet of Ashes being the weighed out player input risk reward of going from one place to another. And like, I mean, honestly, you'd be more justified trying to say, oh, the risk reward is justified, but I think it'd be fine to have in the game either way. I'm just saying something that I think would happen. I don't necessarily think that'll ever come to the game. I really don't. Oh, whoops. / invite the Keebler elf. I would definitely recommend on Ash's wiki, there's like a section that covers all of their like core principles of development and like kind of like their core tenets of the game, so to say, their pillars. I would definitely recommend checking that out because a lot of those are just kind of like antithetical to those like autopilot systems, auto play systems, AFK systems, stuff like that. And I think, again, kind of just like with Ash's long-term thoughts in mind and what they've said as well to us, I just don't really foresee a system personally where that level of over QOL comes in. And honestly, I'm glad about that. I think quality of life is a slippery slope once a developer bends the knee to the community in terms of going back on where their quality of life line is established versus inconvenience. And I think it starts with something very simple and escalates into what New World or Retail WoW is, where you add all of these quality of life systems, but over time, the quality of life detracts from the actual gameplay, the actual community feel, the actual, you know, player-to-player interaction. And a lot of that is what drives MMOs, really. And over time, a lot of MMOs lose their population as they continue to streamline and add those systems. And it's happened time and time again with MMOs. I think the more over streamlined MMOs get and the more they drive their systems away from community engaging systems, the more it turns into an ARPG. And at that point, there are just better ARPGs out. So I don't know. I really hope that they don't go that route. And I don't think they will. I don't necessarily think there's anything to worry about there. The things that have been discussed are like multi-person mounts eventually, like a kind of like a taxi type service potentially. And then they've also talked about how 2 Metropolis scientific nodes will have like an airship that goes between them. So there will be forms of like assisted travel, right? On top of like scientific nodes offering at Metropolis State to that portal to its adjacent, or not its adjacent nodes, its vassal nodes. So they do get like a little bit of that quality of life with movement and stuff. But I don't think it's a lot of like over QOL where it's like, I click on this quest, it auto navigates me to this quest area, and then I do the quest. I think that would take away just so much of the actual world play and just instantly make it start feeling like a mobile game. No automatic. Yeah, it just takes away like player interaction and like feel of the world. I mean, you already have an auto run, so just point it in a straight line and correct it. Like I'm auto running right now. Like I could legitimately go take a bite of the second half of a Subway sandwich that's in my fridge right now. But it's not gonna full auto run me to my destination. And I don't know, I feel like there's that level where they do give us the quality of life. I can point myself this way and go AFK. If I run into something, I run into something. Like, they give us quality of life, they just don't overdo it and take away the entire aspect of playing the game. So you can't just like auto AFK, go here, do this, like basically play it like cookie clicker, right? Is a PvP node out? PvP node? Oh, like military node in terms of the like the governing style. All of the nodes are currently scientific. So there will be like military nodes, of course, in the game. But as of right now, all the nodes are just that like election based. I was like, PvP node, yeah, we got 2 of them with the desert. And then I was like, oh, military nodes. Yeah, military nodes are the ones that will be like determined by fisticuffs, hand-to-hand combat, making out and stuff. So yeah. I should actually look into when we're seeing more node types. Is that gonna be phase 3? Kenko watches his stream sometimes. Kenko knew what I was gonna say. I play on at medium on a 1080 Ti without any issues. I play on a TI-87 graphing calculator. Mine at 100 Celsius. Wait, what? Is 100 Celsius hot? My GPU is at 115 Celsius right now. Chat, doesn't that melt stuff? Isn't that like an oven? What's 100 degrees Celsius? That's like reverse searing a steak, right? That's like at least 325. You could legitimately bake a cake on that GPU, right? Are you inting? Yeah, 100 degrees Celsius is hot as fuck. That's the temp water boils at. Fuck, is it really? Huh. 239 degrees Fahrenheit. Was it a CPU or his GPU? Wait. GPU. So he just has to turn the fan up. Right? Like, why doesn't he just blow another fan on the GPU? Oh, poor Galen. Last week I learned a valuable lesson. Found legendary coal. People started asking me for my location. We have player killers in this game. Poor Galen. That's so sad. My 3080 is at 60 degrees Celsius. Would my task manager show that? Does task manager do temps? Gotta put ice, not a fan. Well, wouldn't evaporative cooling mean that you could technically spray it with water and then it would be fine? Your CPU ID hardware monitor. Isn't that in Steam? That's a download somewhere. I feel like I have it. I also only have one monitor though, so I can't keep stuff up while I play. I have 2 PCs, but my gaming PC only has 1 monitor. It's just the game itself that runs on it. So if anything was stressing, hold on, let me see if Task Manager shows it. That's where I saw it. I'm pretty sure I have it, yeah. You also probably saw Hello Kitty Island Adventure on my desktop. Don't fucking worry about it. All right, let's see. Show me my Tempy Wempy. Does it show? GPU. My GPU is at 50 degrees Celsius and my CPU is at, it doesn't say. My utilization is 50% on my CPU. Perfect temps. I built this PC myself. That's a fucking miracle. That's a goddamn miracle. Let's see. Yeah, it literally blows out cool air when I put my hand above it, because it's like, and I had to get crafty on the fans too, because with the 4080 Super, it couldn't fit the full radiator in the front as well as the GPU, like lengthwise. So I had to unmount the fans from the radiator, radiator inside, and then technically the fans are on like the quote unquote outside of the case, and they're like sandwiched like with the case. So it's intake fans, and then from there you have fans on the top that are exhaust. There's an exhaust in the back, and then yeah, it's very basic fan setup, but I was shocked that I didn't break anything. So just open that up. Hello Kitty Island Adventure, or the CPU ID. A new version is available. God fucking damn it, I don't want to update mine. Why do I have to update this? Okay. Temps. Core. How do I read this? G skill. Oh, that's my RAM. My RAM's at 45 degrees. My 7800 X3D. Package is 55. Cores max is 47. SoC is 39. I think that's what we're looking for. I don't know how to read this shit. Probably help if you guys could see this, huh? So I think we're pumping, because this is voltages. So I don't know what all this is, but... And then temps. I'm assuming this is my CPU. Says my CPU. Where's my GPU? Oh, those are my drives. Okay. 4080 Super. Yeah. So we seem to be chilling, I think, right? That seems pretty beefy across the board, I think. So nothing's on fire. Yeah, we're chilling. I did all the cooling myself. I made it. Hotspot 51 is juicy. Just like really good cooling. Is that something I did to make it juicy, or did I just get lucky? I probably just got lucky. I'm shocked that I put it together myself and it actually works in the first place, but... Yeah, legitimately, like, it outputs cool air. That shit is pretty efficient across the board, I think. At least it feels like it. Just means good cooling. Huge. I mean, it's basic as fuck. It has one fan in the back, 2 fans on top, 3 fans in the front, and that's about it. That's my whole scheme. Both of my PCs have that. Means the hottest point is keeping cool. So what would it mean if like the hot spot was getting hotter but the rest of it was cool? Could that be like an effective card or anything? 3 intake, 3 outtake. They're all on intake, blowing on it. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, the front 3 are my radiator from my like CPU cooler, because I have one of the Arctic like 3-fan CPU coolers with the radiator. So it's like intake on the radiator, and then exhaust, and then exhaust out the back. So it basically pulls in the air from the front and then pulls that through. So we're up tremendous. If the hotspot was really hot and the rest was cool, it means something was shorting out. Okay. Well, fortunately, we don't have to worry about that. Do we have any clerics or birds in the chat? Any birds? Freak! Man, why are clerics and bards so hard to find at this point? I'm gonna just start saying looking for more, honestly. It's not like we need anything specific. We'll just say looking for more. Boop.
Hello, Bloons. How are you today? Hope you're having a good one. Slash invite block. Are you already in the group? You're already in a group. I can't invite you if you're in a group. I mean, I feel like if we just fill with DPS, we'll be fine. But... bruh, ain't no way this dude is starting another fucking Forge group when I've been spamming for the past 30 minutes, dog. What a fucking weirdo. Brother, just join my fucking group. Are you competing? Well, merge then. If you can hear me. I have something in my hair. I had a fuzzy in my hair. That just distracted the shit out of me. I was like, what is this white streak in my hair? I'm going gray. Bop, 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 bop. Cleric's gonna have to lock the fuck in. Yeah, I'm gonna just make Ralos tank. Anytime I want to chill, I just bring Ralos. I let him tank and I just like smack stuff and pew pew. I don't really worry too much about mitigation at that point. And then if I pull aggro, I just panic. Tweaking heck. Why does escape not do anything in this game? Chat, is it a good luck smoke? Is that gonna summon everybody? I feel like that may be the play. Almost 22 ranger. Also second on raid wide. Bullseye. Crit buff. On the short bow. You know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. I don't fucking care. We'll just fill it. I don't care. The XP is gonna be bad, but that's on you. That's on you. I don't mind. I don't mind at this point. Shit'll die, and that's all that matters. He put together a well thought out pitch. And I heard his pitch. Yoink. No yoink. I'm so confused. How many Forge groups are currently going? Is he up? Yep. Come on. Oh, I guess we just pull in everything. Schizo's on a lion. This dude's swagged the fuck out. Rolling up on a lion and Biskier, pretty much all +5. Look, those are my Carve group. That's funny as shit. I thought it was over here. I was like, how many Forge groups are there today? Truth be told, this is like the one mob that I actually care about getting. I know that's selfish, but he's the one that drops the best tank hammer. What's this? Oh, Steel Greatsword. The drops are already rolling today, boys. We will truly be up tremendous. All right, heroic. Fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Help me. Help me. Oh. One sec, quick. Bio, then we go. Okay, I'll be right back. I have to pee. I don't have control of my bladder. Sometimes I do.
boys, we're up. That was not my ass, that was my chair. I would just like to clear that one up. Whoops. / global. Sometimes my chair squeaks because of my ass, but that was not my ass itself. I will argue that fact. All right. So we get in a couple named loops here. Should be relatively chill. I've got my disappointment out of the way early, although I almost just want to trash farm instead of hitting named loops. I feel like the trash farm has been pretty solid lately, and name loops have just been like disappointing lately. If I'm being honest. So okay, yep, this is fine. One pupper joining us. Why is my iron ore not activating? That's strange. As long as we're smacking torn admins, I'm happy. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Maybe make our way through that kind of like gauntlet-y area down to one of the dwarf spawns over near Lumen Star, and then probably farm some of that. Someone just get yossed off the edge. Is Steezy down like in the water? I just hit for 2200 by the way. I think Steezy fell off. I think I saw Steezy yoss himself off. Boop, boop. Sorry, he fell off. Nobody saw. It's okay. Nobody saw a single thing, Steez. I'll grab the mobs up at the start so you can get back in. I think you're still chilling. Yeah, you should be able to sneak in. There's a pupper, but I'll grab it real quick. Poor Steez, man. Man just wants to live his life and he can't. And rewind an ability because I did it 3 times in a single run. No. Slacker, not you two. You can't be trusted with the amount of movement that you've been granted. Done for trash. Need the cursed strikers and the undead. Any of the bracers? What are the bracers that come from torn admins? Did everybody get by? I think everybody got by. I think we're good. Pew. They roll in as base. Oh, okay. Have you looked at the higher rarities to see what they go? Like, is it worth us farming a recipe for? I love hitting for 2K. And it's from the torn admins? Okay, so we can full clear these little areas out. Which bracers are they? What if we just got them like first drop here? They're gonna reincarnate, but... Where'd he go? Hello, sir. Good to see you today. Absolute pleasure. They are weak to fizz. That or I'm just chunking today. Maybe it's because I have my focus on in my offhand. I've truly ascended what it means to be a damage dealer. I've mastered the damage.
All right, no bracers from there. All right, we ball. Apparently, Chikirjin means surgeon in French, by the way, chat. Anybody that didn't know that, you've learned something today. I didn't know that until chat told me. I was actually wondering what the fuck a Chikirjin was. And maybe they baited me, because that still doesn't sound French. But that's what I've been believing to this day. They roll Fire Mitt, Magic Pen, and Healing. Oh, gross. So it's basically just about the int base. I mean, I guess Magic Pen's good, but I just feel like main stats would be higher, or like better. In French, it's chirurgeon. Damn, so they just be making words up, and chat trolled me. Fuck. I should have learned French. Did I just get gnome hunted? What just happened? I hit a charge? Oh, my charge fucking got canceled because of silence. And my momentum carried. That was peculiar. I popped charge, and then I got silenced. So my charge stopped, but my momentum continued. So I just kind of like looked like I got dwarf punted. Easier to get the steel bloom bracers. What are steel bloom bracers? Are those just another int base, or do those have additional main stats on them? Excuse me. I feel like we've been getting a lot of crafting mat drops lately from these loops. Do we have everybody with us? Oh, which way you guys go? Past doggo. Just hit bridge skip. Hopefully he can get past bridge skip. If he can get to bridge skip and get set up here, he's fine. Everything's perfectly fine at that point. Wait, so what the fuck is a Chikirjin? Is it like Latin? No, I'm curious. Omelette du fromage. Omelette du toad? Well, he stayed up a little longer than I thought he was going to. And my reflect wore off, and I got hit for like 3,300, and I didn't reflect any damage. Now I'm just a bitch tanking abilities. Bloom Ward Embracers are bis. You know what's not bis? Stepping foot into that fucking godforsaken hellhole that is Steel Bloom. Fuck the mob table, fuck the loot table. Fuck pyromancers, fuck fire starters. Fuck their families. Personally, if I were to node siege over there, fuck the town, I'm sieging Steel Bloom. Fuck that whole place, in my personal opinion. Maybe there will be like a story arc that makes it not spawn just such assholes of mobs constantly. Tell us how you really feel about Steel Bloom. I would rather... I'm getting fucking teabagged by a Forge Guard, by the way. I would rather shit in my hands and clap and then apply a face mask to myself than tank Steel Bloom without compensation. Any idea if they fixed caravan prices? Yes, caravan fix was in the patch today, according to the notes. We can make that happen. Champagne, we're not gonna make that happen. No amount of sub goal is enough for that. You have anything good? Yoink. Sorry, I misclicked. I need that. All right, slash global. Boop. All right, we're up. Chat, Dusty, next follow. No. No. No, never. Jesus fucking Christ. Dude, I've been saying I'll go tank Steel Bloom for like actual compensation, but I'm not going over there for free. That entire area is just scuffed. I don't fuck with the mobs over there. I don't like it. We need res. There we go. We're up. Truly up. 25 cleric looking for desert. I don't want to go to that. I just want people to come over to the forge. Need cursed smiths and undead dudes for the Torsen medium gear. What comes on that? The Torrent medium gear? What comes on it? At least we have a shitload of mages. You don't like fire mages that use backline targeting? No, and I don't dislike them because of anything like me not liking to tank them reasoning. I dislike them because it seems like no matter what, my backline just forgets how to avoid death as soon as something targets it. So I very much enjoy mobs that just focus their damage on me, because then if the group wipes, it's my fault. And hopefully I don't fuck up to that extent. I do sometimes, but for the most part, I try not to. So I'm just, dude, I've had too many scenarios where it's like this slow moving like threat drop that works its way to the back line, and just the entire time I'm like, please just move slightly to the left. Just like one singular fucking step, like one iota of a fucking like neuron to the left and you're fine. And they move like 3 to the right and then step further into the thing that's gonna kill them. And I just, a piece of me dies. Con and Dex. Con and then Dex at higher rarity. Oh, true. Okay. I feel like you'll probably want more strength though, no? And just for that like raw AP scale. Ooh, loot. Oh, it's Ralos again. He doesn't have anything. I took all his shit last time. Okay. Boop. Boop. Most of the grind sprots. Real quick. Iron Hills and Oak. The respawn rates are way too quick. Can't explore them. Yeah, they've been messing with elites a little bit. So on top of like respawn rates changing at POIs, they've also been doing some work around like elite mob HP regen, especially boss HP regen. So in Forge, you used to be able to come in here with like probably a group of 8 and clear through most of the bosses like relatively easily. And across the board, they've been tweaking like HP regen of mobs, like I mentioned, to the point where bosses, you are not even like out DPSing them. That's so much about the game, how? I enjoy video games a lot, and being able to like stream full time, I try to learn a lot about the systems of the game, so that way as a streamer, if I do interact with people, I'm in a position where I can like, you know, productively help people. I think that a lot of streamers don't really bring anything to the table other than just being like a lol cow.
And as much as I like making fun of myself, as you can see by me wearing cat ears for a sub goal, I also like actually bringing something to the community that I'm a part of. And I'm usually someone who's very focused on the competitive side of games. Coming from New World, I played thousands of wars and stuff like that. So, you know, very, very much focused on a lot of the like endgame competitiveness. But what I also like doing is helping more casual players understand the aspects of the game and help them get access to aspects of the game that they may never have even like known existed or anticipated interacting with. And what I've found is being able to explain not only like the system itself, but also its implication with like the other parts of the gameplay loop and stuff like that, especially relating to ashes, right? Like, why would I, a PvPer, want to craft? Why would I want to gather? Why wouldn't I just go mob grind to get gear? You know, stuff like that. And I think like giving people the information to enjoy the game on a deeper level is something that not everybody can do. And I've put in a lot of work to kind of like try to get better like retaining information and also like communicating that information over time. And I really like when I'm able to answer questions for people about things within the game. This is so sus. And so, I don't know, I just kind of try to like focus on that and stuff, but I also retain things like game-wise very quickly. So I played a lot of sports my entire life, primarily like basketball as my main focus. And so, you know, recognizing, I don't know, just different things in basketball and always having like that level of I'm trying to learn more with basketball has always kind of like translated to games with me too. So I just tend to like retain things with different games very quickly. And I like it a lot. I mean, I play the game 10 hours a day and I'm in love with this game. I genuinely think that this game is going to be very, very special. I think a lot of the implications, or like a lot of the implementations that they're having are very, very well thought out. Yo, what a brag. I just buy Ashes of Creation, can't get into the game, code 33, EU servers are down. Shouldn't be. I would, if you just bought the game and downloaded, maybe try to like close the launcher, relaunch the launcher, or at that point, like restart PC. Or make sure you're on the correct server as well, like Nin said. Before you log in on the launcher, under the environments tab, oh god. Under the environments tab, you can select which servers you're logging into. So if you want the EU server, it'll be Lotharia. And you want that Lotharia Lineth. And then the other side of it is the virus server. So virus kind of locked into its own like microcosm right now for a playtesting phase. Not a playtesting phase, but like back-end iterations, so. I think it would need crafted then for that from Griffin. Oh, are you talking like this set? Griffin set? So fun fact. I have mustache hair in my mouth. Other fun fact. Griffin gear was dropping for a little while because there was like a week-long stint where they actually added spawns outside of certain freeholds and like populating the freehold area itself. And one of the spawns had an absolutely, or one of the freeholds had like an absolutely sicko mode goblin spawn that was just shitting out Griffin gear. So for a little while, Griffin gear got kind of like injected into the economy. And that was a really nice farm too, because you could kite the mobs right along like the freehold fence. And then with the freehold fences, you jump up onto the brick and then you jump up over the fence and then the mobs just kind of like chain all the way back and forth. Let the last stand resolve. If you're ever fighting these Dunir Berserkers, if you haven't been down to Forge, or like this type of dwarf in the future, they cast a last stand. And when they cast that last stand, there's a really weird thing with these mobs where if they don't cast last stand, they can't die. And if they do get their last stand off, then you can then kill them after. It's really fucking weird, but... Did they nuke that? The freehold spawns? Yeah, so they tested like freehold mob spawns for a little bit, and then they depopulated the freehold spawns
Like they were juiced. I mean, some of them were better than others, and really it was just that one. There was one particular freehold in like South Halcyon that was the one that had the goblin spawns, and I just stumbled upon it by happenstance, like the day of the update. I was like, oh shit, this seems like a nice farm for me, and I started farming it, and I started getting griffin pieces, and lo and behold, more and more people were like farming that as that patch was live, and I don't know necessarily like what the testing was looking for or anything like that, but yeah, it was kind of nice. It was only temporary though. It hasn't come back since. Boop. Yeah, Rag, let me know if that helps. They did just update the launcher, so we've had a couple of people having issues with it, but Blade Storm tripped. So this is a guy that's gonna drop Lumen Star. It's renamed to Sorrow's Edge. I keep calling it Lumen Star. Sorrow's Edge just sounds so edgy. It's gonna be purple rarity, by the way. I'm gonna walk away because cool guys don't look at good loot. Oh, fuck. I thought it was at least blue. Oh, I thought we were getting a bluebie. Damn. Ow. No, less loot whoring. Everybody's looking at loot and not healing me. We're fucked here. It's all going to shit. We have too many mobs. How often do you actually block versus auto attack as a tank? I mean, active blocking is good. It's just with active blocking versus iframing, you essentially have two different incentivizations for that, like, mitigation. So there are a couple of things right now that make shield feel exponentially weak. You may even notice that I'm, like, not using a shield right now. I'm actually using an energy focus in my offhand. And with that, the reasoning is with active mitigation being in the game, through both like the active frontal guard, and then you also have the iframe dodge where you get half a second of 100% evasion. You kind of mix in an element of like, do I want to leave the, you know, the odds up to that, that passive mitigation, that which is super low in Ashes, by the way, because of the actives, or do I want to depend on my active mit, right? So with that being said, like with shields and with blocking, Ashes blocking doesn't block an entire instance of damage. It subtracts your percent mitigation from the damage that you take, and then you take the rest of the damage through your block. And so that's going to favor frequent, not very hard-hitting attacks. So say like you're AoE pulling, and you hit a big combo, the mobs are under control, and from there you have 10 mobs on you, you block because you can't possibly iframe all of those efficiently. And you get more value out of that 50 stam with like small frequent instances of damage, whether that's a boss fight or trash. Then from there, like the puppers down here, they go up into their big smash, which is predictable. They come down. Even if you block it, you're going to take a couple thousand damage and you're going to lose all your stam. So for singular hard-hitting attacks, which tends to be a majority of the bosses that are currently in Ashes, as well as the more punishing mobs, it's big burst damage, we actually favor an iframe. Because it's a half second of, if you go into your defensives, watch my evasion here, a half second of plus 100% evasion. So you time that up, and instead of taking a guaranteed couple thousand damage, yes, instead of taking a couple thousand damage guaranteed from that bleed through, you're then going to iframe the entire bit of damage. So it kind of breaks down to like auto attacking A to keep mana up, because when a bard pops Saga, you're going to get a shitload of mana off of auto attacking. That's going to be like your primary mana upkeep. On top of that, whenever we're auto attacking, if you're running the right weapon tree, you should have these 3 nodes up in the top left. So you get, from a one-handed mace, unstoppable and unstoppable force. So deadly finishers and extended finishers increase your fizz pen by 15% for 5 seconds. So we primarily want to at least get a combo off, which with a hammer is 4 hits every 5 seconds. So we want to be popping that very frequently, keeping that buff up. Then from there, we also get 15% base damage, and Unstoppable now also applies to group members within 35 meters. So you're making your entire group stronger the more that you're auto-attacking. You're keeping your mana up. You're generating courage, which allows you to grit more consistently,
and slam more. So honestly, a lot of the time, you gain more mitigation. 1 sec. Okay, so you'll a lot of the time gain more mitigation through like constant left click upkeep and, you know, keeping the grit up, having enough courage to grit every time, fortify, keep those things rolling. Invite King Manny. Invite the master. Yeah, have them drop group. King Manny's still in group. What is King Manny for a class? Sneedven says DPS. Bro, we just legitimately, there's nothing that exists. Not trying to be toxic, but why do you sit in Forge all the time? Brother, I've been at Forge for like 30 minutes. Not trying to be toxic, but why do you care what another man does with his gameplay loop? What? I just do things that I enjoy in the game. Yeah. It's an alpha. So I kind of just try to do things that I have fun with. And I personally enjoy tanking things and playing the game. Bro's Forge keeping. No, I think he's just like watching a stream or something, worrying about what other people are doing with their time. I don't know. Why do you wipe your butt when you shit? Probably because you like to do it. I don't fucking know. I feel like people just do what they want to do. Oh, I got El Zito too. Invite King Manny. El Zito. Why does anyone do anything? I know. How dare anybody do anything that's not the single most efficient gameplay loop to immediately get all of the gold? Yeah, I don't know. I've been at Forge for like 30 minutes as well today. Today I did an hour and a half of waiting for servers to come up. We gathered once servers came up for about an hour, 15 minutes. Checked refining. Went to the desert for a little over an hour and then came over here. So, I mean, I feel like saying sit and Forge all the time is weird. But, hey, to each their own. I hope you're enjoying the stream. Love the solo cleric. I've been spamming constantly, man. There's nothing that I can do. Like, they literally don't exist. Every cleric and every single bard within the game just, like, left the game. Almost there, but not familiar with this place. He just follows the raid and then everything's fine. We'll just wait here for everyone to get here. Does anybody know a singular fucking cleric, bard, or anything in between? I'll get some refining going, then I'll join if you need. Thank God. Thank God. Also, hi Balloons. Thank you for the 10-day streak. I like tanks just absorb all the damage and not having to worry about heals. Yes, exactly. Exactly. We're entirely self-sustenant men of fuck. Tozan, what's his lazy ass doing? He's doing refining. He's being productive. In all fairness, Toad's got that dumpy to sit on. That'd be like having a very nice car and not driving it, right? Who's teabagging Locke? Peculiar. Peculiar.
Wait, are you teabagging, Locke? You're out of control. Absolutely out of control. Excuse you. Dude, I legitimately just like keep trying to recruit more people. Should I just keep getting more people, hoping we find a bard slash cleric? Invite Toad. Like, I don't understand. Slash invite Scoober, slash invite Phaedrus. At least we have 2 clerics now. Good fucking golly. Good fucking golly. This is insane. 2 clerics, 1 bard, 18 people. I can't wait till secondaries come out. I'm probably just gonna go tank cleric as soon as the secondaries come out, because every class is gonna be getting their tank and their cleric like secondary choices first. Bro, I'm definitely just going tank cleric. Oh my god. That shit's gonna add so much validity to 8-person groups. Does everybody make it through? Did I just hear somebody hitting something up here? No. I thought there was gonna be another raid up here. Did everybody make it through okay? I don't know if that's everybody, but that's a couple of people. Want to do fighter ranger? I want to do rogue like as my, you know, when everything's all said and done secondary. I'll be going like tank rogue unless anything just drastically changes and starts appealing to me like crazy. But yeah, there are a lot of combos that are really appealing that I'm also actually really intrigued about, like what the augments are that they're gonna pull. Because you have like very unique traits about different classes, right? But you also have quite a few different traits with every class. And I think that's something that's going to lend a lot of customizability into the augment system. That paired with Intrepid saying that they did want to, you know, lean very heavily into the augment trees, kind of like the width of the skill trees instead of the height of the skill trees, so to say. Hey, Crow made it back in. What ended up fixing it? Thank fucking God. Toad for mayor of everything? I heard Toad for supreme leader of Vera. Forge? You got 21? Sure, fuck it. We have another 21 in here. Who else is on that's not in here? Is anybody on that's not in here? Nah, I think we're fine. Honorable the lifesteal rogue? Fuck, dude. Lifesteal just definitely needs some tweaking across the board. I don't know. I feel like lifesteal just leaves something to be desired. I almost feel as though a preemptive lifesteal system that could maybe build into an overshield instead of just like a compensation of like, I'm missing HP, I get healing, would make lifesteal more valid. But especially in a burst meta, you're not getting a lot of like sustain out of lifesteal when you're getting bursted. Lifesteal is best served in terms of like
a 1-to-1 system from like very high poke damage. And I think lifesteal to overshield would probably be the most valid way to incorporate lifesteal into the meta, where burst damage is a prevalent means of death. But they're definitely a little ways away from having lifesteal in a valid spot. There are surely a few different things that they could do with it, but that's, yeah, definitely the first thing that pops into head is like overshield or something related to like an anti-burst mechanic. Because as of right now, it's just like, even if I have a jillion lifesteal, but I get two-shotted, doesn't really matter. Yo, what up, Sewer? An overshield would be so nice feeling with lifesteal as a tank. Yeah, it'd be really intriguing. Because then it'd be like, do I want more raw AP? Do I want a little bit of that lifesteal to play into like the other shield builds that a tank has? Like, which direction do you want to go with it? I think it definitely adds a lot to the game. Legacy now has daily player peaks of below 1,000. I mean, it's still early access though. It's not even like on its full launch, but it's paid early access. So, I mean, what do you expect, right? I don't necessarily think like paid early accesses will ever necessarily be like a massive hit until closer to launch. Oh, the Forge run's been going well. Thank you, I appreciate that. We just came down for a couple loops, just got this group formed up, and thank God we finally found a second bard. But like the first loop that we did, we had 1 cleric, 1 bard, and now at least we have 3 clerics. 2 of mine from guild got on. And I'm convinced we have like the only clerics and bards that are left in this fucking game. Dude, I don't know. I don't know like where all of the clerics and bards went specifically. But it's like everybody's just damaged now. We're fine. People usually don't buy into paid early access. I mean, especially with how early access has been. Most normal loot system in history. You don't have to join a Discord. Just need if you need. Oh, raid says only master loot. Yeah, I can't really steal shit. I feel like if I did, it wouldn't go over well. They need like 200 players to test systems. Yeah, I mean, I feel like anytime there's a playtest, like, you already have your internal QA anyways, and anything that you're getting outside of like an internal buy-in playtest is simply a bonus to your testing processes. Someone actually asked me yesterday, they were like, how do you feel about player numbers being like lower right now than they were previously? And like, I don't really think it's much of a concern at all, on top of alpha and like development phases not having an emphasis on retention. Like, there are a lot of other things that, you know, are emphases of playtest periods and early access other than retention. With that being said, Ash's Alpha 2 Phase 2 retention was very, very good for an extended period of time. Like, relative to other alphas especially, and other playtests especially. Like, they were in the mid-80s, like, a couple months into the playtesting phase. So, it's natural if content cadence isn't, like, presenting a ton more for other people to, or for people to, like, sustain themselves with, that people will take a break and then come back when that next batch of content looks like it presents enough content for them to actually get their worth, right? So, people will take a break, they'll come back. But regarding population over here, I think, like, we as playtesters are simply a complement to, like, the internal QA. And on top of that, I think we in Ashes are getting very, very, very close to 2 extremely large population booms. The first one going to be Rogue, in my opinion. Like, I think the March patch with Rogue, Tropics, and all of those other small shenanigans thrown in there will bring back a lot of players. In addition to that, I think it brings back 2 core content creators that bring a lot of eyes to the game, being Pirate Software and Summit. Summit, big Rogue enjoyer, will almost definitely come back to this game when Rogue is out, especially after another month of losing his mind on Dino Game. Pirate Software has always been obsessed with the Tropics because they are literally fucking pirates. So, I think he will also be back for the Tropics update. With that, between just those two, it's 20,000 plus average viewers that are now just sitting in the directory. The number of people that see the game based on that is more than the number of people that come through my stream on like a fucking half yearly basis at this point, with just them existing for a day. So that's going to get a lot of eyes on the game and hopefully show the game in a very positive light. Then from there, we look forward to May 1st. May 1st being the launch of Phase 3. 24/7 server uptime. Presumably a big fucking Lizzo size update corresponding with that. And having servers up 24/7, or at least 7 days a week with like minimal interruptions, is going to bring back a lot of people. It's going to make a lot of people very interested in having this as their core game. Not only like players, but also content creators, not having to find those like weird 2-day fills, right? And on top of that, we have our Wave 3 people that are coming in. All of those Wave 3 packs just get floodgates open for them. So I think that those two things, like we'll get a big pop at the end of this month, and then we'll go into a little bit of a lull, and then from there we'll have like pre-phase 3 hype, and then phase 3 will be like another big pop. That's my prediction anyways. I'm not like a fucking full economist or anything, but if I had to put my money on something, I'm putting my money on that. Gonna be such a gremlin when May comes around. Oh, fresh start servers are gonna be so exciting, because there are a lot of people who, for Alpha 2 Phase 2, just hopped in, and this is their first time leveling. They leveled Split, you know, they leveled at a point where the entire server progression wasn't, you know, on that same point that they were. So for people who like, they have that game knowledge now, but they leveled at a different time, it's gonna be insane for them, because you're gonna be able to level like with that mass curve. You're gonna be able to experience finding groups, real mob competition, going to an area and being like, oh shit, every single spawn is contested here. I guess I need to go elsewhere. I had to do that a lot. There were times, Carfin's empty now, but there were so many days where I went over to Carfin and you had to like weasel your way in and farm 2 mobs. Like it was a fucking time. So I'm confident those days return, but I'm also confident that with the world opening up more and the map becoming more and more expansive, we see a lot of the good that the systems have to show off as well. And have another group trade you non-stop until you left. Ah, the good old days. It's like a breath of fresh air. Takes me back, man. The constant stress of, is this mob something my DPS pulled, or are there 4 more mobs following it? Yep. Thank God Intrepid is actually taking steps against mob training in that tomfoolery, because that shit was bad for a little while. They got a big patch in with the Rogue right now. Only about 15% of Phase 2 is in. Is there a figure where you're pulling that? Because going through their roadmap, there's quite a bit of the roadmap that's currently in. And especially like in terms of, if you think about just like this objective is equally weighed as this objective, like working on things that are, oh shit, blue bow, Jesus Christ. Oh shit. But anyways, okay, let's reset, unstuck, get friends. But there will be things that are of different importances, different priorities throughout roadmap progression too. And I think fulfilling like key points on the roadmap isn't like a one-to-one with fulfilling something like, I don't know, just something completely arbitrary across the board, or a complete complementary system like. And in addition to that, their Phase 2 roadmap also has things that are inactive states and stuff like that that are not yet pushed out to like this server, but they're either on the PTR or in dev builds. The rest is not in. Let's pull up the roadmap. I have it right here. Sand Squall Desert expanded. That's in. Vanguard Tropics expanded. That's the end of this month. 2 unique node layouts. Yep, that's in. Level 4 node Siege. That's going to be in. Vassalship. They've said that that's on pace to be in as well. Early, or late phase 2, if not early phase 3. Node Death is something that they've talked about in the March update. Additional mayoral commissions. More have been added in multiple patches. Relics they've talked about. Freeholds are in and getting their actual like 2 unique node layouts are in. Yes. 2 unique node layouts are in. Yeah, they have 2 types of different node corks. They have the river cork and then they have the non-river node cork. Yes, Steven talked about that in his stream where he showed off the node corks. Yeah, there are 2 unique node layouts. There's a river node cork and then there's a non-river node cork. And then from there, they're adding in more node layouts. So those are in, yes. Freeholds are in. Additional service buildings. Economic election type. Pretty much check that just across the board. Valoon Dunir. Archetypes. Abilities have been expanded. Passes have been expanded. Skill nodes per archetype tree. Stealth system. Stealth system is already being implemented as well because you already have kind of like a pseudo stealth on Ranger. You're getting the Rogue Edition, which is on pace. Dual wield daggers. That's set to be added. Dual wield architecture is in the game on the PTR. 2-hand spear. While that's not in the game or talked about, I died to that bitch twice. I can confirm that it exists. It's just not public. 2-hand mace. This is the thing that I think weapon-wise we haven't seen the most about. 2-hand axe, Steven said, is also in development. So, let's go into this. And keep in mind, I'm unbiased. I don't count being implemented as being in yet. This is why I said I hope they get a big patch in. Well, these are also things that have been openly discussed, yeah. And implemented means they're in. Like, 2 node types being implemented, like 2 unique node layouts being implemented means they're in. Like, those are in the game. There are currently in the game for you to see with your eyes 2 different node layouts. Yeah, that's just a common thing that Steven talked about in his last dev stream. I don't know if you're just rage baiting or what, but you're not doing a very good job of it, and it seems like you just don't follow the development personally. These are a lot of things that are just commonly talked about, brother. Like, very commonly talked about. I'm just putting that out there. Like, many of these things have been talked about. Between, like, party gathering through the family system, to siege vehicles being discussed, lithium for batteries being added into the March update, tempering, I haven't heard much about that. Gems and sockets, I haven't heard a ton about that personally. And again, I'm not biased at all. Gear Ascension, unless that's like enchanting, I haven't heard about that, but that's kind of a broad term. I feel like that could be, enchanting system could be anything. I haven't heard a ton about that specifically. Repair kits, I've heard those talked about. Artisanship skill trees, I've heard those talked about. Animal husbandry breeding, that's probably coming in with the developments to more freehold use. Party gathering has been talked about through family systems. Player shops, in. Leaderboards, not in. Additional chat system functions, in. Instance housing, looking at being added. Story arcs for the Riverlands. There are data mine story arcs. There are also world events. Sand Squall Desert, treasure maps, dynamic events, and story arcs. Okay. Dynamic world dungeons and ambient behavior. I would say to say 15% of this being in is way off and is like a made up number, like me saying my penis is 12 inches when it's simply not. They have hit a good amount of these, especially the very important things, in my opinion. So yeah, I don't know, man. I think across the board, like, I would definitely recommend checking out the last couple like dev streams, and I'm not like gonna fucking ban you or anything. People just are sometimes uninformed, and that's okay. But I would recommend definitely checking out the last couple of dev streams from the last 2 months, and then Steven's last personal stream on like his Twitch. I actually have it tabbed here. But he does show a lot of the things that you may not, you know, have seen or heard talked about. And those are some really good streams to definitely get caught up on a lot of that stuff, because even my guys who don't really actively play Ashes in the community have heard a lot of these things, so. Most stuff on the roadmap is playable in the private test realm, or at least Farla. It's either in the PTR, it's either playable, or even with things that the community says are far off and don't exist, like dynamic gridding. That's on a development build right now, actively working, being tested, looking at, you know, the line of progression towards PTR. So. No, community supposedly biased, but it's not necessarily bad. Your community likes this game. We're realistic. I also think that my community and myself as a whole understand what bad game development can look like coming from New World and what good game development that actually checks boxes comes from. And I'm open to criticizing systems. I've criticized multiple things about this game already, provided feedback both positive and negative, and I remain very unbiased because they haven't paid me, and they don't pay me, and I wouldn't be biased even if they did pay me. I have no reason to be biased. But after coming from New World and seeing like what can happen with games post-launch, I think a lot of the things that people complain about like Intrepid related across the board are simply like not really present. The more and more I hear about New World, I'm both glad and upset I never got into it. New World is like heroin. It's like, you know that it's bad, you know that it's not something that has any good longevity, and you probably shouldn't waste your time getting involved in it. And then there's just a certain group of people where they're just like, they're fucking rocking it. They'd be like, dude, you'd love this. And then you look at them and they look all decrepit. They look all scabby. Their hair's a mess and disheveled. And you're like, maybe I'll stay away from that shit. The combat was so good. Past tense was because they decided to take away all of the integrity that was revolving around their combat by adding a hard aim lock. Not an aim assist that was engaged based on like an L2 input, but a hard aim lock. Yep, 100%. Their combat was the best part about that game and had potential to make that game legitimately like a constant one-of-one within the MMO scene. And they legitimately just like full nuked their best system that they had. On top of that, they actually had some really cool community-based systems as well originally, including their like original territory push system, like their influence pushes. And with those, like it was an anytime progression where you had to run a lot of like faction missions and stuff to raise your influence for your faction in that area to be able to declare war. And you could run these anytime throughout the night, and you had to complete these. So like if another guild came out to like counter push you, then you would have to either be able to like beat that other guild or just, you know, you wouldn't be able to push at that point. So what did AGS do? Took away that community-based function and the ability for people to defend their territory and counter push in the first place, which territory pushes were said to be like a large part of that game. And they replaced it with a timed mode where during the timed thing, like the time limit, whichever faction got the most influence could declare a war. They literally turned it into like a participation trophy that actually took away community-based engagement, and their push system instantly lost so many people. It went from these massive open world collaborative faction-based zergs and like strategic like run plus here, run this loop, send this group here, to just like, all right, everybody run loops for 10 minutes and then we go do something else. All of their systems, man, just over time, between fucking dungeon finders, like adding in more and more content that just continued to drag people out of the open world. Like they originally advertised like so many open world systems across the board, from storages not being linked up to like auction houses not being linked up, trading posts they were called over there, to like the community-based push system, to taxes that were like, you spend money in my town, I get the taxes. Originally, that's how it worked, right? Keep in mind, already with their territory system, every territory can have every building fully upgraded. So essentially, we have to like market our town as like, hey, we're doing leatherworking first, or like we're doing outfitting first. Like, come through, we're gonna max out outfitting, you can make armor here. People come to us to do that, or we max refining first so people can refine their stuff. Oh, whoops. And from there, you kind of like have that level of, you know, economy. And you have that level of community, like bringing people to your territories. So the more people are in my territory spending money, more money my territory makes. Very simple. They took that tax system out and they basically assigned every territory a percentage of the server taxes as like a maximum. So instead of it being like you spend money in my territory, I get it. It was you spend money anywhere on the map. Those taxes are pooled above the server and then just auto distributed to territories based on the percentage that AGS assigned them. So then the best territories to earn, due to Amazon Games not rotating like which territories were hubs based on the content, you had territories that were legitimately empty and not used for anything that were the highest paying territories on the map at 15% of the total tax payout. So you could legitimately have nobody in your territory in Eden Grove and just fully upgrade it and get to 15%. And fully upgrading a territory was very easy. So Cutlass Keys, which was like the large player hub for the recent expansion, was meanwhile 5%, despite being the most populated and like used node. And part of that was because AGS implemented that system and then didn't update their system in classic Amazon fashion. When they first implemented that system, the reason Eden Grove was 15% was because they implemented it during an expansion where Eden Grove was the new town. So they made Eden Grove the highest paying territory to incentivize people to go there to correlate with the expansion coming out. But in classic Amazon fashion, when Eternum came out, their relaunch, the hub of late game and of like progression was Cutlass Keys. They overlooked their entire tax system and paid no attention to it because they don't fucking care. And they forgot to change the numbers that were associated with the taxes on the territories. So you had the literal hub of the entire map with the lowest tax percentage payout. And then you had an absolute ghost town earning the highest percentage of taxes. All because over time, they had so much like employee turnover and so many like core changes to the systems that the game were built upon that it made the game unrecognizable. It literally was like a botched plastic surgery level of a game. It was fucking insane. So keep in mind, now in AGS's formal marketing for that game, it is an ARPG. It's no longer an MMO, according to Amazon Games. How the mighty have fallen from what was supposed to be a community-driven MMO where everything played into that community politic, community and server politic, that server lore, kind of like Ashes, but on a more simple level. It's now an ARPG. They were mighty and they fell hard. They fell so hard, man. It's crazy. And I was there for the whole thing. I was there for 1 million on launch. Almost 1 million. I was there for Fresh Start 1. I was there for Fresh Start 2. I was there for Fresh Start 3. I was there for the redrop. Somebody should ask AGS whether it's an ARPG or an action RPG. Their brains would shit out. The robots running that game would just cannot compute. Oh, God. Oh, Lord. Dude, one thing I love about Ashes is, like, they're very clear that the systems their games are built around are the systems they want their game built around. Like, and they're not going to compromise those systems for, like, you know, a small community sentiment. Like, they're very vocal, and it's obviously like this mix of like the players need to play the game and they need to like
make the game, and they need to listen to the community, of course. And I feel like they do listen to the community exponentially well. But I feel like a lot of developers are very quick to like bend the knee to the community who's rather uninformed across the board in a large majority of the sense. And in the sense of AGS, I don't even necessarily know that they listen to the community too much. I think they didn't listen to the community at all, and they just went gung-ho on a bunch of changes. So honestly, I really like the way that Intrepid does fucking everything, man. I like that they are very set in like being confident in their product. They're very set in knowing that their systems complement their other systems well in the core gameplay loop, being holistic. Like, I like it a lot. Do you think they can come back? They talk about season 8 and 9, but they say in development and explorations. They list 25 new things. Oh no, that game's done. New World is actually on its full death spiral without a recovery. And the biggest thing is like, a lot of the content creators that were there were trying to cope it out, right? But everyone's gone now. Everyone's gone, and they're gonna continue to leave. And I've said it for a while. I came to, like, I left New World as my primary stream in December. I roamed around a little bit for like the first few weeks with PoE and some other shit, and then came to Ashes late December, and I immediately felt more at home in Ashes than I ever did in New World, right? And seeing like the guaranteed future that Ashes does have, and it's not a guaranteed future of like it's gonna get a jillion players or anything like that, but the game will launch, the game will continue to develop, and the game will continue to grow like past this state, right? So knowing that and coming over and, you know, getting into a spot where I'm at, where I'm very early on in Ashes, I'm hopefully able to like continue growing my channel and everything like that, continue growing the community. And within the next 3 years, Ashes is guaranteed to continue to develop, continue to improve, and continue to grow. And if you look at New World, in 3 years, I don't even know if that game's gonna be a fucking game anymore. And so I had a lot of people when I stopped playing New World that came in and they were like, oh, Dusty, like, why are you playing this instead of New World? And originally, when my viewership was lower over here than it would be in New World, I was like, listen, man, I'm trying to build a community that I'll be able to stream to for a long time. And if I'm looking long term, 3 years from now, I don't see shit in New World. 3 years from now, I see Ashes launched. I see Ashes guaranteed to improve its state in between now and then, the number of players in between now and then, the number of streamers, everything, right? And so for me, as like a long-term bet, I was fully into Ashes. I was literally prepared to fucking pick up a job while I streamed again to make sure that I was making ends meet so I could full commit to Ashes content. And the fact that I was able to, like, you know, continue streaming full-time, at least so far, is like an immense blessing, man. Immense blessing. So I have friends that are still to this day trying to make New World content. And anytime I watch anybody make New World content, they're miserable. And I've said, if you still watch New World content creators, and if you love a New World content creator, next time you go into their chat, be like, hey man, I was just wondering, where do you see New World in 3 years? And they're gonna get stuttery, and they're gonna get all, well, I'm not quite sure. And then you say, well, then where do you see your stream in 3 years? And if they have a face cam, they will legitimately look like they pooped their pants and saw a ghost at the same time. And they will go, oh, fuck me. What is going on? Like, and at that point, you will literally see a moment of realization within the content creator that they're fucked. And I think pretty much every New World content creator that wants to stream full-time for a long time is starting to realize that. They really are. So, you see a lot of people hitting the panic switch now because they didn't get out when they still had 80% of their New World peak base. They waited until it trickled down to 30% and then they hit the panic switch because they would go from a lot more viewers in New World to a lot less viewers in other games. Way fewer, right? So you go over to another game, you see fewer viewers in your channel, and you go, oh shit, I can't stream this. But people don't stick it out. People don't actually try.
They go over and they see a low number and they go, oh, I'm losing. But what they can't do is separate themselves from where they're currently at and realize when I came to New World, me personally, I was a 5 average viewer streamer. Within New World, through all its controversies, all its trials, all its tribulations, I, before I left, was very frequently getting the #1 spot in the directory at 200 plus viewers. I had streams where I peaked well above 400 for big wars and stuff before I left. And towards the end, it slowed down a lot. But within that, I wasn't looking at it as I'm giving up, you know, this 150 average viewers. I looked at it as I am starting my next game with now 50 average viewers that I'm bringing with me, right? And as a result, I'm very confident that, you know, I was able to go from 5 to what I had in New World. And I'm very confident that long term, starting with a higher base only makes the entire process easier to grow. And I feel like a lot of creators lose sight of that. And so a lot of creators are going to go down with the ship in New World. And then in a few weeks, in a few months, they'll be 50 or less at the top of the directory. And they'll be like, man, I really should have left because now it's too late. Now, you know, phase 3 kicked in for Ashes. And everybody already has their Ashes content creators and I can't get over there anymore. Now, you know, X or Y game is starting to kick up and everyone's already got people picked out and it's not me. So now I switch to Ashes, except I switch 2 months after phase 3. And instead of having my 50 viewers that I had in New World, then I go down to 20 in Ashes. It's gonna happen to a lot of creators. And it sucks because I have quite a few friends that I feel like that's gonna happen to. And I tried to tell them time and time again, man, you gotta get out of New World. You make good enough content, you will grow as long as the directory has potential for someone to grow. But they ain't get out. They stay. Isn't AGS working on another MMO while New World sucks? Christoph Hartmann said they have more than 10 current titles in development in an interview with IGN in August of last year. Nothing lasts forever except WoW. Yeah, and you're as like a content creator, I mean, everyone has their own focuses, but me personally, I'm trying to grow a community that goes like past the game that I'm playing, right? Like having a community that tunes into your stream for you as a content creator and not just the game that you are playing, Unstuck, is a massive thing. And so I had quite a few people who would come in and why the hell are y'all meeting? And they would be like, oh, are you done with New World? And I'd be like, yeah, man, I've been playing Ashes. And they're like, all right, later. And I'm like, okay, cool. Well, have fun. When everybody's gone from New World, you're gonna have to find something else. Like, so I don't know. Across the board for me, I'm super happy that I like took this chance, and I'm super thankful that a lot of my community has come over with me, and I'm thankful that I have a lot of people who choose to watch me for like me and the content that I put out as a person instead of just the game that I play, because I think that's always, again, one of the big goals as a content creator, right? So that's where I try to focus. I'm not trying to master loot and make people watch my stream. That's corny. Please be nice to each other. I don't want to force people into my stream to fucking get loot. As long as everybody just gets along, we're fine. One min bong rip of friendship, everyone. I love you all. We can all get good loot. I'm just trying to fucking help the server. Play video games all day and still have money to eat. Barely, but dude, I'm literally living my dream. So, already subbed. Can I roll need on anything? T3 sub for loot prio. Learn rules or leave, please. All right, I'll be right back.
right, good days. Is everybody being nice to everybody?
All right, let me catch up. EVE Online, Ash's only real competition, is now also online since 2003. How many active players? This game is very expensive to make and it has no box price. You're gonna need a lot of active players. No, Ash, this is no box price, waste case. No box cost, no DLC cost. But you also have to remember that, like, with that, monthly sub costs can generate a lot of revenue, but they also have a very non-predatory monetization structure, which in my opinion actually will make people support them monetarily more long-term. And I think they've already shown their art teams fucking slap, especially mounts. So with that being said, in terms of monetization, I think all that needs to be said in regard to like what a well-organized, promoted, and well-done skin shop can do, Fortnite. Ain't shit else that we gotta discuss. Free-to-play game, all just skins in the shop. And hear me out, I don't necessarily want to see fucking Captain Marvel running around Ashes with like collabs and stuff. But if you have a non-predatory payment structure where it's like non-pay to win, non-pay for convenience goods in the store, like Drip, which is what Ash's structure is, then I think that will kind of incentivize people to be a bit more active even than it would with like that harsh pay to win structure. I think everything completely optional monetization wise, other than that monthly sub, of course, and in terms of it being like just Drip, is actually really healthy for the game's long-term monetization. T3 for loot rolls? Yeah. T3, I'll slam loot over to you. Fuck that. I'll master loot. It's very expensive to make. I also feel like Ashes isn't like, I don't know what total costs are, of course. I'm not a fucking economist. But I don't feel like Ashes is that crazy in terms of like overall game costs in the modern day and age. Like I know Steven's upward of like 110 million of his own investment for the total development. 55 million plus so far, yada yada yada. But I feel like upwards of like 150 million for game dev isn't like too confounded, right? Especially if we're considering like not only the cost of development of the game, but they've also ramped up from 12 employees to like 230 plus. So I feel like their costs have also gone up, but their results have also gone up over time, like content cadence, things actually coming to fruition. Like it was also a pretty front-loaded like early dev process from what I've gathered, where a lot of it was just like baseline systems being established and then implementing on those, like building a fucking pyramid from the ground up, which is working. I'm gonna mark Ralos and then just follow him around. MMOs are a massive dump for dev. Oh yeah, traditionally a very long dev process as well, yeah. Salaries are the main money sink in software development. And just like raw man-hour time. I mean, I feel like that's always, when developers talk about like budget, I feel like half the time people don't realize that they talk about like man-hour budget and like dev budget as much as monetary budget. Like when they're talking about upgrades or like updates or like things, implementations being within budget, a lot of the time it can be like a time budget as well. Like you simply have too many time constraints to work under within a normal ethical work day. Now with that being said, if you put nets on the windows, I feel like budgets also go out the window, but apparently you can't do that. Only Trevor's quite sizable now, 230 plus employees, so that's fine. Yeah, I don't really know the relative size of like all game dev studios, but I feel like 230 plus employees is quite large, no?
Like, I feel like that's a rather established company of, like, any focus. Oh, where'd Ralos go? Well, I see you now. Not necessarily large, but it's also not small. Yeah, so I mean, I think that's quite an achievement given that this was like the inception of Intrepid, so to say. Like, Intrepid was literally put together for Ashes. I think it's impressive what they've done, honestly. Like, a first-time title this ambitious is almost destined for not only a lot of criticism, but a lot of, like, small issues throughout the development process, large issues throughout the development process, right? But I think overall, like, knowing where they started, and even if you go back and watch dev videos or showcases from, fuck me, like a year ago, man, it just looks so much different, and in my opinion, for the better. Especially anytime they were showing off, like, any semi-relevant gameplay. They're just night and day. Night and day. Pre-combat revamp, like, pre-UE port, like... Yeah, legitimately, it has come so far, in my opinion. But yeah, I don't know. We started on monetization and got here. I don't necessarily think monetization will be an issue. And honestly, I think that Ash's monetization is so, like, consumer safe in a sense. Because it's like, yes, a monthly pay to play can add up over time for people. And that can be like a budget kicker for some people, right? Like, it just might not be in the budget for everybody at that point. But with it being that monthly cost and no box cost, no DLC cost, you're at a point where if the content's good and you want to complete the content, you can. If you think the content's bad and you want to take a break, you just don't pay your sub that month and then you just take a month off. Like, even with the playtesting phases, with the 90-day refund policy, it's Insano style. Like, I, in a long time, have not seen a game that is, especially in this genre, that seems as committed as Ashes is to actually, like, maintaining their, you know, their monetary stance of not being predatory with it, right? So it's really refreshing. And I think with what we've seen from the art teams already, what we've seen from skins that exist in the game, mounts that exist in the game, things like that, their cash shop will have really nice stuff in it. Never seen a game with such a refund policy. Yeah, no, I mean, and across the board, the monetization, like, just the fact that you have the refund policy paired with the fact that it's no box cost, no DLC cost, to, you know, make sure that people don't feel trapped or like they have to get X amount of value or anything. Like, the fact that it's no pay to win, no pay to progress, no pay for convenience, like, it is legitimately just transmogs in the RMT shop. Like, it is just kind of like almost too ethical to be ethical monetization. Like, everyone's probably sitting here going, huh, well, I wonder where, like, where's the scummy come in? Where's the pay to win come in? Where's, you know, where's any of that kind of, like, gray area of monetization come in? And I'm not convinced that it will with Ashes. Pardon me. Why does the laborer twerk right there? I'm so fucked. Did we lose a bard? I think we may have. It would appear we might have. But yeah, no, Tarvo, I've also tried to, like, anytime I tell people about the refund policy, I'm like, please, if you can find a game that's done this before, please do. But I personally cannot think of a single title that has offered like this generous of a refund policy, especially in an alpha, like in a playtesting state, in anything that could even be regarded as like semi-close to early access. It's just kind of crazy to me. And it's, I don't know, it's funny to me as well how healers in tanks in party with me for a minute. There we go. Easy peasy. Aren't EA and Kickstarters usually not refundable outside of Steam's 2 hours? I mean, that's if it's on Steam. This isn't through Steam, so it's all like independent based on like what the actual developer decides. So I mean, they're not like, what up, Merc? They're not like bound to anything like Steam-wise, so they're able to do whatever they want. But yeah, I mean, most like early accesses and like playtests that I've played, it's either a Steam 2 hour or no refund. At least in my experience. Any good loot that I missed? We got a... Were you here for the blue short bow? Or no? There was a blue short bow that dropped. So we have actually got a couple decent drops, I won't lie. It's also my experience? Yeah. So it's kind of funny how it's gone from like allegations over time of like scam game to like smaller different critiques, and people are like slowly running out of critiques about the game, and it's kind of funny. Like, I'm just sitting here like enjoying the growth of the game. I'm enjoying answering questions for people. And I really enjoy when people come in and they're like, oh, well, this sucks because of this reason. I'm like, well, actually, like, you just haven't been staying up to date. Like, here's what you're talking about, and here's why you're wrong about that. And then they're like, oh shit, that's really dope. And a blue fizz cloak. Yeah, but like, you're not gonna use a fizz cloak other than Sunhaven cloak, in my opinion. I feel like if you're using anything other than this at this point, it's like, what you doing with your life? It's a level 10, so the enchanting's OD cheap. Like, it's got 3 main stataroos on that bitch. Do. Yup. With that being said, it was a nice cloak. It was like max health, max mana, armor, con. Regardless. Oh shit, sorry, Toad. I didn't see you there. You're just chilling. All right, purple. Purple. Show me the purple. Show me the purple. It's poop. We didn't even get a drop. It's a recipe. Ooh. Cheap to enchant, but still +0? Okay, hear me out, man. Just because something's cheap doesn't mean I can afford it. Okay? You and I live differently in these parts. Cheap for thee does not mean cheap for me. I have 8 gold right now. I could probably pump that bitch to +5 easy. Probably. I could probably pump a couple pieces to +5. What are we looking at for level 10 enchanting right now? Expensive or no? I would assume super cheap at this point. Those streamer perks. The greatest streamer perk that I have is that sometimes when the servers are down, their uptime happens to coincide with the time that I start stream. Purely coincidence, by the way. So I feel really cool because I'll be sitting down to like put up stream during a downtime, and as I'm putting stream up, the ping goes out that servers are coming up So that's like, that's kind of one of them, I guess. That's not really a big perk though. No, I don't really get cool shit. I mean, I guess snores, technically. But there's also a non-streamer that has a snores. Can you believe the second person in Ashes to get a snores ever sold their snores? Chat, guess how much? They got their snores like a couple months after me. It was right before the buff. Guess how much they sold that shit for? A legitimate 37 gold. Looks pretty cool, but not my cup of tea. I don't know, man. Like, for me, I wouldn't even consider selling something that was kind of like given to me. A lot of gold though, 37? Fuck that. Gather for like a day. Which tank's offline? Yeah, you just gotta gather for like a day. 37's cheap as fuck. 37 cheap as hell. But yeah, so like for me, I can't imagine like just trading something or is like selling something I was given. Especially just, I don't know, in an alpha. What's the speed on it? So when I first got it, it was the first Snorsington that there was. So originally it was like 90%. Legitimate 90. Wanna swap me with Slacker so we have full DPS party. What if I want Slacker to get mana? Fun fact, I'd have to kick one of you guys now. Snort got first snores. I love how he made the claim. I don't really even like acknowledge him as a human being anymore. But I love how he made the claim about the whole like desert not real, snorts not real thing. Specifically a snorts not real claim. While I was live one day riding around on my snorts. So a bunch of people came in and they were like, yo, Dusty, people are saying your mount's not real. And I was like, wait, weird. Looks real to me. Narc got the first fucking extraction out of the Ashes community. And honestly, spit in the face of his entire community on the way out. It was fucking crazy. But yeah, so when I originally got it, it was 90% before the buff or anything like that. And it was actually just slower than fucking walking. After the buff, they juiced it to 160, I believe it is. So, ish moves now. I have a halberdier and a flail runner as well, but I don't know. I like the Snorsington. $175? Snores isn't 175. Didn't it beat the Anteater? I don't think so. Was it the same? No, it's slower than what I have. Oh, it might be 170. It's either 160 or 170. But it's slower than my halberdier. But yeah, it's either 160 or 170. I think it's 160. Nelly has it in her spreadsheet, though. Nelly has a whole ass animal husbandry spreadsheet. 170. Hover over it.
Cat with abs is absolutely
Wish I could.
S tier.
Sneef. What up, goat? Appreciate the follow. Thank you. Did people leave because they thought we were actually going to Zammer? He's stuck in a wall. Literally just entirely step road. GG, yeah, it hasn't had a thumbnail. It'll get it at some point. They updated it And when I first had it, like the textures were unfinished and everything. So I'm pretty certain that it's like in the works. It's just probably such a low prio thing. I don't really think it's intended to like, I don't really know when it would come to the game, but. Wait, no. If you click on that HelloFresh link, if you're in the US, Canada, or Europe, do you really get 10 free meals just by using that link to order HelloFresh anywhere in the US, Canada, or Europe? No, that's fucking insane. What a bargain. I think you'd be a silly Billy to not take advantage of that. Holy cannoli. So delicious and nutritious. Yes, yummy. And you get recipe cards that you can cook with whenever you want. Good recipes too. Dude, unironically, I still have HelloFresh recipes in my cabinets that I use sometimes. They fuck. I just go to the store and I like pick up the stuff for them and then I cook them at home. I got hit by a soul theft for 27,000 the other day. And by the other day, I mean yesterday. How did 2 of them die? Wait, how hard did that just hit? Got a bunch from my parents. Oh, they slap. They slap. And it's just so easy too, man. Like if you work from home and you just don't want to go out, if you want to get everything taken care of in terms of like portions being shipped to you, it's, dude, it's nice. I did Factor for a while as well. I actually partnered with Factor. God, had to have been at least like 8 months ago at this point. But yeah, when I was doing the Factor partnership, that was really cool as well. They're both the same parent company. So Factor is essentially HelloFresh, but instead of ingredients, they send you like the fully prepped meals, and then you just like pop them in the microwave and then eat from there. Those were solid. I still have a shitload of their little like cover things that come on it that say what the meals are, because I was like tier listing them as I ate them. Those shit's fucked. But anytime I had HelloFresh, I was always really impressed with it too. And as always,
Thank you, HelloFresh. I love you. Ooh.
how hard did that hit? Yes. What even bopped the tanks there? Was it like the on-death explosion? I don't think it was like a soul theft or anything. Listen, Toad, I'm not taking damage. I'm just playing my life, brother. I'm vibing out here. I'm living the damn dream. I got an energy focus in my offhand. I'm basically dual wielding in this hoe. We're vibing. Berserker spin. It's a lifesteal, big hit. Oh yeah. The leech on the Berserker. Yeah, you kind of want to kick that. But that's the thing with like spamming kicks and trips and shit like that. With pub groups especially, you can just lock mobs out of like being tripped or being chilled, frozen, whatever. It's actually a really cool mechanic. You can't just chain CC something to fucking oblivion in PvE. Uh-oh. Easy to avoid? Yeah, you just walk away from it, right? I don't, because I'm a tank. I just sit in stuff and get healed, but yeah, you should probably walk away from it. It's got a 40-decade wind-up. The old slow-mo Waiata animation. People still die to those mechanics, dude. I don't know how. It's like people's batteries die for a little bit sometimes. What if we went down here? Wouldn't it be nice if everyone followed? That's down to Zammer. I'd rather shit in my hands and clap. But if we go over here, when we come down the stairs, then we're up tremendous. Because we can go across the stairs. We go in here. And then that's a dwarf farm area. And from there we ball. I'm super pumped. Alright. We post up here. And everything's good. I believe in us.
Oh god.
Alright. I think I finished this loop, and then I kind of want to go back to the desert for a little bit. I need to check on some of my, like, refining stuff. But I either want to do desert or, like, tropics farm. Ow, fuck me. And fuck you. Wasn't very fun. That shit kind of hurted. Why do I have hiccups? If the desert doesn't exist, we shouldn't even mention the tropics. Man, mentioning the tropics 3 times out loud? You don't want to know what happens. You don't want to know what happens. Steven comes in with the running 2-foot drop kick to the chest. It's rough out there. No, I wasn't calling you shit. Jesus Christ. Bro, you're shit. That's fucking awesome. The Toad BM is the best BM in my mind. Oh, that Torrent admin just came out of the fucking ground. Toad misspoke. Toto, you're slinging out his shots. Hi, Crow. How are you, my friend? Listen, acknowledging the problems is the first step to solving the problems. I stand by that wholeheartedly. Boop, boop. Very nice. I don't know if I want to go back to the desert. No, I need to get my lumberjacking to journeyman. Trying to fix your UI. Oh, did your UI reset when you did like the app data folder thing? Yeah, that's a little tragic, I won't lie. Take me with you. I mean, we could always go back to the desert and we could do either like pocket dungeons. We could also try to go out to the tropics. Like if people are starting to fall off, then we can either go desert or we can go tropics while we're right here. Boop, boop. Okay. Streamer local, give me good trees. You want to hit the lumberjacking grind together? The lumberjacking grind is the real grind, honestly. I've been thinking about that all day, man. I can't get my goddamn mind off of it. I'm just like, I want to hit trees. I want to make money. I want to vibe. All right. We can get Forge right here. Sir. Sir, I'd like to thank you. Dusty has some wood calling his name. Listen, Toad, this is not a chance for you to slide in.
I want to smack rocks and make some gold. Dude, I'm telling you, the gathering grind is gonna be the best grind on launch. Like, anytime there's fresh starts or anything like that, we just gotta make sure we're gathering along the way, like getting the double refine and sell, like making money, getting high rarity before other people do, and it's huge. Especially once dynamic node spawns come into the game, changes the whole goddamn game. Like, if we have that for phase 3 launch, man, the entire economy is different. Someone's dying. No, we're good. Alzito dropping the hundo out there. God damn. Nin just almost died. Lassic spawns here. He's down. Singe Stomper's here. Ah, hey. Fuck you, mate. And I don't have much to grab him, but we're good. Surely we see an item here and not another goddamn crafting mat that's never gonna get used, right? Nearly just met God. That momentum almost carried you all the way to heaven, brother. You gotta be careful. That shmoovin' will have you shmoovin' into a fucking coffin. Have you shmoove right back to the goddamn respawn. Da 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 da. Excuse me. Alright, torn admin. That's just trash mob. Where'd he go? My brother in Christ. When they stand up, they're about to slap. Who's that? The puppers? Why would you dodge? No. If you're a tank, you don't dodge that. You sit in that bitch and you pop a reflect and you hit for like 3,300. I just missed 17 times in a row. But yeah, I hit one of the fire pumpers for like 2,300 earlier. That shit slaps. A well-timed reflect can cause generational amounts of damage. Chat, are we cooked? We're good. I trusted in the healers. I had a couple defensives that I could have popped, but I trusted in my healers. Huge W's across the board. Okay. We'll move in here now. Is this where Tapmaster Chonkla spawns? Oh, fuck me in the ass. Oh, it's bad news bears. Is Constitution even worth it? Like, as a secondary, I think our highest prio should just be more strength scaling, because more strength is going to basically allow you to build more courage, hold aggro better, block more with your, you know, spend more time blocking, spend more time on like active mitigation and stuff like that, instead of like where with con you're going to have to constantly be trying to pump out threat, you're going to be playing from behind in threat. So my just general approach to tanking is like, step one, when I'm gearing and leveling and stuff, I beef out. And so when I first hit 25, I had way more health than I have right now, just because I was con stacking and stuff like that. A part of also, what also facilitated that was like the grit changes that tank recently went through. So originally grit was an aura that you just kind of like have toggled on. It reduced your outgoing damage by 25%, but increased your threat generation by 50%. So we did less damage from things like these abilities, and we did more of our threat output from Intim Aura.
So Intim Aura itself just ticks twice a second, and each tick it generates threat equal to 30% of our maximum HP. I have hiccups. So we were basically con stacking, max HP scaling, and we would just like have insane amounts of threat gen. We wouldn't really need to worry about our damage or anything like that. So that was really nice. Then with the tank rework, when they ended up taking away like that grit threat modifier and outgoing damage modifier, we went more towards the value of not only for PvP, but also PvE in terms of like threat gen, output, and like being able to actively mitigate since we don't have to pump all the time. Stacking enough con and enough like max HP to survive the content, and then just translating the rest of it into damage. And then in a PvP standpoint, you just want to have, you know, as much raw damage output as you can, because everything's just kind of like a numbers race, burst race in terms of the mass scale. Right now, that'll change later on, especially as different scales of content come into PvP gameplay. But yeah, for the time being, that's kind of where it is. I think con is our target secondary. I don't necessarily think as a tank I would be going like strength dex. But yeah, I don't necessarily think that I'm gonna be like targeting con over strength per se. Even in my like jewelry, I run glittering spall rings, black and chain collar just because I haven't replaced it. But then I run like Lumidon earrings, strength. I do have some pieces that are con as well still, but that's just because I haven't replaced them with strength. So yeah, across the board, you really just want to, in my opinion, have those as your two mains as a tank. Probably synonymous with fighter as well in that regard, where you're gonna want a little bit of that extra beef instead of just going pure glass cannon. But maybe fighter's just going like the dex route for that secondary chunk. I'm not quite sure where they're leaning, especially for PvP right now. But in an ideal world as well, with loot tables continuing to expand, I think most people will eventually just end up targeting pieces that include like all main stats across the board, like as many main stats as you can get. That way you can just scale up with the enchanting, you get those plus to the main stats, you get your waterfall attributes, and then you're vibing. But yeah, I mean, right now, and I'm not enchanted or anything like that. My gear is still kind of ass too. I have no problem winning that. I'm only sitting at 81 strength. That'll go up exponentially though. Keep in mind, 81 strength, you have 10 pieces of gear that you can enchant. And is it 10? Wait, 7, 14. No, not 10. You have 17, right? Is way more than that. Either way, with all of the pieces that you have that you can enchant, I'm fucking on hallucinogens right now. I'm actually not, but I'm on galaxy gas. Maybe I'm not, who knows. But with that many pieces that are like enchantable, you scale up your main stats so hard across all of that. And if you have right now level 10 gear, with that availability being so fucking like readily available with level 10 gear, especially the enchanting related to that, you're able to get such a high power scaling output for so little input. So I could throw 10 pieces to +5, and I have +50 strength, as long as all those pieces have strength on them. Kind of crazy to think about. Like, main stat attribute scaling is going to get absolutely ridiculous with, I don't know really like how their higher tier of enchanting is planned to be, with like 40 to 50 enchanting, but with it already scaling as hard as it does, man. Do I need a shield or can I two-hand tank? You can two-hand tank, and right now I have like an energy focus in my offhand, so I'm even doing like additional damage scaling instead of like that tanky shield scale. So there is definitely the viability of like two-hand tanking or one-hand tanking or anything like that. I think across the board, shields actually feel overwhelmingly weak right now. So when you have a shield equipped, there are two types of blocks that can occur. Where's my shield? So under Fizz defense, you'll notice there's a physical block chance, which takes my block rating and base block at 0% and gives me a total block chance of 3.8% just passively. Then when I do block, I block 30% of damage. So when I'm blocking, I get a small passover of like LE damage to Fizz damage, but physical wise 33.8%, and I have a 3.8% passive block chance. Then I can use guard, which is like a frontal cone block. So that's gonna consume stamina when I'm hit, and it's gonna subtract that amount of mitigation from the damage that I would take. The rest of the damage is going to come through as damage to me, like as the person. So, with that being said, right now, your passive block chance is incredibly low. And with the active guard, really the only thing that varies between my fizz defense when I have this shield on and my fizz defense when I have this on is 3% base block chance and then 20% block mitigation, which really, with all of the other mitigation that I'm stacking up, considering I can have 40% mitigation here, and then already through my armor fizz defense, I'm looking at like 46% mit unbuffed. It's not really like I need that entire 20% for every block. So, like, shields, honestly, right now, they're nice if you're going into content where it's like, I'm going to get chunked, I'm really worried about the damage output of mobs, but I think shields are pretty weak right now, across the board. I think there are some things that they could probably do to make them more viable. I also think down the road, it could even be intriguing to see them go as far as, like, dual wield has a weapon tree. Make shield have a weapon tree. Like, you have a shield in your offhand, that activates, like, your guardian weapon tree, so to say, where you end up... That activates your guardian weapon tree, where you could then end up having, like, you know, weapon and shield bonuses. So it's like on finisher, you gain X passive block chance or block rating, like giving you mitigation on block. There are a plethora of things that they can do with the way that their systems are implemented already and like structured. That's just additive to the future of the game and builds off of the current systems. And I think they can really like fix a lot of the things that are kind of wacky right now, just a natural progression of the game and numbers tweaks. But yeah, overall, I just think shields feel kind of lackluster. Okay, so this is looking bad. This is looking like a little bit of a wipe. Because my res didn't go through. Is everyone alive? Is everyone just up there? Okay. Maybe just unstuck if you guys can live. Okay, feel free to unstuck. I think I'm gonna pop to desert. Yeah, we got a couple more dipping out for dinner and stuff, so I think I might just like work my way back over, check on my my refining, and then go like desert. Freaking Toad. It's his fault. It's his fault. Be dope to have its own tree. Yeah, and with dual wielding, like having its own unique tree, I'm kind of surprised to see that there wasn't that, but I mean, I do also understand like wanting to provide that main hand customizability too and not just make every tank feel like they're shield bound. But I don't know. I don't know. I feel like the option to have... Oh God, what's going on over here? Frog farm. Frog farm. He's pumping, boys. He's pumping. But yeah, I think like the option to have that shield tree if you did want to like all in on the defensive side of tanking would add a lot to the current shield state. And I feel like you don't just want to go like too high on passive block chance either, because with the active block, it can be really like really delicate to scale before you're just like fucking blocking everything like you're in an anime, right? So I think it's a delicate balance for them. I feel like the low passive block chance does make sense, and I definitely get that. But I also feel like a little bit higher of a passive block chance could do wonders. So we'll see. We'll see how it shapes up. It will be interesting to say the least. I have faith though. I feel like a lot of the changes that they make are like not only really good faith changes, but like the changes feel pretty well executed across the board. I think there are a couple things with tank that didn't necessarily like just 100% click in terms of the full rework. What the fuck is going on here? But I think overall, like a lot of the changes that I've seen with classes have been really well received. I mean, I like the tank changes a lot personally. I think they're a couple tweaks away from being in a really good spot, but I think they've got a good handle on a lot of things over here. Thorfana Snores! We're up tremendous. I wonder what else they could do with, like, bruh. That dude just plug his Twitch and raid. I mean, I respect the hustle, I guess. So anyways. I mean, at that point, just slap TV in your name or something. Jesus. I gotta go up to Winstead. I gotta check out my refining. That'll be nice. Maybe I have a couple gold waiting for me. Did I start beams? Or did I start timber? I feel like I may have started timber, which would result in me like not having money waiting for me, which would be sad. But I also feel like I have one more thing of beams on the way. I want to say I have beams. Let's see. I also have too many recipes. What am I missing? Did I put my goblin mass in my storage? I'm confused. Wait. Are they in my storage? I had 2 blue goblin masks in my inventory. Did those poof or did they end up in storage? Weird. I'll be right back. I'm taking a bong rip while I yeet myself across the map, chat. 1 sec. Am I dead? Oh shit. Oh no. Oh no. Where's my snores? Where's my snores? Don't tell me. Don't tell me. No! Fuck. So anyways. Man. I'm sad. Had pretty good luck on my tank so far. Had a green 2-hander, helm, ring, and then a cloak drop. Oh, that's insane. Yeah, that's actually really good luck. Chat, what are the general public thoughts on Subway in its current state? I know this is a really weird detractor, but I've been fucking with Subway lately. And I know that might sound blasphemous to some, but I've been fucking with it lately. Trash. Subway is a place I go when there's no other place to go. They changed their menu like 2 years ago and it got a lot better. If Subway is trash tier for you, what is your high tier of fast food subs? Jova will be removing armor smithing in a little less than 48 hours, after which they'll be putting up weaponsmithing, and in return, Az will be removing their smithy and putting up an ag supply so they can upgrade it to journeyman farming. So where does the armor smithing go? Plus, they pay their employees pennies. Trash company. This is gonna sound very unempathetic, but again, I don't really care if employees are well compensated. I don't care. The phone in my pocket and the precious metals that were mined for my computer that I'm playing on right now were much less unethically acquired, or sorry, much more unethically acquired than the sub that I got from somebody that's protected by American workers' rights. So personally, if you're working for an American company, you got nothing to complain about. That's just my take on everything. You could be in a fucking actual sweatshop or mine. So, just in terms of like, they don't take care of their employees. They do a lot more than a lot of places around the world where you literally get executed if you don't work fast enough. So, we'll just establish that. At least you're not getting murdered at Subway. At least you don't yearn for the fucking bread. So, with that being said, I don't eat fast food. I know Subway is like fast foody, but I feel like Subway is much less fast foody than like McDick's or like Wendy's or something like that. Like, I know that the process of acquiring it defines it as fast food, but I feel like the product output is not necessarily like that same poop of other areas. Is that crazy to say? I'd say it's like C tier for me, wouldn't say trash tier. I would say personally, Subway for me is like a C+, but I think their sauces are really good. Subway for me is the sub version of Starbucks. I think Starbucks product is nothing overly impressive, but I think Starbucks syrups, which they drench everything in, carry Starbucks poopy product quality. Yeah, what up, Gora? Meatball sub at Subway is A- here. So, this is the thing as well. I always ask this two stages, because there are 2 stages to this. Ragnar says Jersey Mike's is good. I agree. I like Jersey Mike's. You know what I don't like about the price? Sorry, well, spoiler alert. You know what I don't like about Jersey Mike's? The price. You never saw that one coming. So, for me, personally, Jersey Mike's Giants are $17.77 with main state sales tax. Subway, in their app, always has a code for a $6.99 footlong. I can get a Jersey Mike's Giant for $17.77, or for that price, I could get like 2 1/4 footlongs from Subway. And low key, I feel like as soon as you factor in price as well, Jersey Mike's is out the door. Like, Jersey Mike's would have to be at like $10 for me to get it over a $7 footlong from Subway. And I feel like that's fair. I feel like that's fair. But $17.77 when Subway's clocking in at $6.99 is just, I can't ethically vibe with that. I don't think Jersey Mike's is 2 1/4 times better than Subway. Now again, if I was exorbitantly rich and I didn't have to worry about anything, like I'm calling in DoorDash to my yacht and they drop it off with a helicopter and shit, right? Then that's gonna be a little bit different of a story. I'll probably get jerseys. But for me, $6.99 a foot long? Bro, I got a foot long yesterday. I ate half of it yesterday. And then when I went out to smoke just now, I took a couple bites of the other half, and I'll eat the rest of the other half later tonight. I feel like that's good value. That's like $3 a day in like the healthier side of like fast food, right? Cause like I'm not getting poo-poo either. Like I'm getting, it's like the Subway series and it's their like elite chicken bacon ranch. I don't know why they call it elite chicken bacon ranch, but it has like rotisserie chicken on it. Bacon, of course. Cheese. And then I just load that bitch up with veggies and then also sauces. But yo, Gora, with the 1,500 biddies. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. You're eating half a sandwich per day? I mean, I have some supplemental food, but yeah, I try not to eat much because eating a lot is spending money, and the less money I spend, the easier it is for me to stream full time. I consider it a game. Yeah. Also, I can do it under the guise of intermittent fasting. Weed's not a food group. I've cut my weed spending significantly lately.
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
Significantly. Yo, Richie, what up? Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. I appreciate your sub takes. Thank you. Thank you. I have a lot of food takes. I have a lot of takes on everything, dude. I appreciate you. Thank you again for the 1,500 biddies. That's insane. It's a lot of biddies. Where does that land you on the leaderboard? The biddy leaderboard is like not very populated. Top 10 on the biddy leaderboard is 3,300 biddies. Biddies are a less used currency in these parts, but they are nice. But yeah, I don't know. I just try to budget. I just try to budget well. So like, I don't know. That Subway that I got was like the first time in probably like a month that I even got Subway. But other than that, I got the classic combo of potatoes, carrots, green beans, and onions. I chop it all up, I season it, I put it on like a cookie sheet, and then I just bake it all together. And that's like an easy thing to do after stream. So I just meal prep a bunch of that, and like a big ass like baking sheet of it that gives me leftovers for like 5 meals is like, again, $3. So it's not too shabby. I try to budget so I don't have to spend a ton, of course, as people do. But like, the more I can cut out of that budget, the better we are. So if I intermittently fast 10 hours a day from the start of stream to the end of stream, why am I moonwalking? Then I spend way less money on food than if I were just stuffing my face. It's a simple process. Do I have anything in this? I don't. Okay. I'm just gonna vendor all this. I don't want to really fuck with all of this glint right now. I haven't had like Jimmy John's, or have I had Jimmy John's? I don't think I've had Jimmy John's. Is Quiznos still a thing? Yeah, I don't know. What other subs are like worth... Hey, speaking of subs, flip it. Thank you for the 6 months of T2. Go. I appreciate you. You can make a sandwich yourself for half the price of even $7 Subway. A better sandwich. So like, hear me out. Everyone always says you can make a better sandwich at home for like less.
Abs is absolutely
Yo, Steez, what up, goat? I appreciate you. But like, this is the thing. Even Jersey Mike's, I could get the cold cuts. I could get a big loaf of Italian bread, whatever it is, and I can make it at home, but it's not going to be as good. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I'm gonna just put that out there. Like, Jersey's, Subway, shit like that. I could get a rotisserie chicken. I can put that rotisserie chicken on bread. I can put bacon on the bread. I can put cheese on it, lettuce, tomato, cucumber, spinach, pickles, jalapenos, banana peppers. It's gonna taste different than Subway's is. Part of it's their sauces. Part of it's probably the copious amount of sugar that's in the bread. But I don't know, man. I think $7 for like, what is it? It's like, my sandwich is like 1650, 1700 calories. Like, that's really not bad. Especially like full established value across the board. That is not bad at all. And it's not like I'm out there doing that every day. Like I mentioned, I was out here fucking meal prepping because I found meal prep that costs like a few cents a plate. We're up tremendous. It actually costs slightly more than that, but it is still hyper efficient. No, why the fuck would I want to delete that? Lick my entire balls. I forgot about Quiznos. Is Quiznos good? I also don't think I can make like a chicken bacon ranch for less than I mean, like maybe one individual sandwich for less than $7, but then I have to eat a lot of sandwiches, which I mean wouldn't be bad, but I'd have to get a rotisserie chicken. I'd have to like pick the rotisserie chicken. I'd have to get bacon. I'd have to make bacon. Bacon alone is like $7 a pound right now. I'd have to pick up like the cheese that I wanted. I'd have to find good bread because like just using like plain Italian bread at that point's a fucking throw. Like you gotta have something that's like, I don't know, Italian urban cheese, perhaps. Seems like a good call, good play. I don't know, man. I feel like there's levels to that shit. And I don't necessarily know that I'm just like chefing that up casually at home. And it's not like Subway's is like modern cuisine. Like I cook at home for myself plenty. Like I make delicious food, wonderful food. But it's like there's a difference between me making a Sammy at home and a Subway. Or like a Jersey's, you know? We have a place here in Wisconsin called Milio's. It's a good sub place. What do you get there? What would, like if I was pulling up and I was like, all right, I'm gonna try this Milio's. You have one dish to sell me on. Where are you going? I bet I didn't have my lumber miller shit on for that. I'm not even gonna look. Cool guys don't look at explosions. Where's my fucking snores? Damn. Everybody's on the lumber milling tech. Oh god. Everybody just making money out here. It's all going to shit. Carpenter floor / desert glint farm. Desert farm sounds kind of nice. I won't even lie. Let's see, I need to store this and then I'm fine to take off. I thought you only need it on when you pick it up. I think you want it on when you craft it because of the rarity, right? There's like rarity quantity. Or is it when you pick it up that it rolls all of that? I haven't looked into it that much. I just try to have it on all the time. It'd be intriguing though if it was only when you pick it up. Who's out here fucking ching-chinging? Relax. Pretty sure it's when you pick it up. Word. I try to do both, but... Alright, do we want to go to the desert? What are we thinking? I want to do maps, but fun fact. Ready? I'll go fuck myself. Hi. Good day. Yes? You know, cancel it at the cost of fuel and restart if it's important to you. Eh, I don't fucking care. I just sell the shit. You ever thought maybe that map is bugged? You got another map? If you got a map on, you can give me that map. You're not gonna get it back though. I'm just gonna sell it. Or just abandoning the quest.
Is absolutely S tier.
Yo, Cam, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. So, what if I told you I don't have a fucking map quest? Coming in with the exclamation ashes as well. Go. I appreciate that. That's my referral link. Boys, anybody that does use that referral link, 15% of all of your purchases for the lifetime of your account help support the channel. If you make your account using that link, that's a once in a lifetime opt-in. So you're soul bonded with me. We're blood brothers. Yo, Cam, what's up, go? I appreciate you. I will personally go get you one. Yeah, you go get me a map. Go get me a map. Where am I meeting you? I'm telling you, it's my character that's bricked. My character has been bricked since like fucking 2004. What? He looked like he was gonna shoot. Van's being called in. Racing snail. Turbo. But yeah, my character is just full bricked. So what happened was before they like fixed maps, I popped the map one day and it gives you 6 hours from the time that you pop the map to complete the map. Now, I just thought it would expire. I popped the map and I was like over in Miraleth and the map was over in New Ayla. And I was like, I had my Snorse and it was just like the base, like pre-upgrade Snorse that moves slower than walking. So I was like, man, I'm not gonna fucking do this shit. I'm not gonna get it. So I logged out. Lo and behold, I can't do a treasure map for the rest of my life. Monk Dude sent me. I love Monk Dude. I love Monk Dude. Are you hopping in with the gang? He had a good group of people with him when I saw him. I pulled up on him and he had like 3 or 4 people with him, bro. It was crazy. It was crazy. What class are you looking at playing? Are you starting up with us this week or are you waiting a little bit? I'm so close to Journeyman. I should also probably make sure I have my lumberjack stuff on. Where's Spotify going with this? Huge. Good woodcutting music. I literally just want to hit 20 real quick. And then go promote. I'm so close. I'm so close. How many trees do I need for this? I think we just keep this up permanently. 86%. Okay. Nothing can separate me and mastering this wood. Fighter Summoner, Mage Summoner is what I'm thinking. You'll be waiting on the second part of it for a while, but you will be able to try both Fighter and Mage. Summoner is a phase 3 thing as well as those secondary archetypes. So we'll be waiting on those for a bit, but a lot of people are really excited for Summoner. Myself as well. I might be too deep into the wood business. I have 4 storages filled with wood. Would you consider yourself like an expert on handling wood at this point? You're kind of like, I don't know. Just too deep in wood in general? Neck deep in wood? Yeah, really up to your ears in wood. Some would say consumed by the wood, drowning in the wood. 20 to 30 fewer if you get higher rarity. By level 19, you're getting a little bit less than 1 XP per gather. Alright, that's fine, we pump. We defy the odds. They don't want to see us at level 20. Look, that tree's trying to not even fall down just to prove us wrong. Nah, there's no way it just stabilized. That tree's fucking built different. Oh, it's dead. Whee! Alright, where are we at? 88%, boys. This is it, chat. Who's here for it? Who's here for it? Asphalt summers, bug tree locations. So, is there kind of like... when do the actual... rarities get reestablished? It's not daily, it's on like a massive server reset, right? So like the weekly resets? And then from there, it's static the entire week until a full pull down? Clank! What up, Stomps? They probably got redone today. That's kind of that's what I was gonna ask. Since they pulled down for a few hours. Streamers are trying out the new X-Pack for Throne and Liberty. Baggins did as well. I think that's also a combination of Baggins wanting to get the fuck out of New World, dude. New World's gonzo. That shit so dead. The first 10 presidents of the United States are more alive than New World. I'm making a clank for heavy. Well, just make sure that you get some fucking, like, magic scaling weapons, please. Please. For the love of God. Steph not on daily restart. I tested and a heroic Braidwood came back after a server reset. Interesting. Yeah, I just can't wait for dynamic nodes to be added across the board. I think dynamic nodes will just fucking change the entire game, dude. The whole goddamn game. And, oh, someone asked, Nin, did you ask if we were rolling on Fresh? Someone asked if we were rolling on Fresh. Yeah, we'll be playing on Fresh starts when those come about. Yeah. I'm optimistic that they'll probably end up adding multiple servers, and we'll try to find one that's going to be like, oh, Shock did? Oh, one of you fuckers. But yeah, I plan to play on Fresh. I think it's a good opportunity to grow the community, and like, this server won't be going away or anything, so we'll still be able to hop on and pop, like, putts over here. But I think our goal should be to go over and basically get a dry run of what we want our launch leveling to look like. And it will give us a good chance to like see, you know, A, who in the community is going to remain like active and stuff like that through this next phase and through launch, so we can build around those people as primary crafters and shit like that. Right? But on top of that, it gives us a chance to run through our group structures of how we want to level, who we want to have in which group, like which crafters we want to have with which people feeding them. And it really gives us a good chance of that, you know, that knowledge gain and that dry run before launch actually does happen. So I think what we'll do for Fresh is basically try to figure out like where the more competitive guilds are going and not go there. Very simply put. We'll let them have their little playground where they can nuclear missile each other off the face of the earth. And we'll try to find a chill little server with a few of our, like, you know, our alliances. We go over there, so that way we're able to take our community and kind of like what we want to do with the game. And through the remainder of Alpha, grow a like-minded community on a like-minded server and, you know, work towards the goals that we want to accomplish. Then on launch, if we're at a point where we want to go, you know, we feel we've established ourselves a bit more and we're ready to take on more of the PvP focus across the board that's been here for a bit. Then on launch, we hop into a populated server or something like that, or we decide from there, like, kind of where we want to go. But at the end of the day, PvP will be ever existent in the game, whether you're on the most competitive server or whether you're on, you know, a mid server, whether you're on an RP server, whatever the fuck it is, right? So for me, throughout the remainder of Alpha and the betas, I'm basically going to be going to servers that would, like, present us the best odds to find like-minded players. And a super hardcore PvP server, while those are people that align with me a lot, because I tend to be, despite what my gameplay loop has been in Ashes so far, and I'm aware of this, like, I'm a very PvP focused person. So my goal is to build out like a very strong core community during these phases. And then as people in the community become more familiar with the game across the board, we'll naturally have those interests that break out where it's like, oh, I want to get into PvP. Okay, cool. Come to 8v8s. We'll run 8v8s. We'll see if those people are good. And we have a lot of people that are good. They evolve to 10v10s, 20v20s, and so on and so forth. And from there, we start facilitating like more and more growth. So I think like our goal as a community is when fresh starts come out, again, like I said, find a nice like chill server, presents like competitive opportunities for us, which competitive is always relative to the level of where you're at, and try to grow the community as much as we possibly can with people that are interested in not only phase 3 but past that, and try to build towards that like that longer term growth, right? So yeah, if PvP like exclusive guilds want to go towards that like scorched earth approach within their server, I'm fine with that. Like, do whatever they want to, but I'm gonna just kind of like take my community and go over here, and I'll let y'all handle that. So I think that's a very sane approach. I like servers that allow multi-guild 1 to 50 plus, and a server that doesn't IMO. I mean, there's no way to really like combat multi-guilds. Like shell guilds and stuff like that will always be a thing, and there are so many like systems that you can go around to avoid it. Like, we could have cats with abs, and then we could have dogs with cocks, and it might not be in the cats with abs 1, 2, 3, 4 archetype, but dogs with cocks could just be like a completely separate entity that just happens to work with us, right? I think it's an unavoidable thing, honestly. But one thing I really do like is instead of just informal multi-guilds and stuff like that, there's actually a vassling system that will allow those smaller guilds to work for the larger guild. Yo, Dragon, thank you for the 100 bits. Dusty was one of my favorite Ash's creation content creators / streamers. Colorful commentary. This is AI. I would gladly give Dusty his greatest desires, for he blesses my eyes with his presence. So it's only fair I give him what he desires. This was a paid comment. You paid me to make that comment. Ni hao, brother. How are you? Thank you for the 100 biddies. I appreciate you. My hope was a fresh start to redo the start after the knowledge I have now. Yep. That's exactly it. So, like, working in, for example, this. Getting to 25 and already having lumber mill at 20 plus and lumberjacking at 20 plus. So that way we're able to get braidwood and willow and shit like that along the way. So instead of running from like Miraleth over to Seth and just non-stop running and yapping, I'll stop, I'll grab an entire inventory full of trees, and I'll start refining those when I'm over in, you know, New Ayla.
Woo! Yeah, baby, we did it!
I'm a lumberjack master! I'm actually only a journeyman. This is the greatest accomplishment of my life. Look at me professioning. Chat, I'm a life skiller. I'm one of you, I'm relatable. I will not be leveling any processing profession on the main. Shock the 5 gifties for the level 20 lumberjack. Yo ho ho, boys. Shock, thank you for the 5 gifties, brother. I appreciate that, voice. With Shock's 5 gifties with Dragon's 100 biddies, we have, on our end of things, a level 2 choo-choo hype traineroo, boys. If anybody's lurking out there and you want to support the channel, you want to keep me here streaming for longer, harder, better, faster, stronger, better pizza, better ingredients, Papa John's, click on your purple sub button and see if you have your free Prime sub available this month. That does not auto-renew each month, so if you have it, it is free. If you don't have it, consider a T1, T2, or T3 sub to the channel. Those are recurring, which also help get me closer to a 70-30 sub split. And if you don't want to do either of those, then just do a /gift10 in the chat. Why not? If you put it on a credit card, pay that credit card off in time, builds your credit score, and you support an incredibly handsome streamer. Quinn, the 500 biddies. Quinn, thank you so much for the 500 biddies. Boys, more hype for the hype train. And if you do contribute to the hype train, keep in mind, biddies or subs, you get exclusive emotes only earned through the hype trains, boys. Great chance to flex on all of your friends and say, I got this from giving some random person on the internet money. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Also, HelloFresh. Click on that link. Order HelloFresh. Bis. 10 free meals. Free breakfast if you're in the US. 10 free meals anywhere in the US, Canada, or Europe, by the way, boys. What a long TED Talk. Yeah, I have a few presentations daily. Fortunately, they're all in the same place, and there's really no starter, and they all just kind of like Venn diagram into each other in one big cohesive yap. So. Your mom's moist socks is such a fucking name. I feel like I haven't really addressed that properly, but that's fucked. I don't really know how I feel about that. You know you love it? What are they moist with? Cause like, I went for a walk the other day, yesterday actually, and I was raining. Well, now I'm feeling a little weird. It was raining, and I stepped in a puddle, and my socks got moist. So that wasn't very comfortable. If you give to the most subs or give the most bits, you can get the train icon. The same thing that gets rant. Okay, man. I don't actually think they do. God damn. What happened? Did your mom tell you that when she came back from the train station? God. Fucking Dragon, respectfully. Your mom's the one collecting tickets. Listen, I'm trying to get you more money. Chat, you heard it here. If you want to bang my mom, please don't. Please don't. That's one of the rules of the community meetups. No banging Dusty's mom. She won't be at TwitchCon. She will not be at TwitchCon. I will be, though. And honestly, for enough gifties, you might get a chance. What are the odds of a man named Rammer getting that fucking sub? What are the fucking odds of Rammer picking up that sub? With this goddamn discussion occurring. Shock, thank you for the gifty. Rammer, welcome. The algorithm never sleeps. What is going on? Got any shit level 10 tank gear lying around or weapons? I rolled a tank today. I know, I saw your message. You messaged me some hooliganism. I can pop over to my fighter in a second and see. Let me drop this shit off and maybe start just a quick round of refining with it. Lumber mill. Boys, we are so tremendously up. Cool dragon. That thing large. I like the wings on that. They're very leafy. Wait, what? Can I ride the dragon? Well, that's somebody else's dragon. That would be Grand Theft Dragon. So, as of right now, for playtesting, if you are a mayor, you get a mount. Like a flying mount once your node reaches this tier, which all nodes are this tier. So, all of the mayors on the map currently have flyers. There are elections once a month, and all of the nodes are like election based. So, on launch, you will not just get a mount for like being a mayor. You will actually have to be a mayor and upgrade your entire node to the highest tier, tier 6, Metropolis. And before your node is upgraded, you won't have a flyer. There will only be 5 Metropolises on the map at any given time. There's a legitimate lockout, like not allowing any more than that number. On top of that, there's a node siege and node death system, like node degradation. No, not just calling it stupid. Like, you can actually lose upgrades. Your node can get sieged and you can lose a significant amount of shit. So, even if you have a flyer, you're a Metropolis. Your node gets hit, you're no longer a Metropolis. You don't have the flyer anymore. So, at any given time, there will be 5 to 10 flyers. If there are also 5 active castle nodes, then those can also have flyers. So 5 node flyers, up to 5 castle flyers, and then you also have drop flyers. So drops will come from certain content, typically very difficult content, right? And those drops will also have a finite lifespan. So it'll drop either as like an egg or like a juvenile or adolescent version of the mount that can't be like ridden yet because Drake and Diddy don't play this game. So thankfully, you have to give it to an animal husbandrist, and they raise that when it's like, you know, old enough to be used as a mount, then it's a mount. The thing with those drops is that they have a finite lifespan and then they legitimately fucking die. Yes, we actually have animal husbandrists in-house, so we're up tremendous. Due to many, many guild deaths, we contributed. So yes, now we have BIS in-house animal husbandry. And hopefully that's going to continue for us. So any animal husbandrist needs, you go see Miss Nelly. I also want combat pets. I want BIS combat pets. I am so excited for that system, and it's been something that, like, I don't know why it's been so under the radar, but no one's really brought it up yet. This pawn kind of looks like a fish. If you flip it upside down, kind of looks like a goldfish. No, Nelly probably doesn't have tamables because she's been fucking stonehandsing all the mounts lately, dude. She's just been like murdering mounts with pets. She's fucking vicious. It's like she's petting them with like Wolverine claws that she can't control. Take my monies. Nelly, what do you have in stock for mounts right now? Because, Chad, if you do need a mount and you got money because you've been leveling your lumber milling like a good noodle, go see Nelly. I have hiccups. Choo choo. Quinn, thank you for the 500 biddies. Dragon, thank you for the 100 biddies. Shock for the 6 gifties. Absolute legends. I appreciate you guys. I want Bippo. Yeah, the hippo is the drippo. I actually just updated my stock and storage spreadsheet last night. That's huge. Also, do you remember what percent we tested Snorse at? Come back here. I have map. Where are you? I don't know where you are. What's this? Why does this have an interact? Prayer to the omniscient. Wait, what? Well, excuse me, what's that? Let me pray. It's 170? Okay. All right, so what is this? I'm praying. I'm hitting that whoa. I look like a cat that's needing biscuits. What's it do? Did you get a buff? I don't think so. Huh. Okay then. Good to know. It's probably for a quest or something. And like the interact is just dependent on you like putting something in the big goblety area, maybe? Maybe I'm coping. Am I coping? I don't know, that was anticlimactic though. I thought something would happen. It's there just to bait players into wasting their time. Honestly, it could be like one of those they set up a trail cam type shit. When people set up like trail cameras and then they'll set up like a feeding area so they have animals that come by and they eat animals and then they get, or not they eat animals. The animals eat the food and then they get like cute footage of the animals and then maybe eat them. But like they're basically baiting us to get like cool footage. So they just have organic like free range players running through their camera. Maybe we get put in a Taj. I only did it twice. So right now I'm putting together a video. Well, Drew's putting together a video. And it's about the Carvin event that was very, very temporarily available, which for whatever reason isn't fucking available anymore. I'm just putting that out there. But when we were first kind of like, please don't, please don't, please don't. I don't want to get griefed. The first time that we like collected all 4 of the pieces, the petition challenge pieces, right before that, I had run up to the little podium that you have to put the pieces on. And I didn't have all the pieces and I was trying, hey, I know that guy. I was trying to like figure out how to activate shit. And at one point in the video, I just run up to the podium and I start spamming my interact key so fast because I had mobs on me. You could hear it through my my mic. And I didn't realize that my mic picked up like my keys like that sometimes. I didn't know it was ASMR like that. Bad Girls Club has surrendered to Exploiter. Who the fuck is Bad Girls Club? I have not seen anyone from that guild around. What the fuck? Who is Bad Girls Club? What are these names? There's a Good Girls Club also. Are they the same entity? Like, do they work together? The new mayor for Az, I think, is in that guild. Bad Girls Club or Good Girls Club? Which club is Abyss Club? Hey. I know that lad. Alright, what do we have going on? Does anyone want to go down to the desert? People are annoyed with the Az mayor, so they've been decking bad girls. What'd the Az mayor do? I'm so like blissfully ignorant on all these server politics and stuff. It's a blessed life to live, boys. A blessed life. I don't understand shit. Can you stand still for 2 minutes? Yeah. Okay, that was like a minute 10. That was like a minute 10. But you mob trained onto me and scared me. You scared me. Yes. Glad I could help. I figured another 50 seconds would have put you through misery and agony. I'm telling you, my character's bricked. They just like turned my character off in like the map doer ability. Ready? There is no God. It doesn't work. There is no streamer client. There is no streamer privilege. There is just streamer pain. I have nothing in my journal. I have nothing to look forward to. There is no God. Everything's alive, air is flat. I'm just a man in cat ears that's very sad about things. Vera is currently flat. Yes, it is. And on the wiki, Steven says that it's round. He said due to the lore, it's round, even though it doesn't have a curved horizon. That's flat. So basically what I think is most likely it's kind of like a square with a dome over the top. So it's like this is the ground level. This is the underground, because when you really strip it all away and get down to the bedrock, you see that Steven's lying. Tolnar live underground as well. But these are invisible walls. And what we learned recently is these walls aren't even invisible. They're just red. They don't even try to hide it. So basically, we went out to the edge of the world, and there are just red walls out there. They don't let you go any further. On top of that, if you sail off the east side of the map, the west side of the map, west is left. If you sail off the west side of the map, you don't come out on the east side of the map. Therefore, this red wall signifies the end of the world. So with that being said, it makes sense. There will essentially be a big ass cube. Think that we're just living in one single Minecraft square. Now, with that being said, there are different biomes. There's an above ground. There's an underground. This is how I propose we'll probably get underground. These are stairs, by the way. Subterranean stairs. Stairs that take you underground. Under the terrain. That's what subterranean means for anybody that's not an archaeologist like me in their spare time. So, yeah, realistically, what we discover here is that while there is a small chance that Vera is a dome, I think it's flat. Steven said on the wiki, despite Vera not having a curved horizon, it is round because the lore says it's round. And again, I've said this before, but that's like me saying my dick's big because the lore says it's big. Doesn't make it true, Steven. Vera's flat. We go into the desert. Hi, crows. What you darn? Bro, yeah, I don't know. My character's bricked. I submitted a bug report too. I don't get to do maps until phase 3. Ugh. So the craziest thing is that I still remember where the treasure map was. It was right in this area of New Ayla. So I wonder if I would go there and just find like a fucking, I don't know, a pile of sand somewhere. Dirt pile. But it was also when I was like level 12. I wasn't even level 20 at that time. Dude, it was a long time ago. Music feels a little too appropriate. I couldn't hear the music, but I could only assume it was like a Bach symphony or something. Maybe some like Tchaikovsky. Something to truly represent like the elegance of my illustration. I can only assume. I heard Tchaikovsky drank Pepsi. Maybe if I keep clicking on my maps, it'll just let me do it. I feel like the game's mad at me. I'm gonna log in tomorrow and still have treasure hunt limit exceeded. Nope, it's still going. It's like when you silence an alarm, but it doesn't stop. Gonna have to like log the fuck out and then log back in. Is it done? Nope. Nope, never done. Nope, not done. Good to know. Thank you, though. Fuck. Did I not? I didn't promote. Oh, gosh. Wait, can I keep gaining XP without promoting? Oh, wait. I can go to As to promote, can't I? I can just go south. Oh, wait. So, yeah, the As stuff. Kimi was trying to put up weaponsmithing and As, but when the new mayor came in, they said they wanted to feel things out before they did anything. Basically, toss the plan that the other nodes had been working on. Oh. Wait, I have to fill the meter of level 20 to apply for, or to get my, like, promotion? To apply. Fuck. So I technically have to be, like, 21? Oh, I can gain until the meter's full for that level. Oh, okay. So I can promote right now, but I could gain XP until I filled the meter. Okay, got it. That makes sense. Is it the same way with lumber milling? I feel like it is. That makes sense. Yeah, okay, that checks out. I had a pair of swim trunks in 2014 that look like the skybox right now. I actually still think I have them in my closet. Y'all remember Galaxy themed everything? That shit was crazy for a bit. I think I got a Galaxy hoodie somewhere too. I was going hard on that shit. I think I literally think I have a hoodie somewhere that matches this skybox. I don't know if I got rid of it or not. Hold on, I need to go look now. I need to go look. Because I literally matched the skybox. One sec. Chat, I found it. Yeah, it literally matches the skybox. This shit Nike too. Yeah, I think they took the skybox like off of this hoodie. Yeah. Bro, I'm telling you, this shit went crazy like 10 years ago. It still goes kind of hard, I won't lie. This shit's still kind of clean. I'm telling you, I don't make shit up. I'm not like one of those rappers that says they shoot people. If I say I have a hoodie, I got a motherfucking hoodie, chat. I keep that thing on me. So yeah, this is my hoodie that matches the Desert Skybox. All right, so let's go down to Az. I don't necessarily know how I feel about that, but it's like eerily close. I feel like I should take this off. Mistakenly paused stream, came back to PC unpaused, and thought it was still paused. I went to go get my hoodie, Because I wanted to see if my hoodie matched the skybox, and it did. We were flashing it back to like 2014-ish when everybody was just using like Galaxy everything. Do you already have everything to make your axe? I was gonna see what like the alternate axe was. Cause isn't the alternate axe, I have one hair that's like bugging me. Isn't the alternate axe like rarity and quantity? Cause I feel like rarity and quants in Xeno style, right? Like increased item rarity, increased item quantity sounds like a Path of Exile player's dream. Better? What's better? That one? Rarity quant? I would assume that's better. It's like the best thing you can get. Right now with static nodes, I think quality / speed is best. Oh, you're so right, bestie. Yeah, I forgot static nodes. Man, fuck static nodes. All my homies hate static nodes. Chat, can I get a fuck static nodes in the chat? We want dynamic nodes. All the homies love dynamic nodes. Static nodes sold me drugs recently. Static nodes should be arrested. We cannot. Static nodes sold me gold on G2G.com. I bought gold off of static nodes, banned them from the game immediately. Not me, I'm a streamer. Not me, I do what I want. Ban static nodes. Static nodes is just lazy. Well, in all fairness, lazy and placeholder could be used synonymously depending on the view. If I type in my Discord under the upcoming video forum and I say placeholder, that could also be portrayed as lazy. But if that placeholder is like replaced with the videos eventually or the pieces to the video, then that's good. So like, I definitely understand. Baseline vision for the alpha is get things that work, right? And then it's like, once those things work, publish. I get it. There's more complexity to a dynamic node state with, and keep in mind, there's still going to be static spawns. But those static spawns will be based off the land management score. So a tree, when you cut it down, will still respawn as a tree. But it will respawn within that land management score as a tree of a varying node, or, well, as well as a varying rarity. So we should see static spawn points, like a tree is a tree is a tree, mineable is mineable is mineable. But within that, the land management score impacts which tiers in which like actual trees can spawn as this tree. And then the rarity is a dice roll on each spawn. Then my personal that I'd like to see is a respawn window and not a respawn like timer. So like there's a min respawn, there's a max respawn, and that allows people to go to them with semi-regularity, but you could get there early, have to leave and come back. By the time you come back, it's already gone. Or you hit a tree once and you may not even go back to that same because the rarity is going to be different. Like, I think across the board, I thought these guys had Santa hats on for a second. I think across the board, just dynamic gathering adds so freaking much, man. So much. I think the issue is all tied into the vassal node, land management, server mesh issue they're having. Yeah, they did say, though, that, like, gridding and all of that stuff, dynamic gridding, like that shit, they do have a functioning version of it over on whatchamahoo's one of the dev builds that we don't have access to. Who dat? Coconut. Is that the mayor that people are mad at? I feel like I don't even know half of these mayors. How are people winning elections if... maybe I'm just ignorant. I don't want to accidentally be mean or anything or say anything that could be like portrayed as mean, but I just haven't even like seen these people kicking around. It's like a fucking first time running, and I'm always on this game. Also, if you're in second still, hey. If you're in second and you want to join main, feel free to leave second. We're gonna kind of like condense people up until we actually have a need for second again. I have faith in Intrepid. I think they just need time. Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, the thing is, like, they have a lot of good grasps on like where they want to take the game, and I think they're also very in touch with a lot of what their community wants. And I think they have a very, very good balance between like where they want to take it, where they, you know, where the community wants it to go, and they're able to find that midpoint. And I think going forward, honestly, a lot of where they plan to take the game aligns with what the community wants. So again, I agree. I think primarily all they need is time. And I think given, you know, enough time across the board, they will be able to hit a lot of the things that they want to implement. I think probably most. And I think the way that the game is currently headed, just based on this playtest alone, there is an insane amount of potential with this game that's already being like realized. It's already being worked on, like not worked on, but it's already being like implemented and shit. I don't know. I've already seen a lot of the systems come together and improve a lot more than I thought I would, being here for the amount of time that I have been. Do you want that neck I gave you before they rolled back servers? Wait, what was the neck? I still have this. Was it from me or was it from someone else? From my start in October to now, the game has come miles and miles. Oh yeah. I have had access since January 2024. I've followed for a couple of years now, and was always like very into the systems and like, again, the potential. But for me, it was always just like, okay, you know, I'll be here. I'll be ready when the potential's looking good, right? Because I was playing New World, my channel was growing in New World, and I was content coping it out there. And so, oh fuck, yes, thank you, Jesus Christ. So it wasn't like I was in a spot where I was just, you know, giving up New World or anything, but I was absolutely intrigued with the prospect of Ashes and everything that Ashes has to offer. So, as I followed over the course of a couple of years, and New World continued to like decline, I became more and more interested because New World was on the down and Ashes was getting better. Everything that I saw about Ashes was just constant improvement. And then there I was on New World, and it was like that same level of a huge potential game. And the shitty thing is, it had already gone through its launch, and multiple years post-launch, we were still running into issues that shouldn't have been present at that point, right? So for me, it was going from a spot of seeing everything broken across the board, seeing so many things just not fixed, not iterated upon, them at odds with their community on the AGS side of things, like for years and years and years, right? And so many things over there were just stagnant. The content cadence was incredibly slow. The responsiveness was slow. And honestly, they made their community feel pretty fucking stupid about a lot of things. So I come over here, and like, I wasn't even in touch with Intrepid as a developer. I wasn't familiar with like how ingrained in the community and stuff like that. Don't forget to check the axe recipe. I love you so much. Thank you. Oh, these guys are fucking farming. These laddies are farming, boys. But yeah, so as Ashes had continued to develop, like, I really started watching early 2024. And I saw a few showcases and I was like, ah, this looks a little clunky, you know? But over time, again, it continued to develop. And so that kind of piqued my interest. Like, the game looked like it was getting better. It looked like there was a lot of effort being put into the game. And it looked like it was coming a long way pretty quickly. So that was enough to get me to really, like, take interest in the game. I started looking into it more and more. And then I finally hit a point in December where I was just like, you know what? New World just isn't really what I want it to be anymore. It's nowhere near what I thought it was going to be. Like, nah, I'm out. I'm good. So came over here, and my very first day Oh, lumberjacking bags. Oh, we're so up. My very first day coming over, I had so much fucking fun. I had so much fun. And I was like, at first, just, okay, you know, maybe I play it casually. You know, I've always heard that they're super slow on updates, this, that, the other. And I started playing it way more than casually because it was really fucking fun. And then I started to hear more about their communication. And I started to see firsthand their level of communication, right? And I was still playing. I was like, at this point, fully hooked. Nothing was like pulling me off of the game. And honestly, since the first day I played Ashes and streamed Ashes, I've just been absolutely fucking hooked. So on top of that, I've seen the game come a long way as well. I've seen a ton of updates, a ton of experimental things that were like brought back, a ton of kind of like, you know, trial and errors and shit like that. But overall, I've seen the game make a ton of progress since I've been here. And I've been here, this is my 4th month, going on 4 months. So as soon as I saw the desert didn't exist, I was hooked. Yeah. Lurking, off to watch current D&D campaign I'm watching. I'll let you know. My cleric is very self-sustained, so I don't spend much. That's good. Is the server back to normal? Yeah, the server's been back to normal. They didn't end up doing a test or anything. Like, this wasn't like a rollback or anything, Stomps. This is just how our server is going to be. So, like, this is the normal. Go look at IRL pics in Discord. Why? Was it? Is it food? Taco slippers. Nice. Another desert full of NPCs. I mean, yeah, half of them are players. But I mean, even when I started playing... Oh, fuck. Wait, what is this? This looks like some Space Invaders type shit. What? So did it just add in this one? Am I tripping? Wasn't it the same thing? Except... Wait. 1, 2, 3. Oh, fuck. It added in a whole 3rd row. Oh, shit. Oh, that's fat. Okay, yeah, that's huge. Oh my god. Oh, that's so large. Jesus. And then stacks go up to 82 now. Sheesh. Oh my fucking god. Okay, but yeah. So when I first started playing, like, the desert did exist. Like, the desert at that point was the old desert. It was still much more Dooney. It was still basically like the first implementation of the desert. And like, I came over here and did Shardling farm and stuff like that. That was actually, I have a short over on my TikTok that's got like fucking 300k views. That was from the Shardling farm and shit like that. So, I've been in the desert for a bit. I saw the full revamp and all of that. Like, the desert has come a long way. I saw experimentation with like different freehold mobs and shit like that. And just so many changes, so much good communication, so many like positive implementations, both like, oh my god, that's so beautiful. So many like good changes, both in terms of like immediate patches as well as like backend fixes. Server stability since I've been playing has increased a lot. The frequency of memory leaks occurring has decreased. So it's like the game itself, both in terms of like the actual there playable interactable world as well as the backend has been constantly improving. And like that'll happen through development. If that didn't, it would be a problem, right? But for me, I've just been so refreshed coming over to this and having like the intrepid level of communication, the intrepid level of like transparency, them being actual fucking human being gamers. Like, I don't know, it's been really cool. I really do think Ashes is going to hit the point of like the realized potential. And I think people are hitting that point now as well in terms of like the kind of like not a community sentiment within, but that outward sentiment. Because again, Ashes was a very ambitious project that had 12 fucking employees at the start of Intrepid Studios, right? Like Ashes had all of these massive plans and really not a lot of means to go about it. If I said, yo chat, I'm gonna do a fucking 1,000-hour marathon stream and we're gonna break the Twitch all-time sub record, you'd be like, all right, Dusty, sure. You go for it. And that's basically what Ashes was at the start. Steven was like, we're going to do all of this and you're gonna watch us do it. And people were like, sure, okay, yeah, go ahead, crazy guy. Do your fucking thing. So now that it's actually like coming to fruition, Intrepid's continued to grow and you see these different parts of the game coming alive. You see the content growing and expanding. Like people are like, oh shit, wait, they might actually do it. And I've been saying this a lot lately. End of this month, big patch. That's gonna bring a lot of people in. What are we doing, by the way? Are we doing Desert Pocket Dungeons? I came all the way down here. Surely we do some Desert Pocket Dungeons, right? Maybe I just hit stuff for a few. Anyways, why are these spawning level 11? Weird. I actually want to see if these respawn. Anytime there are like level 11, level 12 mobs in the desert, I get concerned. I want to see if these respawn at a higher level. We're testing now. Well, yeah. So, I think with the March patch, which by the way, I'm going to be dropping a video on over on my YouTube, so make sure you do exclamation socials pop over there. With the March patch, I have two massive predictions, not only for the player base, but for the directory. Pirate and Summit. I think Pirate Software comes back for the Tropics. I think Summit comes back for the, like, Rogue. And I think from there, I mean, if the directory has like 100 viewers in it right now, then that's gonna like 200x our directory. That's gonna get so many eyes on the game. And I think if that patch goes well and really, really hits, then that's going to put so many like positive eyes on the game. And when games take off, it's really facilitated around positive momentum over like multiple successive updates, right? So if people already have heard that Ashes is getting better, Ashes is coming a long way, and then they finally see the gameplay and they're like, oh fuck, I didn't think it was gonna be this far along, then they're like, oh, maybe I check it out. And then it starts to spread. And it spreads organically. You don't need a bunch of marketing. You don't need to force it. If your product's good, people will hear about it if it's a game now, especially with streaming. Like, video game journalism is dead as like an actual journalist writing a thing about a video game, because those are all paid. Like, streams tend to be a lot more unfiltered. I would call Steven nuts if he told me he was spending what he just spent on Alpha. Or if he spent just on Alpha. Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, for me that's an incomprehensible amount of money, personally. I don't even know what I'd do with $1 million. So, like, I have always been, like, in shock and awe of the level of, like, not only investment and commitment, but also, like, just the personal kind of, like, risk that he's taking on it. And it really does go to show that it's just a passion project and that he really believes in it. He's not going outside to get, like, outside investing to hedge his own personal bet. He's like, this is gonna work and I'm willing to put my own money out there. Well, not mine, but his own money out there. Like, it's really impressive. I should have sold everything I had in middle school and bought one of those Kickstarter keys. Is the amount he's invested public? So he has said publicly, and this was a couple months back, but he said publicly he has invested over 50 million last figure, like out of his own money, and estimates that he was going to spend another 55 million-ish, upwards of like 110 mil out of his own pocket before the launch of the game. So it's a couple months of stream, if we want to like equate it to what I'm pulling home. It's a couple. It's a large investment on his end, man, because it's been like Kickstarter keys, or like the Kickstarter stuff was the original. And then Steven's investment, and then their access keys. And that's about it. But yeah, it's legitimately a massive amount. And the entire thing, excuse me, the entire thing is like a passion project from like Steven to everybody that works for that studio. Like, keep in mind, there are a lot of developers that also took a chance, that also heard this crazy idea, probably talked to this crazy dude, and were like, I kind of fuck with this. And they took a chance on something. On the developer end, that's their livelihood. Those are their jobs. Some of them probably left comfy jobs to go to Intrepid based on this idea. And I think that just goes to show like the level of commitment and the level of passion and the level of belief that people have at the top. So, fundraising business plan they've executed is absolutely genius. Yeah, I might start doing Kickstarter keys for like stream long term. It's like we'll do Kickstarter keys for like, this is the alpha of Dusty's stream, and it's like when we launch and I have like, you know, a couple thousand viewers, then you'll get like a once weekly FaceTime with me one-on-one where you can like choose the cat ears or not after I've discontinued them so I don't end up on live stream fails. Part of me wonders how many people click into the like stream and then just instantly go, oh, what the fuck? And then just click out. It's definitely got to be a non-zero amount, dog. I'm not even lying. It's got to be a non-zero. I almost did? Yeah, that's what I'm fucking saying. That's legitimately what I'm saying. More stay. Yeah, I mean, the good news is my metrics include like a full viewership graph down to like the fucking second, right? So I can keep track of when people are staying and going. And I will say, fortunately, retention in these parts is fucking wacky. It's real good. It's real good. Do I stay in on this? Nice. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Bless. Okay. I was not ready for that smoke. I honestly seen the cat ears and instantly got a boner. So here I am months later. That's fucking insane. Also think about the click, see them and stay. I stayed because of like, Stomps, you knew me before the cat ears. I'm quite certain. How much New World did you even play, Stomps? What were your like total hours in New World? I can only see my one lonely character on Lilith, can't see Vyra. Oh, Bruise. So if you're looking to go on Vyra, in your launcher, when you like actually go into the launcher before you go like log in and shit, under environments, there's a drop down menu on the left side of the launcher. So Lilith and Lotharia are, I feel like segregated is a bad word to say in 2025. But yeah, they're segregated. So we're kind of like quarantined over here on Vyra. Intrepid touched our back ends a little bit. Non-consensually, by the way. I didn't say they could. They touched our back ends earlier today. So we don't really know what they did while they were back there. All we know is that we were unconscious for about 5 hours. We woke up and they said, hey, there's some new stuff in your back end and you just got to accept it. You're not really going to notice much of a difference. Hey, by the way, caravans are fixed. They slapped us on the ass and they sent us out. So we're kind of vibing. We're figuring it out on the go. We don't really know what's different on the back end. I've been kind of walking funny. But yeah, overall, I don't really notice a difference. Long story short, you just have to go into the environments area. It's in the launcher, left side, it says environments, and then drop down menu, and then click Vira. That's all. Just be careful. Just be careful around Vira. I don't really know what they're doing, but I'm having a slight hip pain. Okay, what do I have out here? I have an okay amount of glint. I could do a van. Anytime I say that I could do a van, our vans get hit. Isn't it like just 4 minutes here to here though? Do we want to try to sneak a van? Like down to Az? Chat, does anyone want to come through for a van down to Az? Yo, what up, numbers? Is this game out and playable? So, playable, yes. The game is in Alpha 2 Phase 2. So, with that being said, right now it is still in like a playtesting phase. We've got a portion of the map and level cap's 25. We've only got base classes, 6 out of 8. Rogue is the next one to come up at the end of the month. Summoners in Phase 3. Phase 3 starts in May. I'll get in on that later. But right now, it's like a true alpha playtest. With that being said, they've implemented a lot of the core systems on a very baseline, like, does it function level. And they're focusing on like the foundation of the game and those like true building blocks, right? And for that reason, the game feels really fucking good. And I shouldn't call it a game. They don't like the G word here. The playtest feels really good in terms of the very basics, like core gameplay loop, server responsiveness, input responsiveness, like server stability, in my opinion, is really good. How much there is to do on a daily basis is really good. I think a lot of the direction of the game and what already exists within the playtest through Alpha 2 Phase 2 is very solid. I'm at about, at this point, 400 hours in this playtesting phase, and it started in December. I'm nowhere near best in slot gear. I have a ton to do on an everyday basis. I do different things every single day. So we just recently got, at the end of last month, Desert Peninsula over here. At the end of next month, we're getting the Tropics up here. We're getting a ton of changes. We're getting the Rogue at the end of this upcoming month. We're getting dual wielding in the game on a baseline level. They'll continue to implement more to dual wielding as it goes. From there, the map continues to expand. We get more and more of the systems. We get node sieges soon, which will lead to like node de-leveling as well. So there is a ton that is, in my opinion, very, very, very like community based and like repeatable content within this game. On top of that, you have a very good intertwinement of like PvE, PvP, crafting, the accessory systems from like caravans and like node progression, weighing in on your own personal progression. There's so much that's already shaped up in a really positive way with this like playtest in its current state, and it makes me extremely optimistic for the future of the game. So, right now, Alpha 2 Phase 2, we're at 5 days up, 2 days down typically. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, games up. Tuesday, Wednesday, games down for development. So, starting on May 1st, we go into Phase 3. That's going to be live service, as close to 24/7 uptime as possible. That's going to last at least a year. My guess is a year and a half. Some people are guessing 2+. But either way, after that, we go into the betas. From the betas, eventually, we launch. My estimate's like 2 to 3 years until the game does end up fully launching. But up until that time, it's a completely accessible playtest. It is a buy-in to the playtest. But with your purchase, it's basically... I have a graph for this. Hold on, let me show you the graph. Excuse me, that was a hiccup. I made this myself. So basically, if you want to start playing now, it's 110 USD. That is up here. So these servers do not go down. These are Alpha 2 Phase 2. So basically, what we're looking at is now until May 1st, it is 5 days up, 2 days down. That's 110 USD. Wave 3 pack, that's your Phase 3 pack. Chat, while we're in here, can someone do an exclamation ashes in chat for our new friend? So that way, if they do want to create their account using that referral link, they can and they don't miss out on supporting the greatest Ashes content creator in human goddamn history. So, with that being said, Wave 3 access. That bitch is going to last at least a year. That's $100 USD. The difference between hopping in May 1st to that live service and hopping in today now is $10 USD. That's up to you. I'm not here to tell you what to do with your 10 bucks. That could be a Big Mac if you really want it to be. I don't fucking care. But at the end of the day, I'll educate you and I'll let you make your own decision. Good news about this. Either of these hoes, whether you get the Wave 2 pack or the Wave 3 pack, those will get you access to that current and all future phases. Autumn, cheers. Thank you for the hydrate. So, say you spend 110. You get that Wave 2 pack. You hop in tonight to game with us. The fuck is this? All right. You would hop in today. You would get access to Phase 2, Phase 3, and the betas. Okay. Wave 3 pack. You get Phase 3 and the betas. Then, with either of those on launch, you get 1 month of game time. That's $15. It's no box cost, no DLC cost. Okay. 1 month of game time included with that. And then you also get $15 in the in-game store, 1.5. The in-game store, when it does launch, and that does come out, is no transmog. Oh, wait, sorry. No pay to win, no pay for convenience. It's transmog only. I almost mixed that up and said it's pay to win only. It's no pay to win, no pay for convenience, transmog only. It's only drip. So that's entirely optional in terms of that monetization, but you get $15 for it to get yourself some Drippington. On top of that, your alpha access. You have 90 days from the day you purchase it with no hours limit where you can get a refund if you are not happy. If you scare the shit out of me. If you are not enjoying the playtest, you can just go through the website, start a support ticket, and you can get a refund within 90 days. Yo, Victor, thank you for the 2 months. I appreciate that. Ads? I don't make the ads, I just enforce them. Welcome back. That was a quick ad, what the fuck? Bedtime soon. Well, why would it be bedtime when it can be Bob time? It's van time, baby. That was odd. Was it like a fucking flashbang ad? Nelly, what do you have for Bob's? Scorpion beast to burden. An uncommon flail runner. Goddamn. 83 is kind of fast. A Bippo at 53. Why is that so expensive? It's 53. What the fuck? It was Captain America. Did it just come on the screen and go Captain America and then go off the screen? What happened? Like, how fast was that ad? I'm confused, but I'll let it slide. I can't wait to get wrecked again. So, what we should probably do is have somebody, like, scout up ahead, perchance. Who wants to do a van? Like, we've successfully done vans in the past. It's not a matter of, like, we just do vans and instantly get fucking murked. Sometimes we just have bad luck. Who's over here? Mildly threatening. Had to divert for Willow? That's a good diversion. Will there be a wipe when the game launches? Oh, yes. Yeah. Nothing from playtesting carries over to the actual launch. So with each of the phases, we'll also be getting fresh start servers. So with phase 3 on May 1st, say you don't want to hop into like a server that people have been playing on and they're already like the current max level or even higher level with hundreds of hours. I have to restart my game. But with that, there'll be fresh servers that you'll be able to reroll on. My community will also be rerolling over there. We currently have 2 guilds, and we have, honestly, within the community, a lot more people that will probably be back for fresh start servers. And we just keep doing like inactivity passes and kicking people when they don't play for a certain amount of time. So there are some guilds that have like a ton of numbers and they have like fucking 7 guilds because they don't kick anybody. We have 2 guilds with kicking people when they're inactive. So we are going to, I think, get a ton more people as soon as that next phase hits. So we'll be re-rolling on fresh. We'll be getting groups together to level and do all of that good stuff. So we'll be having a lot of fun with that. And before this ends in disaster. I know there are quite a few people kicking around. I'm gonna do a quick route down because we're trying to go up to here. So I'm gonna bring down a little bit of glint with me to Az. Because in Az, I could probably get a van for pretty cheap. So we're gonna grab a little bit. It's not gonna be a ton. It's not gonna be a ton. But yeah, so when the actual game does launch, like this isn't like an early access where we're playing for like any advantage or anything along that route. This is legitimately just like a true playtesting phase. We're essentially just a public line of quality assurance and playtesters. I'm someone as well, you know, all of us in chat that are playing, we've paid to play the playtest and we're paying to participate. Now, it's not just like an ongoing cost or anything like that. It's just the one-time cost, that 110, if you do want access to the entire playtest. And again, that's estimated to get you 2 to 3 years at this point. Maybe even longer than that if there are delays, pushbacks, anything along that route. So it's just kind of a, in my opinion, if you're into the prospect of seeing the game develop and kind of like getting into more of a true playtesting phase where you're hunting for bugs and really trying to improve the state of the game when it does launch, or if you'd rather just wait for the game to be polished and like ready to launch. And there are people in both camps of that, and both camps are okay there. So I think whether you're someone who's comfortable with playtesting, running into bugs, trying to sort out those bugs, and really going in with the mentality of like, okay, for instance, if I want to quest, questing can be a little bit borked in some instances. Like it can be suboptimal, it can be a little rough in certain, you know, certain areas of questing. But if you submit feedback on those quests that you're completing that are, you know, extremely rough or extremely smooth one way or the other, then you can improve questing when it does launch for all of the players that will come after you and interact with that questing. It's all just kind of like how you look at it. And for me, I'm really excited for the prospect of that. We're also trying to grow a community that will be, you know, kind of like a force on launch. Not a force in the sense of like something impressive, but we're something really positive in the community, or we try to be kind of like friends with everybody type shit. A lot of positive alliances throughout the server. Hello! What'd it do? Wait, where the fuck are you going? Get in the fucking group. Caravan in desert. Come through. Meeting in south. But yeah, so for me, I'm just really excited about the prospect of like growing the community long term, being here long term. We've already seen the game grow and evolve a lot, and I'm really excited to see it continue to do that across the board. So if you're someone who wants to wait until it's like more polished, like I said, closer to launching, or even later in other phases, the cool thing is there's an NDA'd PTR, private test realm. That's visually NDA'd, but this actual playtest, the alpha servers, these aren't NDA'd at all. So need to look if I can upgrade my current purchase. Did you get the $100 pack and you want to hop in now? Someone in chat actually did this before. You can, yes. So if you got the $100 pack and you want to get in now, I do believe, unless it's changed, they had it set up so it would just be like the $10 more. I believe you'll just go right onto the website. Yeah, definitely worth looking into. You might have the alpha, you might have the wave 2 key, honestly. You might have had access to this, because I don't think they've done like beta access. I don't think even to this day there are beta keys out. So you may honestly, if it was a long time ago, you may have ended up with like wave 2 access. I could be tripping on that though. I've been wrong a ton of times before. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if you had access currently. I mean, it looked like a pretty clear loop. I'm not even gonna lie. Tarvo, you're up late. Jesus. An uncommon raptor and skinwalker, which are comparable to these two horses. But if you want to get something, let me know. So I can get a game way down there. If you're not close, it's not a huge deal. We can just default horse it up. I'm probably just gonna grab a white van, throw some commodities on it, and hope for the best. So that way, if I lose it, it's not too big of a deal. And then if we do get there, it's simply a bonus. But like, I don't really think I saw many people the entire way. And if we have a group of 5, we should be chilling. Does anybody else want to come down for these? So what we need to do... Crow, you haven't even farmed mats today? I do my farming at the start of every stream. My farming. Most of the big guilds are busy crafting. So it's not even the big guilds that I'm worried about. I'm friends with all the big guilds. It's the smaller fucking merc guilds that are all bloodthirsty that won't hit the big guilds. Because they see us and they're like, oh, enchante. And then we just fucking get murked by 20 of them. Because they got 20, so they can't hit the 50s. So they gotta hit the 8s, which is fair. It's fair play. I'm not opposed to it. Why are they French? The French just seem conniving. I live in Maine, so we deal with French Canadians. And I say deal with in the most hate-filled way. Alright, I'll just grab some large wheels. This is the setup. Purchase. Where are you going to? I'm a loving cast too, but haven't done the escort quest yet. May try and meet up with you en route. We are going probably just as to 8th or as to Sunhaven. I don't know which would be safer. Probably as to Sun would be pretty safe, right? I feel like anyways. So with the vans, you've also hunting lodge in this node's up here. Past this time there will be other ops. Oh yeah, 100%. And I think there are a couple of guilds that are trying to work out like safe times for people to run vans in their nodes. So we'll see how that works out. We shall see. But basically with this, you have 2x6. That's why we buy like the Willow. It's a couple gold per piece, but it's really not that bad. So 2x6, you can see kind of like the sizes here. So we could either go here, which is 1113, or you could go here. Oh wait, that actually might be more. Wait, no. This is more. Yeah, huge. Okay, so that's a better value. This. So we purchased that for like a gold. And I mean, worst case scenario, we lose like 6 gold, which I can make in just a refining loop anyways. And best case scenario, we pop around and we start to make a little bit of money back on that van investment. So like a couple simple down and backs and you'd be able to like pay off your actual just van itself, but I can tell by all of the O's in that WoW that you yourself are one of the Quebecois. I have a feeling, Oz. Is this correct? Where's the turning quest for the where you pick things up on the side of the road? I don't fucking know. I have no fucking idea. Sorry, I'm no help there. I won't lead you astray though or debate you. I have no fucking clue. Dusty questing? Hey! You guys said the same thing about Dusty gathering this, that, the other, right? Look at me now, baby. Look at me now. Journeyman Lumberjacker. I have been jacking all of the lumber constantly. I have been jacking and milling and rubbing and refining the wood for like 4 days to get to this point. And I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to be here. It's been a long time coming. And after a lot of commitment, a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, and a whole lot of friction along the way, we were able to jack our way to the top. Bop, bop, bop. Beetle Bob? Yeah, fuck it. He moves slightly up. Okay. No Beetle Bob. All right. Storage, cargo, escargot, bop, bop. And then launch. Bissington, Wissington. So basically, once you hit launch, your caravan goes into your inventory. So, Valketh, you want to make sure that you put all of your shit on the caravan before you actually launch it in terms of your commodities, or you'll launch it empty. And then you'll have just an empty caravan. Yeah, I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. I didn't say shit. Listen, some reminders are harsher than others. Oh. Lumber yakking bags have been sold. I'm in the process of turning 400 common and uncommon willow into vans. Oh, wait, shit, that's probably gonna sell pretty well. So do you just sell those for like less than what the vendor is? Bring 2 gold, 3 gold of glint plus 5 gold to Asmaran. We'll set you up. Gonna use them, have a willow in every node. I like that. It's like a Bentley for every day of the week. It's true elegance. Are you gonna need a lot of bobs for all of those? Because I happen to know somebody that has beast of burdens. So many burdens, honestly. More burdens than a large inconvenience, if you will. Then do 2 van runs back to back. Wait, I don't think you would need a willow in every node for that. Wouldn't you just need a willow in every other node? There's a guy standing near the Ember Spring. Are you down here, Stomps, to escort? If I can figure out how to change the realm so I can get on the dang server. In your launcher, it's the environment where it says environment. There's a drop down menu before you log in. So log out and then go back to like the first screen of the launcher. And then you just hit that lockdown, that drop down. I have some dull, dim, and glowing glint. I have 3 gold, 43 silver on me. Okay. Wait, can you hear me? Are you in stream? Or do I have to type? Oh, okay, cool. So, with caravans, this makes it so much easier. Come over here, and part of the reason we wanted to start them at Asmaran is because they have this wood shop. So, you can either go to a carpenter, or you can go to the carpentry vendor that's over here, and... Oh, you're recording a stream. Okay, huge. So, here, at the carpentry vendor, they have different, like, base caravans. So, with the caravans, the carriages impact the height. So, like, how many... rows you have. Yeah, how many rows you have. The chassis impacts how many columns you have or how wide it is. So if you're poor, I would recommend just grabbing like a Western Larch chassis. And then I would also grab a, let's see, Western Larch carriage. and that's going to give you 4x1. So it's not going to give you like a significant amount of space, but it'll be enough to at least like put something on the caravan itself. From there, I would also just go through and grab Western large wheels. The wheels will give you just a little bit extra speed, stuff like that, but they'll be nice and cheap. So that'll cost you about 39 silver in terms of like raw gold, silver, copper. And then from there, you'll want to go up here to the hunting lodge. So every map will have a hunting lodge, or every node will have a hunting lodge on it. And inside the hunting lodge, you have the commodity vendor. The commodity vendor has these. These are your commodities. So if you have a 4x1, you would want to grab 2 of these because this little square section here, this grid, denominates like the size of it. So these would be 2x1 or 1x2. I don't really know. But either way, they're 2 wide, 1 high. So you can fit 2 of these in like a 4 wide, 1 high. When you get to the higher level vans, they go to 2, even 3, even past that. In terms of their storage, they can get fucking massive. So starting out small is a nice way to like not have that massive investment, and you can still kind of like run the van, start to get a little bit of that payout, and at least like experience it, get some profit too. So that's part of the nice thing about saving your glint, is you'll use that raw glint to buy like caravan commodities and shit like that. And then from leveling like my lumber milling and my lumberjacking, I've been able to get enough like raw gold coming in that I don't really have to worry about like, even if I lose this van that's like 5 gold and then a gold worth of glint, I just go make the gold back the next time I go like pick up my gather or my refining and sell. Can't trade glint. Tragically. Yup, no glint trades. So yeah, after you have your caravan acquired and then you have your commodities acquired, those will both go into like your storage. And then from there, you go over to here. That's the caravan manager. You purchase a basic caravan for 10 silver. You equip your stuff to the caravan. And then in your storage, you'll fill that up with your, under here, your cargo storage. It'll be in here. Fill that up. And then once that's filled, you hit launch. Working on getting epic braidwood carriage, and then I'll make 20 gold from Sun to Az with 4 glint. Wait, that's a fire payout. That's really good, and 420. All right, I'll be right back while people get their vans and run down this way. Stomps, are you on? Do you want to escort the vans? /G desert van route fast. Come through. Valk. You're in the party already. So yeah, genuinely, like, if we can get vans into a good spot to where we're running them routinely, in addition to like our passive money making from crafting and shit, that's where the money is. Like, that is where people start making money. Big guilds do mass caravans like on long routes and get 100+ gold payouts per person for running a van. It's fucking nuts. So that's kind of what we're shooting for. No Steel Bloom group? Fuck Steel Bloom. All right, someone said 420. I'll be right back. Good day, hoes and thoughts. Oh god. I almost smacked my shit up with my headphones. Okay. If you run from Miraleth to the tropics, with the best van, it's 120 gold. Fuck. Wait till you go to Forge another thing. On our server, feds have caravans kind of locked down. They make tons of gold. Yeah, I mean, caravans are fucking wacky, providing you can, like, run them consistently. Like, if you're able to just pump vans, it's real good. But, again, that's one of the strength in numbers things currently, because the map is so small. But, as the map continues to expand, keep in mind, caravan rates are still going to be consistent across the map. First time seeing Dusty, no cat ears. Wait, what do you mean? I have cat ears on. But yeah, like, caravans are massive. Those are your normal ears? You're right. What are you talking about because you still what? No, I just took my headphones off. Yeah, I go out and smoke with the cat ears on. Am I tripping? I didn't take the cat ears off, did I? Yeah, no, usually I go out and smoke with my cat ears on because they're like a headband that's annoying, yeah. So, I actually have a story about that. While we wait for people to get their vans set up. I live in Maine. So it's relatively chill, relatively quiet across the board, right? What's this guy doing? He's hoofing it. So, I have like an enclosed porch area where I usually go smoke, and it like overlooks the river and shit like that. It's beautiful, right? So that's the back area. That's enclosed. One day, I wanted to go to the front porch and smoke. So, I grab my bong, and I go out to the front porch. And I'm posted up out there. And this was during a stream. I just like popped out. And this was later at night. And it was kind of like darkish, but I had the light on. And this old lady's walking by. And she's kind of like looking at me sideways. And so I give a nod. Do you want a tutorial on how to set it up? I can help you. If you brought any like glint and stuff. It's pretty straightforward once you get it. I really don't mind walking you through it. But yeah, so this old lady's kind of like looking at me funny. And I'm like, oh, I'm holding a bong. She's an old lady out walking late at night by herself. This old bitch doesn't like weed. And I'm like, that's fucking reasonable. And so I'm like, I'll show her I'm a human being. And I go to like nod. And I'm like, hope you're having a good night. And when I nod, I hear just that little ring of the ears. And I go, oh, this bitch doesn't like cat boys. It's not weed that she's opposed to. It's the fact that she probably thinks that there's a furry that lives in my house now. So I haven't seen her walking in this area again. I really like showed her what's what, and why'd this date palm spawn in the fucking road? It's an intrusive date palm. I wanted to climb palm trees when I was in San Diego for TwitchCon, but apparently these parts of palm trees are actually very sharp, and Sergeant Stomps told me that if I climb palm trees, I was gonna like cut my thigh and die. He said that I couldn't. So I didn't. To get to the other side, ban him. Jesus Christ, flip it. Did you fucking slap your own knee after that one? You hit a little... Jesus fucking Christ. You guys should not be allowed to do the things you do. Okay. So, we're vibing here. Let's see. I have enough glint to buy more commodities up there. Skirt. Bit too cold and rainy for me. See, it's only like cold during winter and it's only rainy during spring. Like fall, it's dry and it's like, it's chilly, but it's like a good crisp, right? Winter, it's cold as fuck, but like, it's also really pretty because there's a lot of snow. I like snow a lot. I hate ice. I fucking detest ice. So one thing I really like about Maine is that we have 4 distinct seasons. Like the summer is hot. It can get over 100 here. In addition to that, it can get humid here. Spring, it rains a lot. Winter, it snows and it's cold as fuck. Fall, it's beautiful. The air is dry. It's crisp. Florida has like 20 seasons. Aren't those all just different tropical storms? Hurricane season, mosquito season. Jesus Christ. I mean, we call our spring mud season up here because it turns to shit. Got like 3 summers though. Yeah, I don't know. I don't envy any part of Florida. The people that live there, the state as a whole. I don't know. Y'all have 5 seasons? Well, I mean, mud season's just a part of spring. That's like, I don't know. That's like instead of saying I'm gonna go poop, it's like saying I'm gonna go pee and poop. It's like we assume that you're going to pee when you poop. We assume that it's going to be muddy during spring, so like mud season, spring are synonymous. It's the pee during the poop. Mud season is black fly season. You live in Maine, don't you? That it fucking is. That and the mosquitoes. Yeah, that's factos. Mud season, black flies, mass, but I have family in Vermont. Oh, it's all the fucking same. It's all the fucking same up here, dude. It's just more Subarus in Vermont, honestly. That's about it. I feel like that's the biggest differentiator. But yeah, 100%. I was, for a while, like, just out of college. No, it was actually when I was still in college. Towards, like, my last couple of years in college. When I wasn't, like, when it was basketball off season, I'll play a lot of, like, disc golf and shit. And coming out of basketball season and going out to play disc golf in the middle of the woods, dude, it was fucking horrendous. What's the hotkey for the cargo storage inventory? So if you're at the Caravan Master, it will be like you open the storage tab and then it should just be under your cargo tab there. I don't know if there's a hotkey to open your storage tab just remotely, but. So like if you're out here, you got it? Okay, huge. Frisbee? It's not a frisbee. No. Disc golf was fun. I went fucking hard at disc golf for a while. It was such a fun little like time sink. Because through college, during like basketball off seasons, I would work like double shifts at fucking Applebee's. And so I'd do splits. And on my breaks, I would go to a local course and I would literally, I say run rounds. Me and another one of my friends that worked there would literally run rounds. We would throw, we would jog to our disc, we would throw, we would jog. We would get 2 rounds in on like an hour-and-a-half break. Bro, we were absolutely fucking thuming. But, yeah. Yeah. Mud season, black flies, mosquitoes, inconveniences across the board. It's all slightly bad. Spring is, I think, my least favorite season. Who's this? William. Hi. You're gonna ace? Surprisingly, no. No, I'm not gonna cap. With that being said, I was nice at disc golf. I would very routinely shoot 12 to 15 under at our local courses. Like when I was playing at peak, I'm nowhere near that now, I'm sure. But like, never an ace. I hit chains a few times, but never had it. Meanwhile, my brother AMC, who was significantly worse than me, was playing around with me one time. And we had on our local course, or one of our local courses, it was like the T-pad relatively just opened up kind of like a frontal cone. But then there were these like Stonehenge type. Wait, what? Stonehenge type kind of like wood contraptions, right? Just small kind of, I don't know, maybe like 10-foot high type shit. And there were those lining like a circle around the disc, around the basket. And AMC throws, and from the fucking second it left his hand, I was just like, that's perfect. It literally left his fingers. I watched it. Beautiful path on it. Just pure. So that was the first ace that I ever witnessed. I saw a few other aces, but I don't have an ace of my own, and I'm not going to bullshit like I do. I could lie for the internet. I could be like, oh yeah, man, I aced a 600-foot hole while I was being chased by a bear while the trees were on fire. But no, I never had an ace. I could throw the shit out those discs though. I still keep discs in my car. I keep my golf clubs in the back of my car. I keep discs in the back of my car. I keep a basketball in the back of my car. I keep golf shoes and basketball shoes. Because you never know when you'll need golf, basketball, or disc golf. And if you have all three of those on you, you're prepared for whatever. Now you may ask Dusty, how do you have space in the back of your car? I drive a hatchback. We're up tremendous. Dusty, team needs help with cargo. My payment's not overdue. Shut up, bitch. All right, so what do we need help with here? Convert party to raid. Convert raid to party. Ah! That was like 20 minutes ago. That was 4 minutes ago, and I was talking about disc golf. Your inquiry waits its fucking turn. Is it cheaper to buy caravan parts in the south? Comparatively to where? Your eyes are red? It's a fucking lie. My eyes aren't red. Bro, I'm not like fucking Sum out here, the weak to the THC going all mumbly when it hits. I'm simply a man that's built fucking different. Yo, Bach. What up, baby? Thank you for the raid. Raiders, welcome in. My name's Dusty. I stream every single day starting at 2 p.m. EST. We were just discussing how Victor in chat here is a little fucking bitch. Feel free to join in. Hope you're having a great day. I've been streaming now for 9 hours. I typically stream 9 to 10 hours a day. I play Ashes every single day that it's available. Right now, we're getting ready to knock out maybe a little van, maybe not get knocked out while we're knocking out our van type shit. So we'll see if we can make it. But we've had a pretty good day. I've been running around the map a lot the last couple days, but I have big news for everybody. Huge news. I'm a journeyman lumberjack. So some call me an expert in jacking. Some who have seen me IRL are familiar with my ways, and they will vouch my tactics. But not only do I include the bros in it, now I include trees too. My jacking skills increase by the day. Soon we'll be level 30, and the wood empire will grow. Are you the only owner of a Snorse? No, I was for a while, but there are multiple of the Snorses alive right now. There are 2 on Vyra. So one was originally given... Dude, I know Snorse facts like it's a goddamn Carfax report. So my Snorse is a 1-owner Snorse, no accidents. I got it brand new, no winter miles on it or anything, primarily highway as well. So there was one that was given to Asp. I don't even know if Asp plays anymore, but he received a Snorse and then ended up selling it to another person for 37 gold. Yep. So there are 2 Snorses over on Vyra. Fortunately, the other owner of the Snorse and I are good friends, so our Snorses go on play dates. There is a chance to reproduce more Snorses, and we hope that if Steven is feeling better at some point and is able to hop over to Vyra, we can show him the way of Snorse reproduction so he's able to gift more Snorses to the server so we can see more of them running around, little Snorse babies, so to say. So, I'm optimistic about that. I haven't seen any on Lineth. I mean, these may be the only two then. But yeah, mine was the only one when I did get it. It wasn't even like finished when I had originally got it. So it didn't have the like 170 move speed that it currently has. Nale! Nale! It doesn't have the 170 movement, or it didn't have the 170 movement that it currently has. It was actually slower than running. It didn't have any textures on like the wood or the saddle. It was just all white. So it'd be cool if they added breeding to this, kind of like an Ark. Oh, the animal husbandry system has immense breeding. Oh yeah. That's an entire like, so it doesn't currently have the full breeding and stuff, but that's a big thing with crafting. And one of the advantages to owning one of the freeholds, which are the non-instance player housing units. So those freeholds are finite. There are only so many of them. And if you're an animal husbandrist, as an animal husbandrist, you want to be trying to get better genetics on your mounts when like those are fully set up, right? So with that being said, you're going to be trying to like get good genetic rolls on your hunted mobs. You're going to be trying to like breed those mobs. You can only breed them a certain number of times. And through that, like you'll try to cross certain animals, make certain mounts, make certain beasts of burden, make certain combat pets. When the game releases, will we be able to place freeholds freely? So that's actually something that's coming phase 2. I do believe that's still on the agenda for phase 2. It'll either be phase 2 or early phase 3, but I want to say it's phase 2. So that's called the estate system, and that is actually coming very soon. So if you're excited for that, that's huge. Yep, that's entirely planned. So keep in mind, that's just another level of like the gameplay loop too. So with that, hopefully we can build guild houses. There'll be guild like, oh, what is it? Guild halls? What's the guild hangouty area? There will be guild castles in certain nodes that guilds can get, and then like kings and queens of guild castles get flyers. Oh my god, so sorry. I'm such a bitch. Let me look it up on the wiki so I don't butcher the terminology of it. Guild. Yeah, guild halls. Guild halls serve as a focal point for a guild, offering a host of benefits and customization options. When a guild reaches a certain level, its guildmaster is granted a certificate to enable placement of a guild hall. Guild halls may be placed within baronies within the ZOI of a node. A barony can only have a single guild hall. The number of baronies that can have an active guild hall is determined by the node's stage. Only a limited subset of the guild halls available around the node are available concurrently. So you might only have 2 that might be available at 5th level and then 3 at 6th level. And the guilds have an opportunity to select from the 6 available which 3 are going to be active. Jesus. Patron guilds may also place their guild hall within the footprint of their patron node. These guild halls have different perks and benefits to halls placed within baronies. Let's see. Patron guild halls placed within baronies may have the ability to confer benefits to surrounding estates within that node by speccing into passives in their guild tree and carrying out a lengthy quest line. So within the actual... Good night, Kanko. Sleep well. Love you. So within that, though... Okay, what's up? I can help with caravans. I bought the crates and clicked seal. Oh, you don't need the crates if you want to make like the money. So Merc, basically with your glint, what you would want to do is bring the glint up to this. So this building is the hunting lodge. And here you can talk to the commodity vendor and you can buy commodities here. So these have the different squares depicting like how large they are and how much space they take up. So your caravan will say like how many wide and how many like high it is. Depending on which van you have, it could either be 1 high or 2 high. So you essentially just want to grab enough to fill the spots in your caravan storage. So if you have like a 1x4, you'll want 2 of the crate tin bells. If you ended up getting the willow van and willow chassis, then you can do like a blue and a purple, but that's only if you have the 2x6. The flail jump range is nuts, Nelly. They're very athletic. So yeah. That's what you'll buy, and then you'll put those on your actual like caravan within that storage part. Yes, of course. Sorry, I was yapping, or I would have helped like 5 minutes ago. My apologies. I just get really excited about all of the systems. But yes, so guild halls are also objectives in Guild Wars. Guild halls can only be destroyed during a successful node siege. This contrasts with guild fortresses, which can be sieged in a guild war. So guild fortresses are a part of guild housing. So there are halls, fortresses, and castles. This site is experiencing technical difficulties. Technically suck my dick. Guild fortresses are siegeable guild halls within Ashes of Creation. These are different from nodes and castles. Guild fortresses are objectives in Guild Wars. These are contested on a regular basis. The developers will decide if guild fortresses will be implemented in the game or shelved. Guild castles. 5 guild castles exist in Ashes of Creation. Each of the 5 castles has its own static layout. Castle siege defenses include deploying traps and blockades within the castle, as well as hiring mercenary NPCs to defend specific locations. Castle sieges occur in the open world, but may become instance based on testing. Alpha 1 castle sieges occurred in a zone that's accessible via an NPC teleporter. There's one castle located on an island, and that's going to be like in the middle of the map. That's able to be affected by naval combat. Castles are initially occupied by level 50 plus NPCs. These are primary antagonists in the storyline. Guilds have a period of time to level up in order to siege these castles. There will not be a relic to capture. Instead, whichever guild had the highest contributing DPS against a raid boss will capture the castle. Castle nodes around NPC run castles will not be present. It's undecided if NPCs will attack player-occupied castles that are otherwise not challenged. So you have guild halls, you have guild castles, you may have guild fortresses as well. Will people be able to attack freeholds and guild castles? Yeah, so castle sieges are an entire like gameplay loop that's going to be added, and within those castles you'll be able to have like big storages and stuff. So within those storages during sieges, both node sieges and castle sieges, storages can get hit, storages can get lost. Like, people can take what is present in the storage during sieges. So there will be like relics that are super valuable that could also provide benefits to the holder of the relic in the reliquary. Those could be taken during sieges and transported back to the other node safely. There will be so many things that happen throughout the map that just come about with further systems. Yes. Yep. Freeholds will be able to be like an objective as well during node sieges. So you'll be able to like destroy the freeholds, and that would then like reopen up the ownership of the freehold. So that'll be a way that freeholds can also cycle out. Yup. Did the commodities disappear? They go in your cargo storage. So when you talk to the caravan master, you'll bring up the storage, and then at the bottom there's a cargo part of it, Merc, and then you'll just click on the cargo, and then it's in there. And you can't take it out of that cargo storage unless you're putting it in a caravan. Hopefully that helped. And then once you have your stuff, you go to that cargo storage, you drag it into your caravan storage, and then come out to where we are at. What's going on here? Or are they checking out the mount? What's going on here? Did they just attune to that? Are they planning on combat? Good day. Oh no, I think they're checking out the mount. I think they're friends. They're dancing. Good day, sir. I do believe they're friends. He's busting a move. And you, sir. Are we RPing? Polar big caravan out of Miraleth? Oh yeah, so everybody will be too distracted with that. What are all of y'all up to tonight? There are more people running this way. I wonder if there's stuff in the lawless zone. Maybe like farms or something. Well then. Well. Is this where this is going? We English not good. Sounds like me after a couple more Rapinskis. All right. So, once you have your... Is he getting cooked by that? Oh no. Oh, I think he's teleporting out somewhere. Oh, okay. He was using it to die. He doesn't need saving. All right, once you get everything all set, you seal your caravan, all of that shit. And we can meet up out here. I think we have everyone, right? Good day, sir. Merc, what's up with you and this goddamn scorpion? Oh, we're waiting on heals. Okay. Once you purchase the caravan parts and commodities, how do you create the cargo to load the commodities to the caravan? So you go to the caravan master, and when you go into the caravan menu, if you haven't already, in the top left-hand corner of that, you'll purchase your basic caravan for 10 silver. So when you purchase your basic caravan for 10 silver, you'll be able to switch out your like improved caravan parts with the basic caravan parts. That will improve your storage, and then you go to the storage tab of that, and from there you can add your commodities onto the caravan itself. SDF to you, sir. Got it? Beautiful. Yeah, of course. And then once you have everything on, you seal. Your socks moist. Your mom's socks are moist. Fuck out of here. Yo, what up, Ethan? You been streaming for a while? I always stream for a while. That's you? That makes me feel a lot better. I feel like, because Esoterium's Derek's guild, so I was like, I don't think this is somebody that would try to like hit us or anything. But I was like, this guy's lurking a little bit. Part-timer? I know, I'm not committed, I'm sorry. I'm a casual streamer. I dabble in streaming once in a while. I don't really have a schedule. I get on and I go, ooh, ooh, and then I figure it out, right? And I'm fortunate that it's worked for me so far. It's just, if I step it up a little bit, I keep improving my game, then maybe someday I'll be a real streamer, chat. Maybe someday. Maybe someday we'll hit that sub goal, and I'll have to take a human benchmark test. Please, for the love of God, don't let it keep dropping. I'll change the sub goal if that's not what we want. I'll do the states quiz. Good God, you don't need to punish me. Clip it. Do not clip it. Do not clip it. I need to be more dedicated to the cause. And then as soon as we're dedicated to the cause, good things will happen. All right, so basically, who said Asmaran? Oh, which node has Journeyman Lumberjacking? It's Az, Nuela, and Winstead, yeah? I think there are 3. Because I go to Winstead for my normal shenanigans. That's where I've done like all of my processing so far. Huh. That's weird. That's actually really weird. I guess it's just because I'm going directly from the block animation. But what I'm doing is I'm not like switching my weapon at all. I have my ranged out and then I'm blocking and then I'm swinging without letting off the block. Because if I let off and then went to swing, it would switch back. But if you do it fast enough, without switching, you can basically have your other weapon out. It's weird. I wonder if you could like attack weave with that smooth as fuck. You could like block into the swing, into a switch. I don't know. It switches back like automatically at the end. It's a really weird interaction. I don't know why it's like that, but it is. Okay, we got heals. Mortanius. Who we missing at this point? Are we balling? You need to buy your shit? Okay. Crow? I will... Or do you? I will Thanos snap you, Crow. I just can't believe the hippo may or may not fart out of its mouth. That's a tough one to process. The Covenant 2. Hit launch of the Caravan Master only if you've put your stuff on it. Yep. And then you'll pay an additional 10 silver to launch it once you've put your stuff on it. Is the New World arc over? Crunchy, I haven't played New World since like December, dude. Actually, November. Yeah, I haven't played New World like seriously at all since November. And I haven't like logged onto the game since early January. And the last time I logged on was to give Gov to somebody else. Yeah, that shit's been over, dog. Yeah, that's just farts, by the way. Hippos fart out of their mouths. Those are just farts. What are you guys doing over here? Don't believe me, honestly, no content. I mean, it's not even that. It's just like no future either. Like, I'm fine with what was my gameplay loop of fuck people up in PvP all day and then PvP all night. But it's just like the game itself isn't sustainable around that. If there were enough things to keep the general populace in, so my gameplay loop over there was PvP against a bunch of different people and it was fun and the game was growing, then that would have been a different story. But unfortunately, that game is not going to grow in the short term, the mid-term, or the long term. How much cargo can I take? It depends on your caravan part, Teals. So your caravan will tell you basically like your chassis and your carriage itself. Carriage determines height, chassis determines width. So that'll tell you like the size that you can put on. But yeah, just like long term, I mean, I just see such a future over here with Ashes. I don't see any future whatsoever with New World, man. I really don't. And I mean, I wish people the best over there, but I don't see it happening for them. Hippos do fart out of their mouths? Yes, yeah, it is. You can confirm it. Like, not only is it in your search history, but it's true. You doubted me, but it's true. What carriage your chassis whatever for 240 shorty? Jesus Christ. I've heard that if you have the highest carriage available, you can actually shove 3 Dunir inside of it and transport them. All right, everybody good? We're waiting on heals, and then we're balling. So yeah, your carriage and your chassis impact those, like in terms of your actual carrying them out, so. I know the beard can be confusing. Bro, I consider this a beard. Like, until I see an actual beard, and then I'm like, man, fuck me. You're sitting at over 350 fizz power. Once I get this next item, I should be at 370. That's huge. I'm at 285 right now, without buffs. But it's a respectable 285, I feel like. I feel like I'm working hard. We need to do some enchanting too. I haven't done any enchanting. Like, just enchanting my level 10 stuff. This to +5. This to +5. These 3 more times. What else do I have that would be an easy enchant? I mean, that's pretty chill across the board. I heard jewelry enchanting is pretty cheap too. But that alone is going to get me 13 more. Yeah, no, you don't need a crate. Carriage, wheels, and chassis, yeah. And I wouldn't recommend buying like the 2 gold plus wheels. I would recommend buying like the best 16 silver wheels. And then after you get your actual van, you're gonna want to go over to the hunting lodge. It is right here. It's this, the little like wolf head thing. And then from there, you want to grab the commodities that fit on your caravan, and then you go to the caravan master. You only done +2 on most items? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, your scaling's gonna go crazy. Invite me. Are you down here, Crow? This train's a-leaving. Question is, do we think it would be more efficient to go to Sunhaven or to 8th? When I barrage with Mark the Raven into a second barrage, I'll be hitting for like 1,200 a second. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, that's solid. Do we know what's better between Sunhaven and 8th? I would almost assume Sunhaven's probably going to be the safer route, right? I think 8th is faster. Okay. Sunhaven is better. Okay, so we just want to go to Sunhaven? Can we cross over like this body of water? What can you fit in the Willow? The Willow is 2x6. So you can do like a gold and a blue or 2 purples. And then I would recommend personally going with, like, if you have the gold, Willow chassis, Willow carriage, and then just like the 16 silver wheels, because the wheels make a very small upgrade, like a very small difference. Didn't they add a whole lot of mobs right there? Probably. We could also just go up this way and stay like inland and wrap in here, and it probably should be pretty fast. I bet Ash is gonna smash the next wave of MMOs. SC and Pantheon, packs, all seem too niche. I mean, I don't necessarily think Ashes is like a mass appeal project, so to say, type D. But I do think Ashes has very good appeal to people who like its gameplay loops. And that might sound like very base level to say, right? But I think what Ashes does, it does very well and in a league of its own with all of its true, like, community-based systems. I think really, like, the only one that even has a presence that's this truly community-driven and based is, like, fucking EVE Online or some bullshit like that. So, in my opinion, I think Ashes has a potential with proper execution to be what New World could have been, with a league of its own. Genuinely like a one-of-one without true competitors in its, like, full iteration, right? And I think that alone will be enough to draw a very large player base to it, and not only draw a player base to it, but keep the player base. And I think that's the important thing. Like, throughout playtests and everything like that, you don't necessarily put an emphasis on retention. Oh, what? Dusty. How do I load cargo? Oh, sorry. You go to the caravan master, and then you should have a storage window, and then you should also have, like, your caravan window open, and then you go to the cargo part of your storage window, and then you just drag it over into your caravan storage. Community's key. And I do think as well, though, with that being said, like, Ashes, especially with the systems that it has, New World, the map ended up being very small. All of the territories were smack dab interacted with each other. And there was nothing separating pieces of the map because everything was just a fast travel. So with Ashes, you may very well have a server where you have an oppressive force. They're going to be focused on one area of the map. You could go to the entire opposite side of the map where you are literally an hour plus away from them. And you're not really going to interact with them very much. Like, people having global reach in an Ashes server will be very, very, very hard. Because if they try to spread too thin and they have a target on their back with that, people are going to push them, hit them, like, while they're split. So the space that Ashes will provide from not having a bunch of fast travels, not having a bunch of like teleportation, like those systems. Oh, dude, it's so good. Players of every type will be able to actually enjoy what the game has to offer, even within more shit shows of a server, right? And I really think that's important for long-term retention. That space offers a lot. Those small micro communities within the server offer a lot. It's just like real life. You can have your group of friends, and there can be a group of people that you work with that you don't like as much. But as long as you and your group of friends stay within your pocket, you're gonna stay happy there. Not everybody in the world has to get along, but if you have a group of people you get along with, you've got your little community on your server. Do we know which way Polar was headed with their caravans? After its loaded launch, yes. We should send somebody up to 8th and then somebody over to Sunhaven. I'll peep up towards 8th real quick because it's genuinely such a short run. Meet where you guys are at? Yeah, we'll launch from that north side. We're just trying to figure out whether we want to go to 8th or to Sunhaven. And like 8th is a very short run if you go up this way. It's really safe. I say that, but caravans are never truly safe. All it takes is one flyer and you're fucked. $23? Yo, grats, Josh. You're almost there. You're on to the easiest part now. That mob's running from someone, or running after someone, I should say. I think this is clear. I mean, I think this entire path is pretty clear right now. Maybe not. Whose van is this? This is a van train right now. Envious? Polar. Polar. Hello. If I were leaving as what route would be safest? I found the Polar train. Is this Penvious? Okay, yeah. So we should probably, if we launch, go up this way. Actually, let's leave and then go out towards Sunhaven. If they're coming down that way, we can go towards Sunhaven and get out now. Because they'll still be a sec. Okay. So we found their van train. Where do you see purple? Was purple over here? I mean, purple might try to hit this van train, honestly. Who else can't target Bristle? Is he alt F'd? Target everyone, just can't heal or buff. Very weird. So let's launch west side and then go out towards Sunhaven. I think that's probably the play. Because that Penvious train is coming from the east side. So let's launch here and then like wrap past Desert Mama and stuff. I think we'll get hit by purple. I don't think so. I mean, I think if anything, we'd be more likely to get hit by Penvius. Actually, let's use that Penvius as a screen. Stay north, stay north, stay north. Use Penvius as a screen, and we're gonna go up through here, because they're wrapping around towards the coast. We're gonna go inland. If anybody's gonna hit anything, it's gonna be that Polar Envious van. I would have to assume. Mildly threatening. I still don't know if mildly threatening is mostly harmless or not. Alright, let's kill the Scorpion and then let's launch. And then we'll just use that Envious van train as a screen. So we'll launch here and then we'll go up. Now, basically, if people pull up on us, that Envious train is going to be extremely, extremely, extremely close. And we should just sneak past like 2 ships fucking in the night. Make sure you opt in as a defender, by the way, for everyone else's vans as soon as you can see them. Leave group to opt in? I think they fixed that, right? Yeah, I can defend everybody else's. I think I'm all opted in. Or does that bug it? Invite back then? Who the fuck left? Did all of you guys leave? What the fuck is this? Bristle, invite to party. Jesus Christ. Invite to party. Okay. Oh, you had to? Weird. Yeah, I mean, we have 5 vans. So I would be shocked if somebody tried to hit us over like the 40 van extravaganza that's coming in from like this side. Ellie needs to drop a click defend. I click defend without dropping. So what happens in that event? Did I break it? Weird. You create a singularity. A glitch in the matrix. Alright, so let's get out ASAP and we're just gonna try to sneak up this way. To like the direct north left there. Boys, you know what this means. Desert music. Desert music! How do you launch it? Oh, right click it in your inventory and then you have to summon it in. We have to wait for everybody's. I have it here. Okay, cool. All right, Merc's good. All right. Up we go, boys. Up we go. It's not turning. They be turning slow. Heels try to get off and get back on. Bro, just drive it in reverse. Oh god, I'm gonna leave that for the protection. Turning cost extra. Yeah, you didn't get that turning package with your purchase. Oh. All right. Just make sure we stick left, because that big van is going to be passing us on the right. Like there's a massive van train on the right. Also, when you're in a caravan, you have the God FOV. Like the God FOV. I'm just putting that out there. You can zoom out far as fuck. And I hope that we're not gonna see people. We should be chilling. Where are our enforcers? All right, fuck it. We kill these and then we're home free. That's okay. Bobs can be a bit of a burden. My shit's not turning. Try to unstuck it, maybe? That's fucked. We gotta get him a tow. 8 wide chassis for 13 gold. My god. My god. You have to turn with WASD, not your mouse. Oh yeah, are you trying to, like, mouse turn? Did your ranger party stride the caravans for the 10% movement speed? Valkath? Make us zoomy. Oh, we're up. Oh yeah. Oh, that's huge. Nelly clutch. Whoa. Careful, 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 Tokyo Drift. Watch yourself. All right, we can go through this. We're good. Stay through this area, stay through this area. And then we'll just kind of like keep along the rockiness, I think. What the fuck, Bristle? What did... Bristle. Bristle's stuck. Do we have to dodge mobs in this? Yeah, mobs will hit you while you're in this. I just saw a mob on like the distant horizon slightly move and just clicked onto it. I'm like Hawkeyed in right now, man. All right, so bang a right. You're on the wrong way. We're gonna kind of like snake through this and kind of like use this as like a sight blocker, as kind of like an obscure thing, so people running by are less likely to see us. And honestly, you're fucked. Try to relog. Relog if nothing's working with like your WASD movement or anything. But it might be better with us being slightly spread out too. This is good though. So now we'll go up towards this way. We'll just kind of like straight line it past this broodling, go through this way, and then we'll wrap right, and then we'll go down through here, and we should be safe. Relogging? Okay. I can wait for you. He's relogging right now to check. Wait for the relog, if not, I'll catch up. Yeah, we can wait for a sec. Who's behind us? Okay, that's Blast. We're good. We're vibing. I think we're perfectly fine. Valentine ain't waiting for his shit. He's got some things and some stuff to get to, boys. Okay. This seems fine. I like this route. I like how many sight blockers there are. Keep trying to turn right as you move forward. Is he still struggling with the turning? This would be sketchy as fuck solo. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Vans are scary sometimes. Especially as you get, like, higher and higher van tiers, right? People are spending a lot of money on, like, banger wheels, banger chassis, banger carriages, huge bobs. Like, there are some people that probably have, like, fucking 100 gold plus in their current van. The only one I did was on the raft, so we got ran out by, like, 40 people. Yeah, that one was unfortunate because A, we wouldn't have got ran into if I wasn't playing bumper rafts, so we would have got past that. And B, they were PvPing in the, like, the lawless zone, and they had a flyer in the sky that just happened to see us, and they were like, whoa, redirect. It was a big unfortunate set of circumstances. Try to unstuck the caravan if you haven't tried that already. And definitely report the bug. Yeah, vans are definitely slightly stress-inducing. But that's also the level of, like, security that you want to have, right? So that Polar Envious van, they had so many people over there for it that if you wanted to hit that, you would have to hit so many people that you would have to legitimately bring a small army to stop that. And that's the advantage with, like, the strength in numbers and the alliance caravans. If you have, like, a huge alliance caravan set up and everybody's opted in to defend everybody else's caravan, you have a group of people that comes up and starts opting in to hit the caravans, and you have enough to actually defend it. So at a certain point, you just have that level of, like, running caravans for free. So I'm pretty excited for that. And there will always be a level of, like, your van can get hit. There's always a larger force out there, right? But there's definitely strength in numbers, and there's also strength in, well, strength. Even if you have 30 people, but it's all, like, 200 AP people versus 15 500 APs that are coordinated, you're probably losing that. There's a lot of levels to it. Want to buy 17 epic braidwood, 68 gold. My god. It's more gold than I got right now. It's more gold than I've ever had, actually. God, whoever's van that is fucking filming. Simon Magic. Oh wait, they were doing vans, or they were over at, whatchamacallit earlier. I know these guys. Those were the guys that were saying hi earlier. They said nice to see you. Yeah, these are friends. Hi, Simon. Wait, are we moving faster now? Dorf! Hello, sir. Feels like some good Vannon music. Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Let's see what the algorithm has for us next. Oh. Oh, yeah. Oh, the van music is up. You just wait. It gets better. How are things on your end, Dorf? This would be the first van for me in like a month that I haven't got fucking nuked as soon as I started. But I think we're chilling. Holy shit, Bristle, slow the fuck down, brother. Speed racer. Alright, someone shouted hi, that's not us. I don't know if that was Simon's friend or not, but someone shouted hi that wasn't us. Angelo. Good day, Angelo. Be you up? Nah, they're just gonna keep going. We're vibing. Steven ate my Vira. Vira still exists. You just have to switch to it. Who's up here? Whose van is this? Okay, that's one of us. Jesus Christ. You bought a bob off Nelly, didn't you? See, I didn't buy a beast of burden from Vira's finest animal husbandrist, Nelly. As a result, I'm all the way back here. Listen, Polar and Envious, we actually use them as a screen, Dorf. You would love this setup. So we were waiting, kind of like scouting out which route we were going. I took a trip up here through this route, and to my right over here, I saw the massive Penvius van that launched out of Miraleth. So I was like debating between Sunhaven and 8th for our arrival. And I was instantly like, oh, fuck yeah, I have a smoke screen. Why would they hit 5 vans when they could hit 50 vans 10 meters to our fucking right? So Penvius vans were coming down this way, playing the river. I took us up here, and 2 ships passing in the night. Dude, we're vibing. Free vans. Free vans, we fucking made it. And they say streamers can't do caravans, chat. We proved them wrong. Polar on the way. I'll make out with all of them. They may take my caravan, but they will never take my tongue. And that thing just keeps going. They don't want to step near me right now. It's past midnight. The freak comes out past midnight. They don't want the smoke. I love the solo van. It's intense. Oh, dude. Solo van on stream challenge. Oh, God. I feel like my own guild would hit me. Dorf, why can't I keep FOV, like van FOV the entire time? I'm sad. Did they ever end up putting up an announcement, by the way, regarding the patch notes? We're aware of issues connecting to Lotharia. No. Weird. Dorf. We submitted a bug report earlier, so I'm sure it gets taken care of. But the patch notes said that there would be like... Polar. Nani? Anyways, the patch notes said that Ember Springs would have like guards around them. And there's no security around the Ember Springs. So I don't know if like... if things just dried up or what, but... What do you want to make our character artist cry? I don't... What do you mean? I love our character artists. I simply submit my buggy wuggy reports. Skirt. I will say though, you're already aware of this. This isn't a bug. This is the finest thing that character artists have ever done. This might be a Steven original as well, but... I don't know who the fuck thought a sandal tattoo wouldn't get abused to shit, but Dorf. Dorf, you could say I really put my stamp on this one. Something about this game and dongs, bro. I don't know. It's like if you give me a dong, I will find... Wait. I'm never going to Intrepid Studios, am I? I'm not going to be allowed in. My key card's going to get denied at the door. Ow, fuck, I kicked my fucking desk. Dorf, it's going downhill. At least I have power tonight. God's good. Mashallah. Ow! So anyways, I have a dick tattoo. I still think I look like Tyler 1 from the back. And the front. Oh yeah, I have to sell my shit. Chat, say it with me. I will not destroy my commodities. I will not destroy my commodities. What? Where are my commodities? What defeat? Oh wait, I have to grab him from the caravan. Duh. That's a me issue. That was a me problem. Fill out the player report. Violation of TOS. Reason for suspension. Excessive dicking. You forgot to load them? No, we're fine. And I'm not going to drag this right now. We're fine. We're fine. But I sold them successfully. We're fine. I am a god of commerce. How much did y'all make off this run? Technically, I lost money. If we're just putting it out there. But that was because of the, like, caravan initial investment. So it's like a there and a back, and then I would profit. But, like, the initial investment of the caravan does need to be paid off. What do you mean, Intrepid touching back end? Like, what happened? Intrepid touched our back end. Yeah, I mean what I said, and I said what I mean. So, Elvira got its back end touched by Intrepid earlier today. We don't really know what they did to our back end, but we were unconscious for about 5 hours, and we woke up to an announcement that said, your back end has been touched. You won't notice any differences. Eyes forward, soldiers. And they sent us about on our way. So, we don't know what the fuck they did back there. But they also fixed caravan payouts. So, that's cool. So, they did something to our back end, and they also gave us more money. It's not a bad system. It's not a bad system. That's really not a bad trade. I know a lot of worse trades. Excuse me. The fuck is going on here? The fuck out of here. Thoughts on Dune MMO? Calling Dune an MMO is like calling Once Human an MMO. It was originally marketed as an MMO, but it is not an MMO. I think it's basically Once Dunin, and if you like that style of things with like the multiplayer survival, then great, but yeah, I don't think it's gonna be an MMO in the sense of an MMO in any way, shape, or form. Agent Steve. Is that Steven's PvP alt? He clicks buttons on the dev streams to keep us like, you know, not thinking that he's actually a big sweat. He was in Dopa, Asian Steve. Ni hao. Is that fucked up of me to say? Oh, he said hello. Can someone process my rocks? I have 2 rocks. I don't know where this is going. Are we allowed to ERP in this game? Ellie, relax, don't look. It's about to get hairy. We're about to have another dwarf up in this bitch soon. Yeah, I lost money. Wait, what happened? You just sell it back to the commodity vendor? Yeah, so you grab it from the caravan master, put it in your storage, and then you sell it to the commodity vendor in the new place, and then you'll get a multiplier on it. Week. Guess no one make profits as my van survived. Yeah, the first trip is typically like paying off the van debt, and then the second trip back is where you start profiting, and then like once you actually pay off your van debt, you just it's pure profit as long as you don't get hit, right? Jesus fucking Christ. I don't know how I feel about this entire thing. I'll just let them do their business. I'm gonna just let them handle it. I don't like how it stays slithering like that. I don't like the the pulsation of the snores. I don't know how I feel about this, man. I don't think I like this. Oh, fuck. Running it back to Az. I don't know how free it would be back to Az right now. Because Az had the Penvius vans. So unless they landed in unstuck, which I don't think they would do because then their vans would stay, I can only assume they landed and then they're working their way back up. And if they're taking the same route, then they'd probably be coming up the riverside. Let me peep. Because when they came up previously, it was just this route. They literally stuck on the riverbank. So I'll see if I can find them real quick. I can only assume that they'd run down and then go all the way back up to Mira, right? Got another turtle just now? Oh, just like on the way up? That's huge. Did you finally stop murdering every mount that you, like, stopped to pet? Or did you continue your murderization of everything? Oh, it wasn't a hunt, it was like a refinement. I forgot that I was in training here in 8th. You just look what I found in the fucking mount. No, that's huge. What do those sell for? +1 thortle. But yeah, I will say I reported the NPCs that were supposed to be around the Ember Springs as soon as servers went up. So I'm just saying, if there were ever a care package for Intrepid to reward between the possibly game-saving discovery of the Forge Lord Zammer reset grapple exploit, the neck-breaking amounts of research that I did during Glintpocalypse 2025, and now discovering the weaknesses at the core of Vera's protection, I feel as though a Maelstrom's Crown would be fine. I'm just putting that out there. I'm just putting that out there. If there were like a spare Maelstrom's Crown just floating around that I just fucking ran into and like tamed like it was fucking Pokemon, I think that'd be cool as shit. Chat, what's the coolest mount in the game right now and why is it Maelstrom's Crown? And Maelstrom's Crown not even in the game. It's like as in the game as the Snorses. I wonder if I willingly sacrificed my Snorse and gave it away via Marble Shoutcast if I could get a Maelstrom's Crown. Although I wouldn't want to give away the Snorse. I'm too attached to it. It was my first mount. Excuse you. I don't see that Penvius the caravan group. Like, I'm very confused. Maybe they go up through Sunhaven on the way back? But you would think they would already be like on their way back here. The Edward Snowden of Ashes. Are you telling me I'm gonna have to like play on fucking EU servers? Doesn't he live in like Sweden or something now? I just got my passport today. Like, I don't want to fucking lose that shit, Thorf. Two Envious and a Polar Guy are here at the front gate of 8th. Weird, did they already come back? Very strange. What are these? I'm not reporting it. Pretty sure you just get banned. That's okay. I'll just play on EU servers under a new alias. It's fine. I'll start every stream instead of coffee with beans and toast. You won't be able to tell it's me. Snuck over to the spot. What spot? 3 envious. Which 3 envious? Is it 3 envious that we like that wouldn't hit our caravans? Or is it 3 envious that really looks like they want to hit some caravans? Bro, left the van music on? Yeah. It's fucking hitting. Why wouldn't I? Yeah, shit's slapping. Yeah, fuck it. I mean, we'll make a run back real quick. We'll make a run back. Let me grab my van. I need to grab commodities, grab my van, and then we'll run it back. It's like a few minute trip, isn't it? It's like fucking 5 or 6 minutes. It is by no means a haul. Tumok? Wait, did Tumok just spawn? I don't know any of these people. Trog, Katra, Gachi. I feel like I know them. Alright, so I'll pop over. I had a couple green mods, but I'm not too fucking worried about that. What do I have? I mean, honestly, I can just do this, and then I can do those 2 green mods that I have in the work for minutes. And then I'll just clear out what I have for storage. And then we go here. No. Don't break anything. Here. 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 Launch. What's going on over there? What the fuck are you guys doing? I think they're fucking off. If I had to guess. Like, they had a ton of people in that fucking caravan train. So I don't think that's like remnants of caravan train. I think they're just chilling. Alright, I'll come back out and then we'll launch. Where are we going here, Spotify? That's a fucking intro. Okay. He said reefer, I fuck with this. Mm-hmm. Does this fuck? Oh yeah, this is huge. We're up. Where do you get stuck? Beetle over where I got stuck. That's crazy. All right, call in Vance. Gathering elixirs still bugged and have been for months. They don't apply rarity to the character or the character sheet. What's the use of rarity right now, gathering wise, with static notes anyways? Is there a certain threshold of rarity where you could push like a blue static up to like a heroic? Is it basically just a breakpoint that you're pushing for, or how does that work? I always feel like rarity is a myth anyways. Hunting. Oh god. Fair. Fair. And is that for primarily pushing out better blobs because there's no like rarity implication for mounts right now? I feel like B-hops have felt phenomenal since the update. I won't even lie. I've been gliding across the map today. It's like they reduced friction for dwarves. Or better, animal fat. Oh, good comms. Yeah, I would assume the animal fat's the more consistent moneymaker versus bobs there, huh? I'm always shocked with how much I see fat and shit selling for, man. If that was an IRL grind, I would order Taco Bell 3 times as much as I currently do. Like 50% better chance overall from 30 to 1264. Still really low, but definitely better. Do you notice a significant difference? Up. Invite. Why the fuck are you running around? It's like a fucking Kovacs routine. Chill. Jesus Christ. Is that how it feels trying to heal me?
right, we're up. I'm getting a head start because I'm slow as fuck. Oh no, no. Okay, we're fine. I got 4-wheel drive kicked on. I'll go up ahead. Worst case scenario, I sacrifice myself and then you guys divert. I'll bait all of the opposition. Not only am I a master lumber miller, I'm also a master baiter. Excuse me. Got fucking kicked out of my caravan. This is racist as shit. Why am I sitting like that? I'm sitting like I have hip displacement. I should also probably put my chest piece back on. Oh. No, that's fine. Take your time. You figure that out when you figure that out. Invite back? I invited all of these rapscallions back. What the fuck? Invite. 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 Gosh darn it. I blame all of you. I'm quite literally fucking hoofing it right now. I believe so I can defend Merc. Merc doesn't need defending. Who's this? Good day. I think they're vibing. Chestplate off? Fair. I heard we get bonus payouts if we actually go chestplate off. Santa hat on. I had to tank like this for too long. It brings me back. It brings me back. That was a terrible sub goal. I had to tank for 5 days with no chest, no bracers, no cloak, no helm, and I had my Santa hat on. Which apparently like 3 different times was supposed to be purged from Vera. And we survived all of them. Enjoying the old school countries. Dude, I'm telling you, it's nice to feel like a cowboy. I think I just ran over somebody. Oh shit, Jesus Christ. Holy shit, I just saw the back of my van kick up. I thought I ran over a fucking like actual human being. I thought I just committed manslaughter. Jesus. Yo, what if you fucking relaxed? There's no way that purple isn't griefing and these mobs are. What a fucking political climate we have here. I'll be making a Reddit post about this in the morning. And it's gonna be a passionate one. Oh my fucking god. Ow, 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 ow. What the fuck? This isn't funny anymore. Oh shit. Oh shit. The meme escalated quickly. Oh, it's so much worse with this FOV. Wait. Oh shit. Oh fuck. E. Okay, this isn't elite. We're fine. This FOV, but 24/7, please and thank you. Man. Seeing more fucking misses on my screen than I do when I watch a political Twitch streamer. Shit's ridiculous. Wanna buy hit rate, please? Please! I need some decks. Excuse me. I'm just gonna passively regen, man. It's fine. I'm submissive and gankable. It is what it is. Don't die. Never. Never. Listen, man. I currently have like 1,300 plus extra health. I have so many more healths than I currently need. Everything's fine. Passive regen is the best regen. I may or may not have also forgotten rations. I've been meaning to grab rations for a few days now. I'm down horrendous, as some people would say. Primarily me. Actually, I should probably go this way. Let's see, this is a big fucking rock. No, I stick this way. I just stick this way. That rock's like smack dab in the middle of my goddamn route. You better run, we're being attacked. Oh, is it purple? Well. I'm sure they'll catch up. Polar and purple.
That's unfortunate. Well, I'm sure they'll catch up with me. There it is. Good day, sir. That's unfortunate, but is what it is. I figured we probably shouldn't have gone down that route with that entire van train being like right there, but I figured. Better play this cowpoke music at 2x speed. I know, we should have kicked it up. Bad time to have the Santa hat and everything on, huh? Serpentine! I know, we almost hit him with the Vansh movement. Yeah, I had a feeling that going here to here after the Penvius van here to here was probably a little bit greedy of an idea. I do think. Caravan suck ass. Yeah, I mean, honestly, unless you just have a mass, like, caravan group where it's just, like, borderline impossible for you to get griefed, it's genuinely probably just more worth it to sell all of your shit, like, all of your glint to vendors, and then just, like, take the gain. I do think. It's because you didn't wait for your lucky sock. I know, I did need that damp sock. I know, that extra little bit of dampness. If you give me your shoes, I won't finish the van. Slash whisper, Schmiedus. If you give me your Twitch Prime, I still won't care. L Fortnite cringe bozo. I think it's a good way to handle that. I hope you have fun though, brother. There's like a gold on that van. At least this guy's funny. Wait, why do I have to opt in as a defender? Can I attack my own caravan? Or is that because they took my... Wait, that's weird. Maybe a UI thing? Interesting. Interesting. I also like that I got lightning bolted for like 3k before I even hopped off the van. I got fucking bursted before I even hopped out. What'd I miss? The polar... I think it was like polar purple? I don't even know who it was. Hold on. Purple and polar, I guess, pulled up on the vans, which kind of makes sense. Handle polar killing me at the Ember Spring. How are they killing you at the Ember Spring? Is it because of the van event? I'm surprised you did another one. I wasn't really going to, honestly. I was gonna call it. I feel like doing 2 vans is always rough. Knowing they were around, I didn't think they stayed around, honestly. I think those were just a few remnants of people that were like out and about anyways from the runs. I don't necessarily think that was like the remnants of that large run. Hard to stream them? No, I don't get stream sniped. I think people overblow stream sniping on caravans. I think a large majority of the time, people just run up on caravans because it's an extremely small map right now, and it's also very, very controlled by like flying mounts and the influence that that has. I think streaming has very little to do with caravans getting hit. Now, with that being said, like 80% of my caravans end up getting hit, and I end up getting DMs after every single time, going haha hi. But with that being said, I would like to err on the side of assuming the best, that not everybody's just waiting around for a streamer to run a van to hit the van. I would like to think and err on the side of like, it's probably just the fact that it's a condensed map and there are only so many routes that you can run. There, for example, like, yo, Cantona, thank you for the follow. There, for example, like, the reason that we probably got hit was because Polar and Envious had just run their caravans from Mirrorleth all the way down to here. So the first time we ran up here and we were like using them as a screen. And then when they hit here, they probably just ended up finishing their caravans and then saw us being greedy going up, like back down to here. And so there was just that carryover of like, they're on their way like back to do their shit. And they were just like, oh, okay, we have enough people. Let's hit these vans. That's probably just like the progression of that. I don't necessarily think that there are like a ton of ill-willed people within the community that would actually go out of their way to deliberately stream snipe, even between like guild wars and stuff like that. I think a lot of that stuff gets blown out of proportion. I think a lot of it's just like gameplay, and just the fact that I'm streaming doesn't necessarily mean that anytime I get like war decked on or killed in PvP or caravan killed, like that doesn't mean that somebody's stream sniping. There are too many things that can like impact that. Now I will say, it's very obvious as someone, still the only one by this van, I'm just saying. I'm a size 10. Brother, I don't think this guy understands that nobody gives a fuck. I respect his RP, but literally nobody cares. So anyways, some people like this are just weird though. I still don't think they were stream sniping, but this guy's just being cringe as fuck. He's like RPing, but it's also being weird. I genuinely don't give a shit about the vans. It's like an hour later than I normally stream. I personally want to get off, get food, and jerk off. That's what I'm gonna do. That's my late night plan. But the shoes, I know I should buy like a pair of cheap shoes and bring them out. Little pair of vendor booties. Fuck, that'd be funny as shit. Bring out some vendor booty-roos. I would love that. A necessary sacrifice. Yeah, I don't know. Caravans are for me. I mean, caravans just are what they are, yeah. Until you get to a spot where it's either like you have enough people to defend them, or you have like a big wall of things across the board, like whether it's power scaling or anything, right? With vans there, I mean, for example, that fight, by the time I saw that dude, he had popped in from behind and then like just dropped 3,200 damage, I think it was, just instantly on my head. I popped out of the van, I weapon switched, and then it was like, fight was already over. So, I mean, that's something that'll obviously be dealt with long term as well, with like DTK adjustments, gearing, stuff like that. But yeah, there are a few reasons why vans are, in my opinion, like not a very fun gameplay loop. And I haven't done them a ton, but I was definitely more optimistic for vans than like actual execution of them. They're kind of like resident sleeper for me. And I know like overwhelmingly vans are successful, and the ones that I have successful are still, honestly, I'd probably rather be doing other stuff with my time. And the risk reward of it's nice, but I think past just having that like guaranteed level, they're better when you upgrade them. I mean, it's all risk reward. Like, it's all relative risk reward, right? Like, they're better when you upgrade them. I 100% get that. Like, I was running a fucking 2x6, so it's nothing crazy. But like, with the amount that you can earn, you also just have the sliding scale of A, is it fun? B, is it reliable? C, you know, do we want to do this? Faster, bigger, better survivability. Well, the survivability isn't in the van itself that's an issue. The survivability is in the TTK, where like if you are in a van and you get nuked as the driver of a van, then you're just kind of like at a spot where you're fucked anyways. And then once that initial jump has happened and you're forced to kind of like go back to the van in like a channeled instance, then whoever's jumped you then has the advantage in the fight initiate too. So it's kind of one of those situations where if you're driving the van and you don't have that level of guaranteed kind of like protection around it, then you're at a huge disadvantage. So I just think like the risk on vans tends to outweigh the reward, despite them being like weird. Making drivers targetable was a mistake. Yeah, I think with how fast TTK is and legitimately being able to like one-shot drivers out of vans actively, it's a little bit strange. Cause like that's just a one-on-one instance too. Like that was one ability. You imagine if that was a mage and a rogue with any relative gear. I mean, I bet he's probably around like 400 magic power. So you throw in, not a rogue, sorry, a ranger. You throw in a mage and a ranger and like just double burst, and then anybody running a solo van is just gibbed. 500? Oh, is he 5? I don't know. I don't know who that is or anything. I've never interacted with that person before. I just assume everybody in more like the competitive guilds are like 400 plus. He's 500? Oh yeah, 500 is gonna hit hard as fuck then. Yeah, it explains why I got hit for like fucking 3,500 across the board. Yeah, so I mean, in that instance, even if I fucking hop out, right? I'm sitting at like 290 just in my naked set. Granted, I also have my tits out. But yeah, there's not much of a scaling level there that's in tune either. So I think just, I don't know. I think the risk reward of vans paired with like, I don't know, just the general, the min-maxing in an alpha's wild. I mean, min-maxing in any state of the game is fine. That's people's gameplay loop. I don't think like saying their gameplay loop is weird. Min-maxing in an alpha is fine, and like everyone will naturally get to that point where they're like min-maxed. It's just the fact that they were the first to the progression, so they're outliers. They shouldn't be faulted for that. Like being ahead of the curve isn't a fucking sin in a PvP game. I think it just dictates like if you have people who are ahead of the curve who are like, you know, denoting their gameplay loop to that level of I'm going to go hit vans exclusively, with vans already being that risk reward even on an even playing field, then you just have a point where vans become no longer worth it. Because then you probably have, and I bet if you were willing to look at your data, because Steven in one of his live streams talked about how vans had an overwhelming success rate. What I'd like to check is which vans owned by major guilds had success rates versus failure rates, and then which vans that were solo, duo, trio, or smaller guild vans had for relative success rates. Because I would be willing to bet that the quantity and the success rate of Fed vans on Lyneth, Pirate vans on Lyneth, Polar, Envious, like those large van knights on Vyra, I bet those skewed the success rate of vans to actually have a very false representation of like how safe caravans actually are. Because if you have those guilds are in power that have the most caravans, that have the most numbers, right? Then you have that like that skew on the overall. So I feel like the risk reward of caravans for the average player isn't well represented by Intrepid just going off of, oh, these are what the numbers say in terms of this many caravans are successful versus not successful. Because that was basically what Steven brought up as a metric one time. Oh, we'll sell protection for smaller guilds to run caravans. Oh yeah, 100%. They're also polar members with a 999 gold. That's fine. I don't think people grinding the game is a problem. Yeah, I don't think like people grinding the game is an issue at all, personally. I don't think people being ahead of the game is the issue. I don't think the people individually are the issue, by the way. I'm not trying to villainize anybody. And I don't think that's the play to go about it either. But yeah, I think that's also part of the strength of like alliances, but also part of the drawback of the entire like system. That's crazy. It's not crazy. If I had 999 gold because I focused on economics and farming instead of leveling my entire guild, would you say that I was a bad person or an exploiter? No, because I played the game on camera. There are people in those guilds that work very hard and do a lot of like, you know, a lot of very hard grinding for the game. And simply because they don't play in front of a camera doesn't mean that their gold or their, you know, their power scaling, their gear, whatever is illegitimate. Now, there are people that will take advantage of very shady systems behind closed doors, but... Oh. Not crazy they do it. Okay. Yeah, so many people are so quick to, like, demonize competitive players, so I'm just like, no, that's not the problem. Well, say I get a nonsense of joy watching them try to loot my body. I didn't have shit that they could take. Yeah, I mean, so a lot of the time, I don't know, because there are, like, two types of competitive players, right? There are the competitive players that are like, I want to foster a more competitive community, and so I'm going to fight like equal fights, and then when other people that are clearly below power scaling are like out and about, I'm just going to pass on those fights because they would be so one-sided. And then there are the competitive players who think that they're competitive players that will get wiped off the face of the earth when actual competitive players show up, who are like, I can't win fights that are equal power, so I'm going to fight people that are half of my power. So there are always those two types of like distributions within the early competitive community. And once the floodgates open and you actually have, I keep saying this, but not every mayor will have a flyer on launch. The first bit of launch, no mayors will have flyers because Metropolis only. When you have more truly competitive communities come in, when you have elections that aren't just based around alt voting and stuffing ballot boxes in 1,000 concurrent player pop, when the actual community systems have regulations and checks and balances, it doesn't matter if 2 guilds of 50 to 60 people, even 100 people, work together. If they piss off an entire server that has thousands of people, that server stomps it out, no matter how competitive that guild may be. If your guild pisses off the entire server, then your entire guild could get collapsed on by a multi-thousand person server. You could have a coordinated permanent push on your node that keeps it pillaged until you're no longer in charge of it. There are so many things that can happen and that will happen kind of like as the systems come in. And I think a lot of things right now that people run into are also based on just kind of like the cramped nature of the game and the map, right? So caravans, for example, those will be a lot safer when you're not like forced into the entirety of the same part of the map. So for example, if we wanted to run caravans in a more safe area, when the whole map's out, we could go to an area that's less populated, call in a van there, run a route there, and it should be pretty free. Then you know if someone comes out of their way and you have an entire guild pull up on you that's never out there, something's a little fucky. But here where everything's so just kind of like condensed, there's not really a ton that you can do about it. 10 gold caravan I built trash. That's the thing with caravans. If you lose your van's gone. Yep, that's the risk reward. And I think, again, with how quick TTK is and the fact that you can literally just get Thanos snapped out of the driver's seat of your van, like, you can get full Kennedy'd out of a van right now. It's kind of whack. But, yeah, I don't know. Vans are something that I think are very, 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 like, not gated in, like, a bad sense, but vans heavily skew towards the top 3 to 4 guilds on the server that can ensure those vans in terms of completion percentage. And I think if you were to eliminate those top few guilds on the server and then look at true completion percentage outside of untouchable Zergs, then you'll see that a lot of vans are probably unsuccessful when they're run by like independent or smaller scale people. But again, that's part of the scale of the game. That's the numbers game. But I think overall, the risk reward of vans needs to not be evaluated on the top 0.1% of guilds, but as a whole, the risk reward that it presents to the casual player, or like not necessarily the casual, but your everyday player. And if systems are skewed towards the top 0.1%, then you have systems that are New World. And you have war accessibility to this New World, where people like me kind of like dominate the game. Played in small guilds for a very long time. Tons of vans can run good. You have to use your options. Barter with the bandits. You'd be surprised how many enjoy the RP fun of it. Alley up with a couple small guilds for a larger run. There are a few very discreet routes. When you run, it's very easy to scout. Oh yeah, 100%, 100%. And I mean, vans are different routes for everybody. Like vans are a level, and that's one thing with Ashes. There are so many systems that are kind of like, if you like it, you can do them. If you don't like them, you don't have to do them. And again, I think that vans are still in a spot where they're experimenting with them. But at the same time, you can't say you'd be surprised how many enjoy the RP and fun of it when your van is running and you get insta-killed out of the driver's seat of your van. I don't think the issue is the routes or anything like that, or the fact that your van can get hit. It's the fact that you can be driving a van, literally have somebody off screen cast a full combo on you, 100 to 0 you out of your van with the TTK, and then you instantly just lose that van. That, I think, is more of the larger problem in the sense that there's that instant Thanos snap element, but that ties into like a lot of different things within the game, I think, right? But no, I agree. I was saying earlier, actually, when we got hit, like that we ran one route down and kind of used the Penvius van as, or their like van train as kind of a screen. And then on the way back, we just like That's what happened when we were running back to Az just now. That range wrecked me. Oh, yeah. That's also one thing that I'm really kind of like long-term scared about. Ranged is fucking OP right now in any like of the large scale forms of PvP. But with that being said, maybe with small scale and numbers match coming out, we see more melee validity. But in any forms of organized PvP right now, it's kind of gross to watch because it's all just like one ball of ranged shooting at another ball of ranged, getting a couple kills, and then moving forward once they get a couple of kills. So yeah, I really hope that ranged doesn't just go to a spot where it continues to run everything, dude. If you watch fucking any of the actual organized PvP outside of like just small scale, you know, I catch you in the lawless zone and gap close to you 1v1, there's a lot of fucking ranged right now. Oh, it's gross. I hate ranged. I think ranged is so dumb, zero skill, fucking brain dead shit. But that's just because I'm a melee. If I wanted to be a ranged player, I would go play fucking Harry Potter or Call of Duty. TTK is apparently on their mind, so I think that's something that'll be fixed. Yeah, TTK is also important to keep in mind that the game's balanced around 8v8, not 1v1, so things can be really quirky in 1v1 matchups of certain kinds. But with that being said, like, regardless of power scaling, I think power scaling within the same bracket, if you're legitimately like one-shotting people, it's a little rough. Does tank can't really beat people in PvP unless you build 100% damage. I mean, everyone in PvP is kind of building damage, in all fairness. Like, that's kind of the ramp up. But yeah, that's part of it. There are so many things, right? But I mean, as a tank, I was doing a lot of duels that were even gear the last time that there was that test that we ran. The back-end test where we kind of went on that little like playtest instance. We were running a lot of even gear duels. I was winning a lot of those duels that we were running. So, even 1v1, 8v8, 0 the power scalings to him may just kill people in one combo. Oh, yeah. The offensive power scaling to mitigation in TTK is fucking nuts. The node siege felt great at that gear level for a tank. Yeah. And I think like certain modes with even power scaling and shit like that, like things could feel good. I just think like the top end power scaling within level brackets gets so out of hand. Like, I think the fact that it's possible to just Thanos snap somebody PvP for more health than you have. And I mean, honestly, certain games I've seen in the past even just do a flat damage reduction in PvP for TTK. They're like, oh, you would hit a mob for 4,000? Well, in PvP, you would hit a player for 2,000 because it's an easy fix for TTK while keeping the power scaling availability. We literally could just put a dampener on PvP damage modifier and you would still have your power scaling, but TTK would be slower and you would have fewer one-shots with that top power scaling. But I don't know. I'm not a dev. They'll look at that how they look at that. But 250 to 350 power level, you could actually go into a ball and brawl as a melee. Yeah, 250 to 350 seems like a really fun area to fight. I'm sitting at like 300-ish right now, and even on like that back-end playtest, we were all sitting at 300-ish. I was fighting bards, we were fighting other clerics, we were fighting fighters, rangers, everything. And that like power scaling target for this like bracket feels really good. I agree. I 100% agree. I think power scaling is always something that's like going to change though. Very subject to changing. Whew. Good yaps. Good yaps. Who's streaming? There aren't many people up at this hour, huh? We need a couple late night streamers. Oh, fuck yeah, this guy's on a treadmill. Boys! I'm gonna go probably take a shit and sleep. Oh, someone asked if I noticed the tank bug thing, the shield bug. Were you talking about the passive block rating? I've been bugging devs as much as I can to fix shield block rating. They nerfed it on the January 29th patch. Yeah. I've seen that. I have kind of a take on that, though. I will say, shields feel very dog shit right now. Shields have legitimately zero incentivization to use, not only because passive block rating's low, but, like, on top of that, the biggest difference, like, I'll show on the character screen right now. In terms of, like, your
your largest differences between fucking defense-wise, shield, and focus. Keep in mind, I'm an energy focus right now. I still have 10% fizz block mitigation. I still have my fizz mitigation, and then I'm still also going to be adding 40% more base mitigation with fortify and grit stacks, right? So in an ideal world, I'm going to have so much mitigation that extra, keep in mind, I switch on a shield, 20% block mit really just isn't doing it. That paired with a 3.8% block chance doesn't really incentivize a shield to do anything, past the fact that it like makes us slightly arbitrarily tankier when realistically we're not spending that much time actively blocking, and shield's biggest presence is in that passive state. Not to mention, with the current scaling, current incentivization for us to just power scale, we're better off with an energy focus or a two-hander in our offhand spot. So yeah, I definitely agree. I think shield incentivization overall is very low. Don't actually get the full percentage. Yeah. So it's still intriguing though, just across the board with like how, I don't know, how they plan to incentivize shields. Because we thought about this earlier too, and with dual wield coming into the game, we discussed the validity of maybe like a shield tree, but then you don't want to, I don't know, take away the physical aspect of that. There's so much scaling around fizz right now, and we don't have that plus threat modifier anymore since grit's gone. There are really some interesting things surrounding shield at the moment, and I really feel like the actual incentivization to use shield is quite low. No, I agree. I think pretty much every tank right now is just running around in, you know, full fizz scaling. Shield should get a huge con buff. I don't necessarily think that con's the incentivization for tanks, I won't even lie. We have enough tools in our kit to get to enough health and like effective mitigation to get through most content. Actually all content right now. Very easily, and I can't even think of really of any content where I'm like full forced to run a shield or anything like that. Like I've actually switched a lot of my gear from con, even to the point where my jewelry now fizz power, strength, fizz power. So con defense won't matter until offensive scaling's toned down significantly. Yeah, there's just a big like gap in terms of the power scaling from like I'm building mitigation to be tanky and be a nuisance. First, I'm building damage to obliterate you off the face of the earth, and like the TTK is just much too high for anything defensive to matter. Right now it's just a glass cannon versus a glass cannon. Early into the test I went full mitigation with +8 Lego jewelry, and I still got absolutely deleted by mages. Oh yeah, melee feels terrible to play in any mass scale. I will say, like, I think there will be more potential for us to like have our heyday in like arenas and stuff, but with that being said, I don't want to see another game where melee is completely invalidated to a state of just having one small scale game mode, and then other than that, every mass scale is entirely dependent on like we dump mass AoE on this ball, get range kills, and move on. And to a certain extent, mass PvP is always that, but like when I look at New World, with all its flaws, was able to take 50 versus 50 PvP, where range was your highest damage dealer, and they still made it so a majority of your roster was melee. Because in addition to that, I mean, we still don't have like a ton of objective play or anything like that too. And I think objective play always adds in validity for melee too, but yeah, it definitely feels extremely range skewed right now. Very. I agree. Boys, I've been streaming for almost 11 hours and it's 1 a.m. I need to send this raid out before I fucking become delusional. I appreciate y'all. Very good yaps today, boys. Very good yaps. If you're new to the channel, I do stream every single day starting at 2 p.m. EST, which means I will be back tomorrow. So I stream Ashes full time every day that the game is available. In addition to that, I remembered today that I have this hoodie, which I think was actually the inspiration for the Desert Skybox.
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
Yo, Hammond Games, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. So a big throwback to the 2014 era of all galaxy everything. I also have swim trunks that kind of have a galaxy pattern that remind me of the Desert Skybox. So always a pleasure. Boys, I'll be back 2 p.m. EST tomorrow. I will miss you guys dearly. Please miss me in the meantime. Thank you for the stream. Hey, thanks for working on the team that gives me something to stream, dude. It's always an absolute pleasure. I think that the Ashes community as a whole, and like conversations like this and moments like this, really show how passionate the entire community is for the growth of the game. And even with those pain points and like those moments of, ah, shit, that sucks, it's cool to see how many people in the community have those points of input and truly have that passion for improving the game. So stuff like that, man, I love being a content creator for it. So if my van dies so we can get that good of discussion, then fuck it. Sacrifice me every time, baby. Boys,
I'll catch you guys tomorrow. I greatly appreciate y'all being here. Thank you for being here. Thank you for killing my caravan. Enjoy the 1 gold. I'll catch you guys later. Peace. Bye, YouTube. Have a great night, guys.